Come on. You guys are the keenest people in the room. You all get an extra prize this morning for actually getting up here and making it to the room on time. And I love the fact you've all come to the front of the stage as well, which is brilliant. Who here did go to Percy's last night? Now that's interesting. That might be why, right? Because I think the people who went to Percy's might be a minute or two later. But anyway, good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Deane. I'm your MC and host for this morning's session. Yes, I am very loud, and for those of you who did go out last night, that may be too loud, but that's not my fault. Anyway, I'm going to introduce to the stage now, to get the day started, someone that many of you probably know already. He's someone who just can't sit still. I mean, like physically and mentally and professionally, he's just a guy who keeps buzzing around doing cool stuff. He's the reason why we're here today. He's a serial entrepreneur with a long track record of founding, scaling, and directing cutting-edge firms at the forefront of the Web3 and fintech revolution. And he really is. He's already got over a decade's experience in the blockchain space. He's an established thought leader and one of the industry's most vocal proponents. He's also a damn good egg, and I'm proud to call him my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Harry Horsfall.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That is too kind. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Zebu Live. I can't believe we're here. It's been a hectic 9 months. We're so lucky that we didn't do it in 60 days this year. The team has still been locked in the office. And I just want to thank you all for being here to celebrate Web3 Week. We actually made it up, but it is going to turn into an actual thing as we grow. All the speakers for giving up their precious time, the partners that allow us to put on the show, and of course, everyone here for being the amazing community that we are. It really is a special group. I'm lucky enough to have spent the last 10 years getting to know and getting to know, build and work with some of the people in this room. Some people not as quite as long, but it's exciting to see our numbers grow. We've come a long way from 10 weirdos at the back of a pub buying our own beers. I've got to say a huge thanks to the lead sponsors who, of course, make this all happen. Dancing Seahorse, Swapsicle, Luno, and of course, Near. It's a bear market, and as a long-standing marketeer, I know our budgets are the first to go. Thanks to our very stable and safe friend Duquan and a very tough macro climate, we find ourselves in a crypto winter. At least we're no longer a subculture and we are starting to follow macro trends. Having been through 3 major bear markets and wearing the scars, I must say I'm more bullish than I've ever been. Standing here today in the middle of an event with 2,000 plus people and my Telegram blowing up as everyone is trying to get tickets is a sentiment to this, that how bullish we are and how much we're going to continue to build. I've got to say a special thanks to my team. We have an average age of about 23. Ashton, Marina, Chagan, Zena, Charlotte, and everyone else that has worked the long hours at the Crypto Castle. A quick intro to Zebu. So I'm the CEO at Zebu, and we create firepower for Web3 projects. We're just over a year old, and we've tackled 30-something projects with some of the biggest names in the space. Too many memes to count and endless cups of coffee. Our goal is to be the #1 marketing agency in the space, and we really are just getting started. If we look at the crypto market cap, it's $1 trillion. I believe this is a $50 trillion industry, and the growth that we're going to see, you know, when we see Nike, when we see Adidas being like, look, competing on their $185 million sales, everyone else is now, how do we get in? This is no longer just a sub-genre. So Zebu is a rare bull. We took the name to mean zero bullshit and always bullish. Changing from DeFi Live to Zebu Live is allowing us to put a brand that just means cool tech. I really want us to deliver value and not just promise and empty rug pulls. You know, it's 9 months worth of work, and I'm really excited that everyone who played a part, whether it's Gillian, Jason, jumping in, all of the amazing people that have made our small team make this possible, all of the London communities who have all pulled together, and our objective really is to bring everyone together, be like, right, we can collab, you can collab, we can speak, Some of the speakers here are massive names, Matt Hancock and Stephen Bartlett, but some of them are much more up and coming, really, really building the space, and it's a great opportunity to pull everyone together. I hope everyone has an amazing time at the after party. It goes to 5 a.m, so pace yourself. Madlib, one of the industry's leading hip-hop artists, and I hope you all have an amazing time. Thanks for being here so early. There's some people in the room, it's always nice. And thank you so much for coming and have an amazing time. Cheers. Thank you.
Well, give it up for Harry. Thank you, man. Okay, we're going to jump straight into our first panel because these ladies are raring to go. We're going to be talking about women in Web3 with this absolute powerhouse of ladies behind us. Now, to lead that discussion, this is a panel discussion. I'm going to bring on stage our leading lady and moderator for this section. And this is a lady who is the founder, CEO, head, all-round big cheese of the Neo Group, which is all about bringing black women into Web3. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Oyin Adibu. How did I do?
Good morning, everybody. Super excited for today's session. So you're welcome to Zebu Live Day 2. I'm just going to invite the rest of the panelists to stage. First of all, we just want to say this is probably going to be the baddest, biggest, most empowering session you're probably going to have today, because look, we have our power women on stage. So I'm just going to quickly introduce everybody on stage today, and then we're going to go straight right in. So first of all, we have Bridget. So hey, Bridget. So Bridget is the founder of the Bigger Pie and the 100 Billion Club as well. So 200 Billion Club, apologies. Then we've also got Bex, who is also the founder of Nifty World NFT. Then we've got Jean Vive as well joining us today. I hope I said that right. Who is, sorry, Jean Vive, no, who is the founder of AgriLedger as well. And then we've got Karina, also who is the founder of Women of Web3. And then lastly, we've got Asa, who is the founder of Pluto Digital. So welcome today, and we're super excited for today's session. So I'm going to just go straight into it. And my first question is going to go straight to Karina. So what is attractive to women in the Web3 space, and what have you seen that has actually made women want to get into this space?
Right, thank you. Well, I'll have to tell you a little bit about the history, and I spent over 17 years in the world of corporate, and most recently I was a director of cultural insights and trends at Bacardi, bringing the future to the table, trying to convince people of a certain age and a certain gender to adapt to the times. And one of the things I saw that was most important in the future is purpose. And what I am seeing in the Web3 community that's attracting a lot of women to the space is this desire to make a real change in the world, to make world a more sustainable, equitable, collaborative, just place with Web3 tools that are providing that. And I think that's also something about sovereignty. There is something about the whole topic of community, right? We talk about community all the time, every day, and that's a very inherently feminine quality, I say, feminine leadership quality, to collaborate and to work together for the betterment of the whole. And that, I think, is a very big driver for everyone in this space here today.
Yeah, I love to hear that. I think the sense of community, oftentimes women, we naturally gather each other and we build a community first. So one thing that I've definitely seen that's different in the Web3 space is that there's this kind of ultimate support that everyone has for each of us projects and for each other's mission and each of us purpose. So I'm going to go straight to Bridget next. So we've spoken about community, we've spoken about purpose from Karina. What do you think, what progress have we seen, especially running the Bigger Pie, for women in this space so far? What are the challenges that you've also seen? I mean, we can talk about the progress, but there's still some challenges that we face. And what would you think gender diversity should really look like in the Web3 space?
Three big questions. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to Zebu Live for allowing us to open today. In terms of, I've been in the space since 2017, And I came in July 2017. I had 6 to 7 months before I had my first crypto winter. And obviously, we've seen springs and summers and cooler weather now in the Web3 space. So what I saw in 2017 was price piques the interest of a lot of people. And when the price goes away, you're left with those people who have come in, because its price also sends up, media coverage, etc. Then you're left with people who care about building, who care about real-world problems. And you'll find a lot of women are left building. So I'm really excited to be able to see that when we had 2017 to 2018, we didn't really have the same infrastructures as we've gone through and that we have now. I've definitely seen NFTs. So if you think about it, crypto is a combination of fintech, finance and tech, which are historically very male-dominated. So when we started off with just the cryptocurrencies, that's what that was. And I've spoken to a lot of men as well. They're like, I just didn't see the appeal. I didn't see where it was relevant to what I'm doing. But now we're seeing things like NFTs, the utilities of NFTs, how you can use them to reward communities. We're looking at the idea of Metaverse. There are so many more applications that everyone can see, including women, that make them crypto curious, Web3 wanderers, whatever we want to call them, and they're coming in. So the fact that we've got many more applications, I am definitely seeing that we're seeing a lot more women come into space. Challenges? Well, we look forward to when we don't have a panel about Web3. Because we don't want to be sat here saying, we need a Women in Web3 panel. We just want everyone to be integrated and talking about what we're building and what we're doing. But we're a long, long way off that. And until such time as we get to any sort of equity, then these panels are important. So again, that's why I'm thanking Zebu for that. What does equity look like? It's a place where female founders who have fantastic visions, ideas, teams, and capability to execute have the same access to funding as their male counterparts do. It looks like not having less than 5% of the top 250 Web3 firms only having CEOs. It looks like based on your capability, not your gender, then you get the same opportunities. And I talk from a gendered perspective. It's also my lived perspective. Of course, as soon as you put on other intersectionalities, then that difficulty becomes more. So I would just like the idea of Web3, the ideal of Web3, that it's inclusive for everyone, but the practicality and reality is we're a long way off.
Interesting. So, I mean, the host introduced me as a woman who actually runs stuff to get black women into tech, more specifically in the Web3 space. It's like less than 1% of black women in tech. And actually, if we actually think about it, when it comes to NFTs, how inclusive can actually people who have intersectionalities, get involved with this space? If maybe one NFT sale is like 2 ETH, most people have never dreamt of having 2 ETH. So I think what women do to actually really truly change the status quo is that we make it a lot more inclusive by really truly boiling down the solution to make it simple. I remember at ETH Denver, I was speaking to someone and I was like, most people are not going to understand what you're saying. So we need more women to be able to simplify the solution so we can actually have mass adoption of this new internet that we have. So I'm going to go to Jean-Vive. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Sorry, it's just my accent maybe, I'm not sure.
Maybe just go with GL.
Okay, thank you. How do we support the building of deep technology by more women, and how do we give them more tools to create these solutions?
I think this first thing is that as women, we have to dare to build, dare to ask. And so that's the way we have to start to be able to support one another in this, and then to be given the space to do it. I can say that in terms of what I've been able to achieve, it has had its challenges. I think it's also at times very maddening when people say, why you? When we look at Amazon, Bezos didn't know technology, but he knew business well enough to be able to deliver technology to make things happen. And that's what we need to do as women, not just drive by, I respect marketing because I suck at it, but we need that, but we also need to be doing the solutions. And I think when we talk about Web3, it's so much about collaboration, creating consensus among people and creating trust. And unfortunately, that's something that, a role that we've been put in as women too many times. So we should use that as a way of creating those solutions. And for Web3 to be successful, it's going to need to actually have the users' input. What I think happens right now is a lot of what we see is not being built for people to use. The UI UX sucks. And if we want mass adoption, we need to be there directing and striving to make things happen.
I love that. I think also that collaboration piece is super, super duper important when it comes to actually pushing this thing forward. I'm not doing things in silos, but actually supporting one another. I'm going to go straight to Bex. What are the practical steps that we can take in this space to encourage more women to get into the Web3 space? I was speaking to you earlier on, and you were telling me about how you were the first NFT YouTuber, and oftentimes on my Instagram I do a lot of stories about how to get into Web3, and people ask me who are the influencers. I'm glad that I've met one today, so please tell us more.
Well, I'll take the accolade of apparently first female
Look
NFT YouTuber.
Look at that. Yeah.
Not necessarily the first NFT YouTuber. I learned from some YouTubers themselves. But look, I've been in the space for 16 months, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us so early. And I've seen a lot of change for women in the space. When I joined 16 months ago, and I'm talking about NFTs specifically, I was probably one of, from what I could see, 4 women talking on Twitter about NFTs. And I felt slightly empowered by that, because I thought, well, here's an opportunity for me to cut through the noise and actually make a difference and make a name for myself. The same happened with YouTube. As the space grew, brilliant to see more women in the space. However, how women navigated their way in the space is something that was a little bit sort of imbalanced at the time. And I'm not just saying that's down to our beloved crypto bros who would still DM me and say, hey bro, how you doing? I'm like, I'm not a bro, I'm a sister. But, you know, those mistakes are still being made. But women themselves were talking a lot about kind of empowering women in this space. And I would always ask the question, how? You know, because it's one thing to shout out and go, yay, we're women in this space, but actually, let's let our work do the talking. We shouldn't be having to have a panel about women in Web3, and I agree with you, Bridget, on this, because we should be talking about all the great things that we're doing as people in this space. So firstly, I think women need to shout out about the work that they're doing a lot more. I think if we had a solid solution to what are the practical steps, we'd all be doing it if there was a rule book for this, and there isn't quite yet. But I think it's about confidence, and it's about trying to make a step to the future that doesn't replicate the problems that we've had in Web 2. And it's about kind of saying, like, what wasn't working well for women in Web 2, and how can we change that and move it into Web 3 in a new and exciting way? This is a whole iteration of the internet, a whole space that the rules have not yet been written. So why can't we make those changes? And I'm sorry I can't give you those exact practical answers, but I'm still working on it right now. Oh, go on then, you go.
So it's easy. But that is one of the things that Bigger Pie does, is so that we can work with organisations to help them to attract and retain more female talent, to be able to have that diversity across that plane. So, yeah, and it's no blueprint, but there are definitely things that we can do to make it better.
Yeah. And I have to just shout out, there is a panelist who's going to be speaking a little bit later on today, a lady called Lauren Ingram, who runs Women in Web3. And that actually has a fantastic collection of events for women, and I always see those rooms packed when that happens. And also, she also has a job board for women as well, which just, you know, really encourages more women in all different industries and areas to find their Web3 twin and how they can use their skills and learn and adapt that for this new space.
Add one more thing, money.
Oh yeah, money would be great.
Money.
I love it. I think, you know, women being funded is so important. You know, we can talk about women building, but for women to build, we need access to finance.
It's more than access to finance. You need a big check. You can't be doing it. You know, don't give me $250. I'm going to be spending that in no time. I mean, I come from the corporate world where I build stuff. I had budgets which were 60 million. To be able to deliver something in a bank, that's the kind of money you need. What we're doing in Web3 is changing, and we need to have resiliency. So until we start building resilient system, it's going to continue to fail, and we're not going to take over. So we need the money to be able to build those. And that's just not women, it's anybody in Web3. So we need to stop wasting the money to pump up a coin, pump up something, build technology, which is going to be secure. No more shit about, oh, this got hacked or not hacked. You got hacked because you didn't take care of your software the right way. So we need that funding to happen.
You know, I actually saw a job advert the other day on LinkedIn saying, I'm looking for a CEO, I want her to be female. And I looked at this job advert and I went through it, I had a little look, and I went through and it was honestly saying like, fantastic pay, equal to men. Like, it honestly went through, dictated everything that we want in the space, but it was obviously a man putting this up, right? He was literally like, I want this CEO to be female, I want her to lead a female team within our tech space. And I was reading it and it's kind of stuck in my mind, it's been in my mind for like 2 weeks, that people have actually distinctively asked for women to apply for these jobs. And it's like, we aren't just like a female representative, we've got a brain. And not only have we got a brain, but it's probably a little bit more adaptive because we're all new to this space. So we're all learning at the same time, right? And if you're looking for a new CEO, why don't you say, you know, I want to put out a job spec, I want 3 people to apply, maybe 2 of those people should be female, 1 should be male, and we'll just do it, maybe turn the camera off on Zoom, you know? You don't need a camera on Zoom to know if someone's good or not to be employed, and then you just go with your instincts. It doesn't necessarily need to be openly said, we're trying to expand our female area of the team. We're already in teams. We've already driven our own teams. You know, we don't ask for just male positions. We just know if someone's good at the job, they're going to get the job.
Yeah. I love that. I think, just so I'm actually going to go on to you next, Asha. So for one of the things that's really interesting to actually highlight is that, first of all, women in Web3, or Web2, sorry, or women in tech in Web2 is still very low. And actually, for you to be able to build in Web3, you need to have understanding of Web2. So it almost feels like we've been done a disservice even from where we're coming. So women are having to upskill really quickly, because I run boot camps in the Web2 space as well. Upskill really quickly, and let's not even talk about black women, you know, in the Web2 space, and then upskill so quickly in the Web3 space. So we need to find a way where we create environments, which is why I love what the Bigger Pie does, to actually foster, you know, that fast-paced learning that we have to do, because it is a fast-moving industry. So I'm going to go back to you now. So what is the number one way we can make a substantial difference for women climbing the ladder in this space?
Climbing the ladder, I think, is a really, really key way for women to show that they are working so hard at what they're passionate about. I think that climbing the ladder, it doesn't matter if you're in the Web 2 or the Web 3 space. Climbing the ladder is important for females because it's never really taken off. And I think I really agree with what Bridget was saying, right? Talking about whether women are going to get bigger and better in the space quicker is irrelevant. It's about, this is a brand new space. The rules haven't been written. We can get to the top just as quickly as the men can get to the top. I mean, it just so happens that you've got sort of C-level women all sitting on one stage. But imagine if you got a couple of female devs as well. The conversation that we'd be having wouldn't just be, where can we go as women? It would be like, wow, why the hell are you not running the country? Why are you not running the company, you know? I think that it's a little bit more than we're just climbing a ladder. We're climbing a ladder with rules that haven't been written, and it's so exciting.
We are, but the rules of unconscious bias exist no matter what industry you're in. So I think that we have to understand and recognize that, because the power of unconscious bias is crazy. So lots of people, so this guessing that was a guy who was writing the role for the CEO, but you were guessing it because you could recognize the language, nor was not written by.
A woman would not have written the job spec like that.
Exactly. But there's a guy who's doing his best, And so we should applaud that and then say, here's how we can help you to achieve this better. Because, it doesn't matter what field we're in. I came into supporting women in blockchain specifically for the reasons that these companies haven't been built yet. And I want to see more women in C-suite levels and starting and building companies. And so rather than try and reverse what's already been established, that I completely agree with. But we still live in a world where our unconscious and conscious bias comes with us.
Totally. And like you were saying a minute ago, right, someone messaged you and said, hey, bro. And you were like, no, I'm a cis. I mean, all I was going to say is I completely agree. Yeah, don't call me a bro, I'm a girl. But also it's like, do you not think that there's a level of inclusivity that he's trying to just involve you in whatever his terminology is? Like maybe it's not necessarily him distinctively calling you out, but more come and be a part of what we're doing, you know? Yeah. Like I completely agree, I don't want to be called a bro. But I'm also like, I like that you've included me. I like that you've reached out.
Yeah, look, I get it. I completely agree. I don't know. Is that on? Yeah. I completely agree. However, it takes maybe a minute more to do some research onto my LinkedIn profile to see that I'm not a bro. There's 100 different photos of speaking events, all that kind of stuff. I'm completely doxed, you know. It's like, it's one of those things that I'm like, literally, it's one of those things that fascinates yet frustrates me at the same time. And I'm not just talking about Web3. Look, the other day, I was out buying a pram, as I'm having to at the moment, and a guy came out of the blue and just went, that's a really good pram, it'll be really good for you whilst your husband's out earning the money. To which, obviously, my husband was like, here she goes, she's gonna explode.
You do not want to talk to
this
me right
unconscious
now.
bias, it happens in everyday life. It's offensive for us women. We need to make a change. How do we do that? It would be nice to say that you know, the guy that wrote that job spec is like, oh, we'll give him something. I'd be like, no, I'd call him out. And I'd actually say, you know what, you've made a mistake there. This is not the way to do it. Here's how we do it, and you can be better. You can be better.
It's so hard to distinguish what's right and what's wrong right now, because we're all trying to figure it out. The reason that we're on this stage, I think, is wrong. I think that we shouldn't all be sat here talking about how we're, you know, not same gender. I think really we should be sat here saying we're amazing at what we do.
Here's what we're building.
But like you said, this needs to happen. This needs to happen again and again and again until we just back off and everyone just is happy to admit we are what we are.
So just so that we move on from, I know that we're really really passionate about making sure that there's change in unconscious bias, but actually I want us to actually now add value and think about how can we allow and enable people to actually build, women to actually build in this space. I know that Jean-Viave, you've actually said about, give us the money so that we can build and write the big check so that we can build. I mean, I think you were sharing with me about a specific entrepreneur who had been funded over and over again, but yet women are still underfunded. So how do you think we can actually truly start to enable that?
I think that what I applaud is what 200BN is doing, because there's two parts of it. One of the challenges, like let's say as a woman even building, let's say I get some money coming in and I have an investor. One of the problems that we have is, let's say if I hear Asais wants to build something, I may not be very keen to introduce her to my investor, because I'm thinking if I do, that's going to take away the little bit that I'm getting. So we're getting too little at this point. So we need to change that, and we need to also be open. And I have to accept that by giving her the seat at the table, we both then succeed to where we can then support. Because to have, there's a program going on where they're giving £25,000 to a woman founder. 25,000, you can blow that in 2 seconds with the support that you need to have to be able to build your company. It doesn't matter what you're building, if you're building tech or whatever. So you need to have enough to be able to live, to pay your bill, and then to pay the people that work for you. So that's where we need to change it. And then the next part is we need to give back. We need to be the ones to then be the GPs, the LPs, and really, because The funding challenges for these women VC is that they're not getting enough money to be able to fund themselves. So that's the whole thing has to change. So Web3, the ethos of Web3 is about creating those peer-to-peer. So this is what really we need to start doing, is expanding that and creating those opportunities.
I think what we can also contribute to that is oftentimes women would have this big vision and we would do so much with so little. But yet you will see crypto bros put out maybe just an idea and they get funded for it.
But that's the thing. We should stop doing with too little.
Yeah.
Because we keep doing with too little, we keep not getting it done right, and then it falls apart. We need to say, I'm like, to build this, I need 2 million. I don't need 250,000.
Yeah.
I need 2 million because I need to make sure I have security. I need to make sure I have the right UX.
I love
we
that.
need to put those numbers down. We stop shying ourselves in putting a penny when we need $1.
You need to mentor some more women.
You need to concentrate. You need to concentrate on what you're building. You don't need to concentrate on the anxieties at home. And nobody else concentrates on the anxieties at home, right?
Yeah.
Everyone else is just building happy as Larry, and we're like sat here asking for a little bit more.
I mean, I'm going to go to Karina now because I recognize that you also want to share more about women in Web3. So what is Women in Web3 going to be doing? Wow, 3. Sorry, I'm going to be doing.
Wonder
Woman of Web3. Apologies. Wonder Woman of Web3. What's Wonder Woman of Web3 going to be doing to enable this conversation that we're having?
Yeah, thank you. So Bex mentioned empowerment. And we are approaching the topic of empowerment and the self and the strength within from a very individual point of view, because we recognize that we're living in a very crises everywhere. The world is constantly telling you can't, you can't, and you can't, and it's all terrible and it's all going downhill, really, if you look at the news and the mass narrative. So we're trying to remove away from that and give back that sovereignty and the power to the self within. So we have a fantastic medicine woman and a holistic healer on the team who is coming up with very mindfulness practices and meditation techniques, as well as many other things that are specifically focused on inner balance, inner strength, and inner confidence to go and change the world and live your purpose and make the impact that you want to do. So first and foremost, it is about that strength within, and we have a series of workshops on that and talks, etc. Secondly, we are very much focused on inspiration. So inspiring, bringing people in to talk about their wonderful projects, to talk about what's possible, what's needed to be done, and really having that conversation. But more than anything, this is about that sisterhood connection that is, only a group of women and a circle can bring together, with exactly what we're doing here, with support, and engagement and elevation, which I think is quite important. And we're doing this in a very, human language, very, very approachable, bringing women from Web 2 to Web 3. I came from that world. Many are Web 3 curious, but they don't know where the door is. Like, which way do you get in? This is like a kind of closed circle. And we're trying to break these little walls in any direction that is suitable to them, so they can come in and they can bring their vision to life, so we can make a much bigger pie.
Awesome. So I'm just going to close off, and I'm going to give...
Wait, can I say one last thing? Yeah. We're launching on October the 4th, so for those who are interested, go to wowwow3.xyz and sign up to the first event.
Lovely. Thank you so much to everyone on the panel. So I'm just going to ask one question to everyone. So are there any other women that we admire in this space that we really want to give a shout out to? Please just mention their name, what they're building, and how they're changing our world. So I'm going to start with Bridget.
Well, obviously, everyone who's on stage. I'd also like to give a huge shout out to Caroline Hughes. So Caroline is building basically how you can engage with your personal finances. And she's already set it up with TradFi. And now she's including DeFi. So I used to be a financial advisor. I'll just give Caroline one shout because I want to give it a proper shout. There are many more women, but I know I'm talking for a bit long. So anyway, I used to be a financial advisor. So trust me, I know that when you want people to think about their personal finances for today, next 5 years, and the future, you have to sell it to them. You have to sit down. It's not something that people go, oh, I'm going to do this. They have cracked how to engage people, how to bring them into the platform, how to get them to take action, and it's unbelievable. So, and they've always wanted to do a metaverse, and everyone was looking at them like they were mad. And now we talk about metaverse, they go, oh, that's what you meant. And she's an incredible CEO, so I'm going to spend all my time with that, because I know we have to wrap up.
My one would be, from an NFT perspective, the lovely lady who is Lisa Mayer, who is CEO of Boss Beauty's NFT. Now, for anyone who doesn't know Boss Beauty's, it has been Lisa's lifelong work. She had a company called My Social Canvas, which was all about empowering women to be anything that they want to be. And she basically culminated all of that knowledge over the last 10 years when Web3 took off and built an amazing collection of NFTs, which is now being shown in the UN. It was the first NFT to be hung in the New York Stock Exchange. It was something that every time they're doing it, they're putting women first, and they're always showcasing what we can do to pay back to help educate other women in the space. And I think that's really important. As an educator myself, I think it's really important that we really do get behind projects like that as much as possible. So if you haven't found out about Lisa Mayer, I would definitely encourage you guys to do so.
Awesome.
My head is going too many. And I think that I'm going to be contrarian and say, we need to not have to worry about that. We don't go, what's the first man that we want to shout out to? We don't need shout out. We need things to happen. We need the opportunities to be open for us. So I celebrate all women which are driving this space, and it's in the communication, in the, in writing, in building, all of them, and those who are coming after.
I'm torn between the two. Can I quickly mention two? One is The Current, which is a friend of mine called Una Eager, and she's building this neo-philanthropic model and the governance system for freed money. So there's a lot of money in philanthropy, or there's a lot of people who want to give money away, etc. But it's not so easy to get 10K for a small community operation, for example, right? So there's a really big gap between how people from the real world can get what they need. So she's working on, The Current is addressing exactly that need, which I think is quite topical. And the second is Total Cyclone, which is a first female-led Web3 incubator, ideas incubator, helping celebrities, brands, agencies, what have you, to move from Web 2 to Web 3. And they're pledging to support 100,000 women projects for impact. So shout out to you, ladies.
Awesome.
It's really hard, and especially going last, I'm like, there's so many women. And I'm thinking about all of them. I probably have two. I'm just going to do a quick one. So my partner that I actually run the fund with, Blake, she sits out in Vancouver, Blake Finucane. She's got her own website. She's doing so many incredible things in the space right now. She's pretty much in all the DAOs that are making space at the moment. That's a quick shout out. Very, very cool woman. And another one is Hannah, CH Hannah. She has actually set up a DAO. I call myself one of the co-founders, but really she's the founder of this DAO. She set it up for females in London to really come together, complain if they want to complain, network if they want to network, just go for lunch if they don't have anyone else to go for lunch with. And she's really, really driven that motion of making sure someone's got someone. And yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to both of those girls.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I love it when we encourage other women in the space. I mean, me personally, as we were all talking, I was thinking about what black women would I shout out, because if we look around the room, we can probably see more women, but we can probably not see not many black women. I'm probably like one of the very few black women that you probably see here. So I'm going to give a shout out to Chantal Awomoyi. She is building a data center for Web3 companies. So Chantal has been awesome. She literally just recently took the plunge into building a data center. And I'm also going to give a shout out to Aaliyah, who's just over there. She's building Creatorland, which is the Metaverse platform for young people to get mentorship. So those are 2 black women that we can know about in this space. Thank you all so much for coming out to listen to us, and a massive round of applause to the panelists as well. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, ladies. That was really informative. I happen to know this is quite a hot topic at the moment as well. As some of you may know, I'm from Bitcoin Pioneers, and we've got a stand out the front there. And I'm surprised actually how often that conversation has already come up, and that was just yesterday. So any of these ladies here, any of the people actually talking here today, you can get hold of course, directly. And I'd encourage you to do that if you've got any questions. Don't forget to register for the Zebu app if you haven't done that, because you really should be using the information, the facilities in that. And if you're going for the after party tonight, don't forget to register. You must register before you just rock up, so that link will be in your email. Okay, so we're going to move straight on because we've got a pretty packed schedule today, and we've got another lineup of fabulous speakers for you. We've got a subject now which is a really fascinating title as well, which is Finding the Alpha, Investing in Web3 Startups. And we've got 6 early stage investors on the stage here to share the lessons that they've learned from investing in Web3 over the last year. And probably more importantly for what you guys hear, what they're looking for the next stage and what they're looking at investing in the future. Now, moderating this group is a guy I'm sure some of you know again. This is a guy who's an early stage startup investor. He's an advisor, he's a non-exec director. He's a mentor, he's a podcaster, he's got 27 years experience in startup and enterprise level, so that's people like BNP Paribas, you've got Fidelity, Coinbase, I mean, you name it, the guy's probably done it. So he's based in Dublin, and he's currently leads the Web3 accelerator program, and also the Money Never Sleeps podcast. Note to self, wear your glasses if you're trying to read your own handwriting. But ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the one and only Pete Townsend.
Thank you, Jason. Whoa. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Hey, everyone. I'd like to welcome my panelists onto the stage. Again, as Jason said, I'm Pete Townsend from Techstars, lead the Web3 accelerator in Dublin. Have everyone come on stage. We'll get seated here and settled, and we're going to talk to you about investing in Web3 and the lessons learned from the last year and what we're going to look at going forward. Lots of lessons learned, obviously, in the last year. So why don't we get started? And just how about with introductions? Everybody just tell the crowd where you're coming from and what you're up to, yeah? And we'll just start right here at the start of the line with Lawrence, yeah?
Sure, thank you, Pete. So Lawrence Tilley, managing partner at Net Zero Capital. We're an early stage venture capital private equity firm based in London, primarily focusing on DeFi and Web3 applications, and been in the space 5-6 years prior, working on central bank digital currencies, some fund management stuff, and very active in the London community.
Perfect, thanks. Elle?
Hey, morning guys. My name is Elle. I'm an investment director with Digital Strategies. The fund has been investing in the space for quite a few years. Our founders actually bought Bitcoin from some guy at McDonald's back in 2011. We invest in across everything, but I would say this year we've been focusing more on gaming. And we also have our own guild, and so I think games enjoy speaking to us as well because we have some guys in our team who really know gaming very well.
Hello, I'm Leland. I'm an investor at Galaxy's venture team. Galaxy is a kind of a crypto investment bank. We have many different arms that do anything from trading, market making, all the way to mining Bitcoin and venture. Our kind of bread and butter in crypto is infrastructure investing. So what this means is kind of financial infrastructure that enables crypto companies to sell to institutions, and then infrastructure on the scaling side. And we do everything but gaming, unfortunately.
Hello. That's quite loud. My name is Nikita, so I'm partner at Fascinari Digital. So I'm heading the market neutral fund, which was started 4 years ago, which is one of the largest liquidity provider in a space with a bunch of market making, a bunch of activity in DeFi. And we recently launched a VC fund where we are looking to partner up with projects, invest in them, support them in a native Web3 way.
Hi everyone, I'm Jocelyn. I run Luno Expeditions. We're an early stage investor in fintech and crypto startups globally. We're part of both Luno, which is a sponsor, so hopefully you guys know Luno, but it's a mass market crypto wallet. It started in South Africa. It is now in 40 different countries, has about 10 million users, and Luno was acquired in 2020 by DCG, the digital currency group, which on one hand owns and operates crypto businesses, so they own CoinDesk, Genesis, Grayscale, Luno, etc. They also have been investing in crypto startups since 2015, so I've done over 200 investments in early stage startups. And so, long story short, they decided to consolidate their early stage equity activities in Luno Expeditions, and so we have a scale investment strategy. About a third of our investments are actually in fintech with no explicit crypto angle, but we launched in March, have done 33 investments, and look forward to doing many more.
Wonderful. Thanks, everyone. Where we're going to start is with some of the lessons learned from the last year. And I invested in 9 Web3 startups through Techstars back in March. And we put them through a 13-week accelerator program, and now working with them on the fundraising side, which obviously gives us a lot of insight into where the market is right now and how things are looking. But what we brought everyone here today was to hear about these views from our investors here. And Elle, let's maybe start with you. What do you think over the past year that you've seen in the market where you've learned a few lessons about, about what to look for?
So when looking at teams, one thing I've learned is that, especially in this space, teams need to be able to ship fast, right? As we all know, 1 week in crypto is like a month in the normal world. And if the team isn't able to ship quickly, while of course maintaining good developer practices, then somebody else will come and eat your lunch. So I think that's quite important. Secondly, of course, a strong community is a very, very powerful thing. So the difference between, say, marketing and a strong community is that marketing is very brand-led or project-led, while a strong community is very member-led. So the members are actually pushing your project forward and like rooting for you, right? So I think a very good example of this is, for example, Treasure or Magic on Arbitrum. So they've got a very, very strong community. And what this means is that they're able to get people to come and build with them or on them without any financial incentives, like no grants, nothing, just because they're aligned with their values.
Makes sense. I like that. And you're right about the difference between building community and also doing the marketing, right? I see community going hand in hand with fundraising, but you also have to handle that different aspect of marketing alongside community. It's a great point. Leland, what have you seen over the last year?
I think over the last year, I've continued to realize how cyclic crypto is. I got into crypto in roughly 2014, 2015, and at that time, we saw a lot of like Bitcoin forks come around. And then come 2017, we saw a lot more applications being built. And I thought at that time, like, okay, we have the chains, we have applications, we're like, good, or there's going to be more applications. But come around again in 2018, we see like people investing in new L1s like Solana and Near. And it's like, okay, that was unexpected. And then we see this happen again now in like 2022, where we see a lot of like move-based chains. So you see a alternation between people investing in new chains to create more block space, balanced with investment in like new blockchains, new applications. And I think right now, we just saw a really large wave of layer 1 investing with a lot of move chains around. And now we see slowly like a huge amount of investment into the move ecosystem. But a big question we always ask ourselves is like, what is enduring versus what is ephemeral? Because if we look in 2015, 2017, a lot of things that we thought would persist, have ceased to exist now.
Can you pull on that a little bit, the enduring versus ephemeral? When we talked about that last week, I thought it was pretty salient observation. Can we just dig into that a little bit?
A lot of the times in the past, when we look at projects, we try to understand like where does it fit in the future. And sometimes we have some sort of like expectation of what the future will look like, but then many times the future will change or some new technology comes around that makes something irrelevant. And I think that those are the moments where we have to spend a lot of time in thinking about like what are all the different pathways into the future and like how could this company potentially fit into it. And sometimes like companies are not enduring because the technology doesn't necessarily make sense, or maybe the founders were only crypto curious instead of crypto engaged or degen or whatever term you want to use.
Right. I gotcha. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, and with where technology is going, right? And just take the metaverse topic for a second, in that for the metaverse to truly come to life, messages move through fiber optic cables right now at the speed of light. To be able to send a message from New York to Tokyo while you are in a virtual 3D world with a 10 to 20 millisecond delay at best, speed of light moves between New York and Tokyo at 45 milliseconds, right? So we're not there yet. Over the course of the next, if the metaverse arrives in the next 10 years, we're going to need some big quantum leap in some true fiber optic technology to get there. And that technology that isn't yet in place, there may be people building on that in the next 3 or 4 years, or 5 or 6 years that don't even exist yet, right? So, I mean, there's a ways to go.
Yeah, and another example is like early this year, people thought DAOs were going to be the future. Like, oh, like we take any application, we like DAOify it, governance done by the community, and then turns out people like me are inherently lazy, they don't want to vote because voting is too much work, and so you had a huge rush of like DAO tooling investing, and now like these companies are kind of like floating around, not having product market fit, because it turns out people don't want to vote, don't want to really engage, it's a lot of work.
Yeah. Lawrence, when you and I first met about a year ago, on the other side of town over lunch, we're in a much different place, right? What have you picked up on over the last year with your investing that is painting the picture for how you think about investing in Web3?
So I suppose for me, I'd really surmise it to timing being critical. I suppose this kind of overlaps with what both Elle and Aylin said, in the sense, both the ability for founders and projects to ship fast, but with more Leyland's point, timing within where the market is at. What we saw throughout the last cycle, towards the back end of it, was a lot of volume and liquidity moving between different L1s. At the moment, we as a funder standing by to wait and see which L1s get traction at the moment. There's at least 10 new ones coming to market that we're watching. But the pace of innovation in this ecosystem far outstrips at the moment the growth in user figures. So I would say, at the moment we're waiting to see, watching developer accounts, wallet signups, but waiting to start redeploying until we see a critical mass in one direction for, any one L1 ecosystem.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was looking at an interesting stat the other day that daily active users of MetaMask, they're about 30 million. That is a drop in the bucket in terms of the global population, right? We got a long way to go.
Very long way to go.
Yeah, very long way to go. But for all of us here, this is completely normal, and this is a space we live in. And so, great, we're all using a different type of crypto wallet. But there is a ways to go. Jocelyn, looking at it from your angle of the way that you're investing, what are some of the things that you've seen over the last year?
Yeah, I mean, I like this term, crypto curious versus, I don't know, let's just call them degens, right? Like, I think there's a lot of people who, especially earlier this year, were crypto curious and trying to enter the space with X to earn, or throwing a token at it and being like, our marketing strategy is the token. Incentives are aligned. We're like, that's not a business model. That's not an actual strategy. So I think there's been just not a lot of. We've seen a lot of cases that don't actually make sense to deploy on a blockchain. I mean, it's time consuming. It's expensive. To make sure that it really makes sense to have Web3 underpinning your business. Do you really need a token? Do you really need a token now, or do you need it further on once you have more liquidity and more users in your platform? So I think one thing that we're really trying to discern is, the use cases that actually need a blockchain in which it actually makes sense. There are a ton of those, of course, in which it makes sense to have a smart contract. It can cut out rules of like notary publics. It makes a lot of sense for some cases, but it definitely does not make sense for all cases? Do you need to pay with your coffee at Starbucks via Bitcoin? Like, is that really going to drive, like the adoption of Bitcoin? Like, is that really, necessary, or is it perfectly fine to pay with your credit card at the moment? Should we be focusing on the cases in which Web3 will actually make a huge difference versus those real incremental changes?
Yeah, or you could use your crypto exchange's credit card, debit card to pay for coffee at Starbucks, and Starbucks gets fiat currency, but you end up that coming out of your crypto account, right? So, there's different ways to do this, but yeah, I agree. I mean, the monetization of real-world use cases for crypto has very much been driven, in my mind, over the last year or so by stablecoins, and just seeing more and more of that connected to the infrastructure, and that starting to build some momentum around the world. Nikita, looking at your view, and I know you like to take a more macro view of things sometimes, maybe just share your thoughts or what you've seen over the last year.
Sure. So we wear a couple of hats, and so it forces us to be, I guess, a little bit shorter driven and be like a bit more on the contrarian side, because we've seen like too many of these Ponzinomics pop up over and over, which are just elaborate, almost like schemes where some perverse incentive structure is embedded, such that those that come in, they stand to benefit, and the last guy always holds the bag. So it polarizes my view on the crypto. On one end, I just love it, and there is so much exciting stuff that's going on. But then on the other end, I'm just trying to look for like real-world applications, and you read the A16Z reports, you hear about how somebody's ability to transact in some third world countries is enabled through crypto, and all of that is great. But then as you look at kind of day-to-day projects that you keep interacting with in DeFi, for example, it's obviously seen like a stellar growth, which is like really, really impressive. And there are like huge innovations that teams at, be it Uniswap or Aave or other ones, keep on shipping, keep on working, keep on pushing the boundaries of what's possible. But at the same time, just because it's so easy to come into the repo, to fork it, to tweak one or two things around, and in the bull market, it's so easy to just raise a bunch of money. So this creates this game theory interplay, which forces you to be again like just taking a compound of changing a few things here and there, raising that like really big valuation, and then like flopping like 3-6 months in. I think a lot of these projects just cannot really exist in any state of the world, pretty much, other than prices skyrocketing and every single boat is lifted with a tide. So that forces us again to be the cynic in the room and look around and look at these private rounds, look at the public tokens and see and ask ourselves like, what is the adoption for it? Like, what is the health of the project? What are the volumes, what is the distribution of owners, what is the on-chain health of the project, which you can get like, with block-by-block updates, which is really, really cool. But then again, like as you zoom out, be it NFTs, be it DeFi, be it other things, eventually it's actually pretty centralized. A bunch of these things, again, they're permissionless and all that, which is super cool. But still, some players, they absorb a lot of power. Be it Celsius in DeFi, which was running a lot of money. And they were like huge percentage of DeFi, or be it other projects, with all the bribe, curve wars, and all these things. It's just the power in the end is centralized to some capacity. Just like we've seen with these votes on some of these protocols, there is like a lot of stuff that's going on, but the way we view it is it's an experiment. You don't know what's going to fly. So many projects on NFTs, for example, because it's nice domain to look at because they're quick for feedback. It's like they launch within 2-3 months, you already see the results. Yeah. And so we've seen the the players that you wouldn't think that they should succeed, but they actually become the winners. For example, Yuga Labs. I don't think people would have bet on them and think, a pre-fact that they stand to become what they became.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, before we move on to looking at what's ahead of us now, one of my biggest lessons learned from the last year is that with the 9 startups that we brought into the accelerator program, each one of them I saw as having a strong potential to raise via token. This was back in March. And that was because when we selected the 9 companies, we did so on the basis of, do we see incentivization at the core of their value proposition? Do we see the ability to build a token around that incentivization framework? And is that something that we can typically get to market with the value proposition overall of each one of those Web3 projects? And obviously, as we move from March through to June, the floor fell out of the token market. And what was interesting was that all of the lessons learned of each one of these individual Web3 projects, they saw an opportunity that, well, hey, we are at the beginning of our journey. We are not decentralized. We are not a mini economy. We are not a big network. We are an operating company. And operating companies generally have P&L. And those types of companies generally raise an early round through equity. So what I'm working on with each one of these 9 projects is who are the equity type investors out there right now that would invest early days through a safe with a side letter for tokens down the road. That's something that we're working with a lot of different people on. I know that we hadn't talked about this before, guys, but does anyone want to maybe take that context of the difference between investing in tokens versus investing in equity? Jocelyn, I know you have a view on that, but maybe start with you and perhaps get a view from others as well if anyone wants to take that.
Yeah, so my team only invests in equity at the moment. We do token warrants, we have done SAFs as well, but we have a separate team at DCG that only does tokens. And the reason we split it out a bit is just exactly what you're saying, Pete, is when does it actually make sense to launch a token? I think it's when we look at early stage companies, frequently they have to build out, if it's a marketplace, they have to build out liquidity. If it's, if they're starting something from scratch, they have to have a marketing strategy. And the pure reliance on the token as a method of building out your community, as a method of marketing in the absence of other strategies, we think is just difficult to discern how that's going to work from day 0. So frequently it makes more sense to have a token a little bit later stage in the game. We're definitely not saying it doesn't make sense to have a token. We're just saying, from day 0, launching a token is a bit tough. And so we have a different team that looks at those tokens, which are a little bit, later stage in the project. And it makes, I think there's actually been a lot of shift actually in the market recently towards earlier stage equity and token warrant as opposed to before's token from day 0.
Good point. Lawrence, I think you had an idea on that to share?
Yeah, I mean,
I know Leland did as well, and we'll come to you next.
We invest both in a mixture of equity and tokens. I will say our portfolio is slightly heavier towards the token side. I mean, in terms of what we're looking for moving forward, and I suppose this does tie in, slightly on this concept, is we're really looking for applications that will onboard the next billion users. I mean, as we've just discussed, there's 30 million MetaMask users today. Now, within that, some of the applications that we are quite excited about use or have tokens inherently, within their business model. Some of these have been applications. I mean, Sweatcoin's one, which many people probably will have heard of over the last few weeks, that has very successfully ported users over from Web 2 into Web 3. And they've done this quite seamlessly. Introducing a Web 2 app, they had equity investors on board from the start. I think the app had 100 million downloads, up to 13 million active users, and they only introduced the token this month actually. Over in NearCon, there was a big launch party for it. So I think with models like this, it's very important for there to be a strong circular token economy, and this is kind of very in line with one of the core fundamentals of Web3, which is allowing users to reappropriate sovereignty of their data and monetize that. So, applications such as this, in some cases, X2 earns, in this case, a sweat economy, whether it be an attention economy. We looked at a very interesting mapping play recently, which is, akin to sweat coin, but allowing Uber drivers or anyone in a vehicle to use their live location to provide live map data feeds. So, the ability of a token to operate within a strong circular economy here and allow users to monetize their data and reappropriate or take sovereignty of that is something we're looking forward to. And if that has the ability to subconsciously port in users from Web 2 over to Web 3, then that's really exciting for us.
Awesome, I get it. Leland, you had something to share on equity versus tokens, yeah?
Yeah, this will be fast. But as investors, obviously you want to have both because you don't really know what things will turn out. But the colloquial question we always ask ourselves is who is going to rug who? Are token holders going to rug equity, or is equity going to rug token holders? Which we have seen in the past, right? We've seen companies issue tokens, we're we're going to be a DAO, but all the fees from this exchange will actually go to equity holders. And as token holders are okay, we don't get fee exposure. The more professional way of describing this is where does value ultimately accrue? Does it value to token holders or equity? It's kind of bond holders versus bond holders versus equity holders when it comes to debt fights. And we see kind of this actually bounce back and forth. Sometimes token holders have more value, sometimes it goes back to the equity holders and it goes back to the token holders. And you just want to have both because you never know.
I know, yeah, that's what we do at Techstars. We do both, right? We get both at the earliest stage. Looking ahead to the future, Elle, back to you. What do you think for the next stage? What are you looking for investing in, say, over the next year? What are some of the signs and signals that you would point to say this was probably going to be a good investment for you?
I'm going to talk overarching. I'm really interested in Metaverse and, of course, blockchain games. I think blockchain games are quite interesting because there's this new paradigm of playing games and then, of course, owning your own assets. And I think it's a shame that a lot of gamers are still so anti-NFT, anti-crypto. I think that's a shame because there are some really interesting stuff coming out. And I'm actually really excited about the first sort of vanguard of AAA blockchain games that are coming out. So one example would be a game called Off the Grid by Gunzilla. And the founder of this is so passionate, right? He's really, really all about the gamer's experience. And so in his game, he's there will be no in-game store because we're not selling you anything. In fact, if you want an item, like a weapon or a body modification part, you can only get it by simply playing the game and harvesting it from the map or buying it from another player. And I think this Web3 ethos in gaming is very, very interesting. And of course, it will be very, very difficult for the devs to balance this open world. But it's interesting, right? And that's what makes it interesting. So I think that's something I'm very interested in going forward.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Looking, Nikita, at going forward, what are you looking for?
Well, so I guess just to continue with what my other fellow panelists were saying is, I think what we need is, again, real-world application such that, in often cases, people are not too technical, and so that they could be user of this technology without even knowing that they are using it. Once the transition will be seamless, well, that will be a pretty big tick. But the other fundamental driver, which how I like to think about it, is kind of we moved from Web 1, which was just reading, like the website, like static pages and everything. So Web 2 was about reading and writing, and Web 3 is about owning as well. And so there has to be this tokenomics, which makes sense, both in a short run, in a long run, and in between. And what we've seen is that some again, very quick and and short-term focused projects, they span out and everything, and that's just not sustainable. And so we need to develop, be it the games that are fun to play, that are good graphics, and again, that embed the token so that it makes sense. It just doesn't give you a lot of tokens for doing nothing. It should be you should be like almost like an equity, owner of the project, right, of the system, of the network, and you shouldn't be, getting them with perverse incentives so that, you sell them, and then you just, drive prices down, and you just, net value extracting of the system. But we need to create some systems, be it, with just more elaborate, tokenomics and everything. But that aside, in terms of the real world applications, the DeFi usage and everything, it needs to rival the centralized counterparts and like centralized systems. And I think people need to do a bit of learning to really understand like what is data privacy and why that matters, because we see it time and time again. But again, that big corporations get hacked, the information gets leaked and everything. But at the same time, having MetaMask, storing your seed phrase, not forgetting about it, not writing on a piece of paper, and having it on your table, and so people need to like a bit learn those things, which again will enable the adoption and invest in projects, in startups that's really enable people to transition into Web3. I think is definitely exciting. Yeah. And that's what we focus.
Gotcha. Thank you, Nikita. And you've raised a very good point, and Elle, you touched on that as well from a gaming perspective, that the game needs to be fun, right? It needs to be fun. It needs to have that mythology. It needs to have that lore. And if you're integrating digital assets into games, whether that be avatars through NFTs or gear or equipment or skins or whatever, buying that and bringing that into the game, that needs to be fun too, right? And so you're looking, Jocelyn, like you said, at some of these and saying, for this particular instance of, say, a Web3 project that is gaming, does it need to have the token in there if it's there, right? Is it actually increasing the amount of fun that the player of the game is going to have? So great point to raise, Nikita and Elle. Jocelyn, looking ahead, what are you thinking about in terms of the future over the next year for where you're going to be investing?
Yeah, so echo so much of what Nikita just said about real world use cases, making it more seamless, easier to use crypto. You may not even know, need to know you're using crypto. It could be in the back, but you really want the user experience to be seamless. It's the only way we're going to get, the next 100 million people to use crypto. And the other thing I'm really excited about is the power of crypto for emerging markets. So basic, but stable coins, right? Like it's such a powerful tool for people who don't have access to US dollars. And in Nigeria, to open up a US dollar account, you need like 2 references, who also have a domestic, also have a currency account. It's really difficult to get access to US dollars, and cross-border, try doing cross-border payments across Africa. It's really expensive. It's a nightmare. So USDC is a game changer, I think, for emerging markets. Also gives you access to protect against hyperinflation, to protect against FX devaluation. I just think that it's pretty basic, and maybe we don't have quite the same level of need, although the pound these days, I don't know, maybe my USDC is doing pretty well in pound terms, but we don't have quite the same level of need here, but I think in emerging markets it is like absolutely a killer use case.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm seeing a lot of that myself right now. In between my accelerator programs, I'm helping out with Techstars and Lagos to get their process up and running, and I'm seeing how much in the emerging market of, say, Western Africa with 420 million people, how many propositions that people are bringing forward on crypto and emerging markets, and whether that be on L1s, whether that be on L2s. It's been really interesting to see, and I think it's an incredibly big growth area. Speaking of layer 2s, Techstars has a Polygon program that we have applications open for right now. I think that's a considerable growth area, particularly around the gaming area that we talked about as well. Leland, what are you looking at going forward?
Yeah, I think for our group, we look in like a very different direction. I think we enjoy looking at very like crypto native related problems that like kind of persist. Instead of looking at the bigger picture, which we sometimes should do. But as Nikita mentioned earlier, like protocols aren't as decentralized actually as they actually claim to be. If we look at the recent ETH merge, like before ETH, when it was proof of work, there was say roughly like 4 or 5 big miners that represented like 50% of hash power. But after the merge, you only have really 2 big staking pools that represent kind of like half of all stake. And so now like your network is much more centralized. Initially you had like 5 actors who can control the network, and now only 2 actors need to collaborate to control the network. And so from our perspective, like these are kind of like the innate problems that kind of like persist in blockchains, where like you have centralizing forces. And what we spend a lot of time on is like, what can we invest or help with to encourage more decentralization, encourage networks to be more robust instead of, replicating systems we have in the real world that are more centralized.
Very good, very good. Any questions from the crowd? Anyone have any burning questions to ask of our investors? Yes, 3/4 of the way back there in the blue hoodie.
Yep. So, like I said earlier, the teams should be able to ship fast while maintaining good developer practices. So not at the expense of, because especially in blockchain, right, like there's so much money on the line. There's so much money locked up everywhere, right? All these DeFi ecosystems, chains, games, there's so much money everywhere. So safety is very important, but at the same time, this space is full of very smart, young, hungry people. Everybody, you've met very, very intelligent people in their 20s, early 20s, teenagers. And everybody's just, I think in this space, you get a lot of very high-performing people, right? And so if you're not high-performing and you're not, at the top of your form, executing fast, while at the same time being very intelligent and, maintaining very good practices, then you will be left behind. There will be other teams who can execute faster, better than you. And this is the space where it is that competitive. So that's what I mean by, teams that are able to ship fast, because I've invested in teams that are fast and teams that are slow, and I can really see the difference.
It's a great point, Elle. I was talking to Joey Krug from Pantera about this last year, and he was talking about a Web3 project where he couldn't believe the lightning fast pace that they were shipping at, going from his very first interaction he had with them, and then even 10 weeks later. And I won't name names, but he did invest in those founders. So shipping fast is absolutely critical. I got that. Any other questions from the crowd? Right here in the cap. Anyone want to take the on and off ramp? We got 2 minutes left.
Maybe I'll start. I mean, I think, look, we're partially there. We're not fully there, right? It still can be very painful. Like MoonPay is, I've been declined. I think I have very good credit. I've been declined many a time by MoonPay. So we're not fully there. I think it's actually sometimes even harder in developing markets in which they don't have the same type of banking rails that we do. We invested in a startup that does USSD on and off ramps, which is not smartphone, it's feature phone, it's basically text-based. It's how, most of Africa actually sends money. This is what mobile money runs on. So we think we need more solutions that are building for how people actually transact and doing it in a seamless, pain-free manner.
Anyone else have any thoughts on and off ramps they want to share? Burning thoughts you want to get off your chest?
I mean, I'd certainly say if you look at how the landscape did throughout the last cycle, 2017-18, we've made significant headway. Obviously, there is still, significant further progress until we can onboard more users. Some of those are related to regulatory issues in developing countries. Some of that is related to identity issues, or more so the lack of infrastructure in some cases. But I would say we are making tremendous progress, and I'd like to think, come back here next year, 2 years down the line, that we will, that will have only excelled from this point onwards.
Definitely. Like just seeing my own experience of, being able to move money from Revolut to Coinbase buy the asset on Coinbase, ship it to my MetaMask account, and then mint an NFT with Matic, say, for example, right? Now you can actually go into MetaMask, I think with Apple Pay, and do something just as easily there. And there was at least a trial going on that. So, case in point, we're getting there. Definitely, like you said, Lawrence, compared to 2017, 2018, we are a universe ahead of where we were before. So listen, I'd like to say thank you to our wonderful panelists, and thank you to the audience for those 2 great questions as well. Thank you so much for coming today. Jocelyn, Nikita, Leland, Elle, and Lawrence, thank you guys.
Thanks, Pete.
Well, thank you very much, guys. That was really, really useful, really informative. And you finished exactly on time as well, which we really appreciate, because we've got so many speakers to get through today, and they are absolutely amazing, as I'm sure you all agree. So I'm not even going to talk for very long, because we're going to move straight on with our first Spotlight feature presentation today. And I'm going to bring onto the stage in just a moment the very wonderful Mario Norfall, but I'm going to tell a little bit about him first. He's the founder of the Athena Group of Companies. It's a business conglomerate of over 15 companies that now operates in more than 40 countries, which is seriously impressive by itself. But wait, there is more. You're going to love this little backstory. So Mario started his first business with $300 in the bank, selling blenders door to door, which led to Fruity Australia. Some of you may have heard of that. He propelled Fruity to 1 million in year 1 and over 10 million in year 2, all bootstrapped. Since then, Mario's launched multiple ventures into the millions, all bootstrapped, including events business, a fintech consulting firm, a marketing agency, multiple businesses, all while surviving a massive scam. I'd love to hear about that story, various black swan events, and all the ups and downs of entrepreneurship, which I'm sure some of you here are familiar with. Now, he continues to launch new companies, and if that wasn't enough, he's also a partner at a law firm. I mean, this does make you feel slightly inadequate, doesn't it? And a founder of a venture capital fund, all while traveling the world, pursuing his hobby, which is dancing the bacha. Now, I don't even know what that is. No, bachata. He's going to tell me off on that in a second. So in 2021, Mario stepped up CEO of NFT Technologies, one of the first companies focusing on NFTs going public. And they actually have the ticker symbol NFT reserved in North America. And they're backed by leading personalities in the crypto and the business world, as well as celebrities and thought leaders. Now, that is quite an introduction, and I don't want to take into his time too much more, because obviously this is a guy we want to hear from. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mario Norfall.
Test, test. Hey, how are you? So I was meant to speak, oh cool, they've changed the heading. I was meant to speak about the Metaverse, but I'm like, all right, I've been doing this for a year, country to country. I think I was here last year talking about the Metaverse and explaining what the Metaverse is. I hope you guys know the answer to that, and I can skip to something different. So I had an event in Dubai a week ago, and on the way there, they didn't change the title or anything. I'm like, I'm sick of talking about the Metaverse. Let me talk about something no one else talks about. Something that brings value to the audience, like literal, genuine value. So I came up with a bunch of topics. I've got them on my phone. And I wrote them on the way to the event. And it got, everyone really interested. I was meant to speak for 15 minutes. I ended up speaking for 45 and then another half an hour answering questions afterwards. So it went well. So I'll give it a shot here, and I think you'll enjoy it. What I want to talk about are things that, unless you're deep in the space in what they call a degen, you probably haven't heard of. And I'm going to test out the audience, see who's heard of these various topics. These are things that I've had to learn in the space as well. So I host the biggest show in crypto called The Roundtable. Some of you might know it. We do it on Twitter Spaces. We have 50,000 people per show twice a week. And as I started hosting that show about 3 months ago now, I've started going deep into various topics. And I realized, I've been in the space since 2017, there's so much shit even I don't know. And I'm starting to learn. It's insane. And it's very, I won't use the word lucrative, but it's very exciting being that early in various aspects of crypto. I'm just looking at the list. It's fascinating how big crypto is. I'll give you examples. Has anyone heard of hybrid NFTs? Hybrid. All right, 1, 2, all right, cool. Now, it might mean different things to different people. You know, crypto in the early days, everyone starts using cool, sexy terms. Hybrid NFTs are NFTs that are linked in one way or another to the physical world. I'll give you an example. Imagine buying an NFT of a horse and being able to horse race in the metaverse. That's pretty cool, okay? And there's a few projects doing this. But imagine that same NFTs is a representation of a horse in the physical world. And if the horse in the physical world wins, the value of the NFT goes up and you win money. Or there's another project called Omnia or something like this. And what they do is the same thing, but in sports. Imagine an NFT of a sports player, let's say LeBron James. It has value in their ecosystem, in their quote-unquote metaverse. But if LeBron James has an injury, the value of the NFT goes down. So now there's a link between the physical world and the virtual world, which I think is like the adoption cycle of NFTs. There has to, and of crypto in general, there has to be some sort of bridge with the physical world before we detach completely in the next decade or two. So hybrid NFTs, at least a term that I've heard a few times, are NFTs connected to the physical world that get impacted by real life events. That's one thing. Pretty damn cool. In-game NFTs. Now that one is not as unknown. A lot of you have probably invested in play-to-earn games, what's known now as play-and-earn games. So freaking exciting. It's insane. Like imagine buying a spaceship in a game that then gets used by millions of players and that has interoperability with another game. And let's say in 5 years' time. So I had Big Time. Who's heard of Big Time? They're one of the biggest games in the space, Big Time. Yeah, we had them on the show yesterday. So freaking cool what they're working on. But no one talks about them. They were all the hype last year. The valuations on play and earn games last year was stupid. Way overpriced. And that's like the complete opposite. Everyone's freaking out. The same assets have dropped by 96, 97, 98%. The same assets. And the number of users has increased. Go figure. So in-game assets are very exciting, but they're also very tricky. Because you want to make money. If you're investing in the space, if you're a VC, you want to get a return. So if you invest in in-game assets, you want the value of these NFTs to go up. But it's a bit tricky because as the value of the NFTs goes up, people wanting to enter the game need to spend more for these assets to play the game. And that's a bigger barrier to entry. So probably a less risky play there is instead of investing in the NFTs of that game that don't necessarily have to go up in value, you can, unless you use them in a guild type structure, you can invest in a token of the game, which generally is structured to go up in value as the game gets more adoption. I'm going quick through these points. If you have questions, hit me up afterwards. My name should be there, and I'll try to answer them because I only have 10 minutes and I have a flight as well, so I got to rush. So, in-game assets, hybrid NFTs. I'm checking how much time I have. Do I finish at 11:30 or 11:35? Anyone let me know, 11:30 or 35, so I have an ID. Next one. Okay, I'm going to talk about something that most of you know and many of you probably hate. PFPs, profile pics. So who owns a CryptoPunk or an Ape or any other PFP? Anyone? All right. Does anyone have it as their Twitter profile picture like I do? Respect. Even after the bear market, you still have it. Cool. I do too, so we're in the same boat. Who thinks PFPs are stupid? No, I don't think so, but just, okay, 2 people. Okay. You're both right. If you think they're great, they think they're stupid because they can be either one. Now, PFPs, and I'll be quick, 10,000 pictures. That's how it all started with CryptoPunks. But that's not it. Doodles just raised $52 million. They announced it 2 weeks ago, a week or two ago. $52 million at a $750 million valuation. So I'm guessing they've got more in store for us than PFPs. Let's look at apes. They started with 10,000 PFPs that give people different levels of access. They've then acquired other PFPs, including Lava Labs, Punks, Meebits. They've acquired those. They've launched a token that has various utilities. They're launching a Metaverse with a game aspect to it. They're creating music NFTs. I don't have much time to go into it. You can link those to a PFP collection by having the royalties linked to the PFP. I'm not going to go in the legal aspect of these things. Or have people that own the PFP maybe get airdropped another NFT, thousands of it, and that NFT represents the songs being released by artists that did deal with the collection. So I'm trying to quickly go through all the things that can be built on a 10,000, that can start as a 10,000 PFP collection, 10,000 photos. So it might start as 10,000 ugly photos, but it might evolve into a whole ecosystem built on the foundation of 10,000 photos. 10,000 photos are the beginning, not the end result. Okay? And again, the market cap of these things is insanely down now. It's crazy how cheap they're getting. All right. ENS domains. Who owns any ENS domains? All right, cool. I won't go too deep into this. I think you understand the value there. Does anyone own .sol domains? .sol. Cool. All right, there's Cardano as well, etc. So I own both. Fascinating world as well. They pumped a lot recently. Again, none of this is investment advice. I don't know what will happen to any of those assets. Some of them might do well, some of them might not. I'm just telling you the things we're looking at beyond what everyone talks about. Because I've been in the space, I've invested in over 200 projects through IBC, my other company. This one says NFT technology. I'm no longer the CEO, by the way. I stepped down after we went public, got a new CEO, because I have another company called IBC, which I've founded in 2017, and I host my show that takes up all my time. But NFT Tech is a publicly listed company, sick company. IBC is an incubator, sick company. The reason I say those is we've invested in the projects, a lot of layer ones, layer twos. We've invested in a lot of DeFi plays. We've invested in games. So we have wide exposure to these startups. But I want to tell you about other asset classes beyond startups. So I'm trying to talk about something different that many of you might not know or might not. No one has talked about on stage. So .sol domains, ENS domains, check them out. ENS domains with 3 digits, 4 digits. They're a flex. Imagine owning a 4-digit domain name. I have a punk. My main punk is 2314. I think that's what the code is. So imagine owning 2314.eth. That could become my identity, especially for pseudo-anonymous PFPs that represent a pseudo-anonymous identity. They might use the 4-digit code of their PFP as their identity. So that's a flex. I bought a 3-digit domain for I think 60K or something, because I think they'll become a flex the same way as number plates on a car are a flex. So just start to dig into it. And I think there's a website called ENS Vision. Check it out. You'd be surprised of the world that exists there. Don't know if it will exist in a year or two time. It could be a lot bigger. It could be non-existent. I have no idea. Now you might be like, all right, Ethereum, Solana, PFPs, NFTs, Ethereum and Solana domains. Why is there 2? Why do we need 2 with Ethereum POS now? Communities. Solana has an incredible community in the PFP collection. I've gone deep into it in the last few months. It's a whole different world of crypto that anyone who's been there for a few years, you might not know exists. There's a whole, who's been in crypto since prior to 2020? Prior to 2020. Who's been in, all right. You're the same boat as me. Guys, there's people that joined crypto in 2020. They're the big NFT guys that are playing that game. I've neglected them for the last couple of years. I've gone deep into that world in the last 6 months. It is crazy. They're a whole different breed that think and act different to all of us, that talk about different assets to us. So check out the Solana community. Check out the Ethereum NFT community. These are very interesting worlds. You have time now. It's a bear market. Okay, so I've talked about hybrid NFTs. I've talked about in-game assets. I've talked about ENS and SOL domains. I've talked about the NFT community on Solana. What they call, at the end, they call degens, the NFT degens. It's an incredible world that I've explored. What else do we have? I've got another 1 minute, so I'll go through the rest of them pretty quickly. Mergers and acquisitions. We're doing a lot of those in the space. I won't go deeper because a lot of it is confidential. Just want to tell you guys, attention is so cheap right now. Acquire attention, acquire assets, increase your reach, because when the bull market kicks in, that reach is extremely valuable. We're doing a lot of those acquisitions in the space. People are freaking out like they did in 2018, especially new guys. They own incredible assets, they don't value them properly, and they just want to exit the market. So you can buy, you remember, Polygon dropped by 95% in the bear market. Polygon. So Axie Infinity struggled to raise $800,000. No one wanted to invest in Sandbox in 2018. If you think this is a bear market, you weren't there in 2018, 2019. This is nothing compared to the ice age we had. So things are cheap. You can acquire a lot of stuff for cheap. In the last couple of minutes that I have, I think, I have another minute or so, yeah? Guys, another minute or more? 1 minute, yeah. So less than a minute. I'll just say this. I don't have time to go through all the various asset classes there is in the space. There's a lot. Things are extremely cheap. They could get a lot cheaper. I never predict those things. I have no idea. I wish I had more time to tell you about more things, but I don't. So hit me up if you have any questions. I do run a pretty big incubator in the space. We acquire a lot of stuff. Probably not going to acquire anything from you guys because you're here in the bear market, so obviously you believe in the space and you're probably not going to give us any massive discounts. But shop around. If you don't have the capital, keep working in the space. It's so damn exciting. So damn exciting. I was in a meeting before this with a traditional regulator who was offered a very high-level, executive position at Binance. And I was just having a chat to him. A year ago, he was extremely bearish of crypto. Now, he's considering taking an executive position at Binance. Very exciting times ahead. Congratulations on being here in the bear market, and good luck over the next year. I hope these quick points got you some value. All the best, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mario. Absolutely brilliant. Great to have you here. I was going to shake your hand, actually. Fantastic to have you here. I mean, the stuff that guy's done, I bet he can even play piano. That would annoy me even more. Right, we are overrunning slightly, so I'm going to just go straight to the next introduction. This one, I think, is one that there's going to be a lot of people here really interested in, which is how to start building out your Web3 product idea. And that's very real for a lot of people in this room. So I'm going to invite to the stage, and I'm hoping I'm going to get your name right here, Slawomir Plasko. It's pretty close, I think, and CEO of Neti Blockchain Software Development Boutique from Poland with over 15 years of experience in the IT industry. He's experienced in many areas related to software development. He's a business problem solver, blockchain consultant, advisor, expert, thought leader. The list goes on. He's participated in many blockchain conferences as a speaker, so he's very, very at home at the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Slawomir Plasko.
Hello, can you hear me, I guess? Hello everyone, my name is Slawomir Plasko, as it was said already. I'm CEO and founder of Neti, blockchain software development boutique from Poland, and today I came to share my experience related to building a software product, because I'm 20 years in that industry. And my assistant today will be this train car, which will help me to show you what I wanted to share. Okay, because I started 7 minutes later, let's start without any other delays. I have 5 advices for you, actually, and first one is really crucial. It's very common that business idea owners came to us and asked us for a price for a particular product or a copy of particular product. I always imagined a similar situation. Have you tried to build a Lego bricks without instruction? Or maybe have you tried to build a copy based on something that already was built? It's a really challenging part. And from my perspective, if someone came ask for price or came ask for time range or anything else without giving us any particular instruction, it's like forcing us to do whole analytics. It's a very time-consuming thing, and from perspective of people like me, not only but every software shop which will try to help you, which want to help you. If you have no documentation for your own product, if you have no white paper, have no goals, have no milestones, have no description of the idea which can be understood and transformed into estimation, this means lots of work, but also this means that you haven't put enough your own time, you haven't put enough your own engagement into project, and you ask me to do this. So my first advice, if you want to be treated really seriously, is first lesson, prepare a good documentation for that. My second slide is about making your team aware of what you want to build, independently on if we are talking about dev team or we are talking about people who support you in another way. Maybe it could be lawyers, maybe it could be someone else. If you came to your team and will force them to do tasks without making them aware what you want to achieve, it will be really hard to to guess your minds, to fulfill your dreams, and to implement exactly what you wanted. So what will happen if you make your team aware of what you do? First of all, they will perform any actions, any task, way more consciously. Definitely, you will have more time. Also, you will have more time because you wouldn't need to micromanage every task. You wouldn't need to manage every description of the task. You can go to the vacation. It cannot happen if you do not share your vision with your people, with people who have to help you build your product. And finally, and probably most important thing, is a motivation. Especially with dev team, you know, those people are engineers. They like to figure out solutions. If you force them to just perform tasks, to just drag and drop tasks from to do to done, that's definitely not something that will motivate them. They cannot solve problems. You lock them, simply you lock them. So the picture here on this slide says, let people help you. If you won't do this, you will have to push your car alone. My next slide, if you have already a team which is involved, you can do more. You can establish the process. What I mean by establishing a process? You need to share with the team what exactly you expect from them, what you want to build with them, and how you want to build that thing. Another aspect of the same thing is using some software tools. It could be a project management tool, like, I don't know, I don't want to name any particular name because it's not an advert time. But yeah, if you start using a project management tool, for instance, you will get way more better results because everyone will have single place where can always go and check what's on the top, what's the priority list, when it should be implemented. If I wasn't at work yesterday, I can go there and verify what should I do at the moment. That project management tool also will help you with understanding where you are in context of long-term timeline. So I really advise you to use this kind of tools. Two more things. If you will establish those rules, there are two really important things. You have to make sure that everyone in your team knows, understands, and follow that rules. And the last one, but probably most difficult for you, you have to follow your own rules. If you won't follow your own rules, nobody will follow your rules. Okay? So, what's in the picture? Those rules act as a railroad. If you try to push it in the different direction, you won't be successful. So that railroad will force you to go in the right direction. And this is exactly what the rules will give to your project. Yes. I saw it many times when our customers or potential customers came to us and they had really great software development background or technical background. But you know, non-blockchain experience do not exactly apply to the blockchain. When we're talking about software development, non-blockchain software development, we have completely different marks. We have performance, we have CPU usage, we have computer memory usage, we have number of requests we can process in a second. In case of blockchain, those metrics are completely irrelevant. We have another set of metrics which we should take care of. First one, especially if you deal with the projects which somehow touch the money flow, DeFi projects. You need to be sure that your smart contracts are safe. You need to be 100% sure that your programs don't have uncovered paths, because if it will happen, well, you will pay not only for rebuilding those smart contracts, but also for repairing something that has already been deployed. The problem is that in the blockchain, you cannot simply update something that already exists. So the consequences of mistakes in the blockchain are way more difficult and way more challenging to be fixed. Regarding the metrics, there are two other metrics which should be taken into account. First one is the cost of gas. You probably know, or maybe not, but every operation in the blockchain will cost you. So you have to optimize your software to be performed in that context. And you have to be aware of the issues which are on the chain you choose to build your solution. Without this, well, it will be really challenging to build something effectively. And thinking that I have experience in Java, so I can code Solidity, that's true. Solidity is not a problem. The problem is blockchain. Understanding blockchain is a really crucial part of building your project. Yeah, and my final slide. I always... Okay, that's enough. I always, when I see this slide, I always remind myself the Shrek movie. Shrek cartoon, when donkey was jumping, say, pick me, pick me. But really, picking seriously, consciously technology partner, which will not only develop code for you, but think way more widely, will think about your problems, will think about solution, what you want, the problems you want to solve, is crucial for you. Without this, it's very common that you will fail, you will stuck in a situation where 90% of code is ready, but the missing part of the 10%, nobody want to implement that part, okay? Thank you very much for having here. I hope you enjoyed my speech. If you would like to talk about building software, I'm here, I'm outside, we have a stand, feel invited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salimir, absolutely brilliant. Sorry, I wish we had a few more minutes with you, but not today. Thank you very much. I think I'll keep that one. You take that. Don't know what I'll do with it anyway. Right, we are running just a couple of minutes late, so we're going to get straight on with the next panel, which is a fascinating subject. This is something that's closer to my heart as well, but I'm not allowed to waffle on about this because we've got to get straight on with it. And we've got some really cool guys to have this conversation. So asset-backed tokens, crypto and climate crisis, and nexus of opportunity. It's a fascinating subject, and how can we bring all of these current issues together with crypto, and what's net zero really mean, and what tokens can work with that, and so on and so forth. And we're going to discuss all that now. But to do that, because I'm really not qualified to do it, I'm going to bring on Daniel Berth, who is the co-founder and director of comms at Zebu. He's formerly from Peregrine Communications, and he ran some of the biggest accounts there, including Wells Fargo, Asset Management, Brevin Howard, and so on and so forth. And this is at C-level kind of management. He's also had roles previously in the UK government, and he's had experience in derivatives, sales, and training. So he's a guy you really want to listen to. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Daniel Berth. Great to have you here.
Great, thanks so much. Do you guys want to come down? All right, thanks so much. Hope everyone's having a great day. Guys, thanks so much for joining us here at the second and final day of Zebu Live. And thank you so much to everyone who joined us yesterday on the first day as well. Hope everyone's had a great time, listened to some very interesting conversations, and has been making some great connections as well. So I'm Dan. I'm one of the co-founders here at Zebu and the director of communications, and I'll be moderating the panel today on asset-backed tokens, crypto, and the climate crisis, a nexus of opportunity. So I'm joined on stage today by some very, very prominent, very, very prolific individuals, all of whom are leading experts within their respective fields, and all of whom are making an incredibly meaningful, incredibly tangible impact, not just on Web3, not just on furthering and advancing the agenda of Web3, but on arguably the most important, the most fundamental issue of them all, which is the climate crisis. So it's a great honor to be joined on stage today by all of them. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to our panelists to give a bit of background on themselves, a bit of an introduction, and let us know how they are contributing to the space. Peter, do you want to kick us off?
Sure, hello, I'm Peter. I'm a one-trick pony. I only understand carbon markets, but I understand carbon markets really well. So my background is carbon trading, but it's carbon commodity trading. So we treat carbon dioxide removal specifically the way we would treat any other commodities, oil, gas, copper, what you name it. And we are now preparing for what we think will be the largest commodity market by 2050, which is the market for carbon dioxide removals. And we're creating a product that makes the thesis that carbon dioxide removal will appreciate in value significantly over the next 30 years investable.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Lord Visey.
I'm Ed Vasey. I was David Cameron's technology minister until I was sacked by Theresa May. And then I was sacked by Boris Johnson. And now I'm in the House of Lords. So it's been an incredible journey. I've just joined the Global Advisory Board of Binance. So you can read all about that in today's Times, slamming me for doing so. And I also work with Peter, and I'm very interested in, obviously, the crypto blockchain space and have been for many years. Obviously, as the Minister for Technology, I spent a lot of time with David Cameron encouraging new technologies, supporting inward investment into the UK, trying to push regulation to adapt and update to new technologies rather than trying to force new technologies to comply with analog regulation. Obviously, I believe that crypto is an important asset class. The blockchain is obviously here to stay. Web3 is developing at a rapid pace. Politicians and policymakers need to be across all this, understand it, embrace it. But also, I felt very strongly as the Minister for Technology that it is a two-way street and it is a dialogue, and that the tech community mustn't simply dismiss policymakers' concerns and take refuge in the fact that policymakers don't understand technology. Politicians and policymakers represent the public square. We represent the kind of concerns that ordinary citizens feel about technology, particularly its rapid implementation. So great companies like Peter's will work closely with policymakers to adapt, to establish a win-win. And obviously the title of this panel discussion is front and center of some of the opportunities presented by crypto and blockchain. And if we can establish companies that can help with carbon reduction and authenticate genuine carbon reduction, we will make genuine progress. Oh, you've got a microphone.
I have my own.
Great. Lord Vasey, thank you so much. Hacken.
Thank you very much. Håkan Nordqvist. I spent most of my working life in a Swedish home furnishing company called IKEA, and which is about physical products in the homes of people. So it's probably as far as you can come from crypto and these type of things. But I have worked with sustainability and business development within IKEA for many, many years. The last 11 years, I led the sustainability innovation team where we built a number of new businesses within IKEA. Among others, we built a new energy business, a utility, where we sell solar panels, electricity, heat pumps, and so on to customers. Spent a lot of time in the climate area, working to both avoid but also reduce the climate impact of IKEA. I can definitely see that new technology has an important place to play in how we can tackle climate change. So that's why I'm so inspired, and it's been excited to be here today to talk about it.
Perfect, Hacken. Thank you so much. Elias.
Good morning. My name is Elias Schultz. I'm a Frontier Markets investor, entrepreneur, mostly in the tech and media space, and excited to be here. We teamed up with Peter recently because of his vision. We love 0 to 1 startups, and this is probably the most exciting one we've seen recently. And then 2, the impact that CDRs, carbon dioxide removals, and that opportunity can have in frontier markets, where I spent most of my career, we think is really powerful as well. So excited to be here.
Perfect. Thanks so much, guys. Let's hear a big round of applause for our panelists today. Perfect. All right. Well, look, just jumping straight into it then, Peter, I want to start with you. So you're obviously an expert in the field with a PhD. What does the net zero concept actually mean? Can you give us some info on, what it actually means? What are carbon credits? And what are the differences between different types of carbon credits?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to. So the net zero concept looks at the problem of climate change from the perspective of the atmosphere. So you look at the atmosphere, and what we as society have done over the last 100 years is we put too much greenhouse gas into the atmosphere, fundamentally. And what we are doing is we have flows of greenhouse gas into the atmosphere, and then we have flows of greenhouse gas out of the atmosphere. And the idea of net zero is to balance those flows. So we need to make the flows of greenhouse gas into the atmosphere smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and the flows of greenhouse gas out of the atmosphere bigger and bigger. And net zero actually is just the first step in our journey. So once we've achieved the balance, then we have to make the flows of greenhouse gas into the atmosphere even smaller and the flows out of the atmosphere even bigger, so that we start sucking all of that excess greenhouse gas out of the atmosphere, so we are back to the pristine atmosphere that we have to have. For carbon markets, and there are many types of carbon markets that are designed for different purposes. It means that if you have a carbon market that aims to help net zero, you need to create a carbon credit that represents a physical flow of a ton of greenhouse gas out of the atmosphere. It's called carbon dioxide removal, because you're removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And other carbon markets, they're designed for different purposes. So a lot of other carbon markets are designed in a way where the concept is that you can pay someone else to reduce their emissions, and then the carbon credit represents other people's emission reductions. And they can be great for that purpose, but for the purpose of achieving net zero, in the net zero concept, there's a fundamental difference between carbon dioxide removals and these types of emission reduction credits.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything to that, if anyone else has any thoughts around that issue.
I always have something to say after Peter says something. No, I think what makes this particularly exciting is using the crypto space, broadly speaking, to build sort of an asset class that's sort of between the super high risk, what do you call it, Ethereum, NFTs, and USD or USDT. Right? And the idea is that we're creating something reliable, blue chip, as Peter likes to say, and in doing so, bringing some sustainability, some perhaps a little bit of reparation to the space, if you will, given all the sort of green harm that crypto has done over the past, and turning that around so that crypto becomes carbon positive. And sort of framing the narrative. So for me, that's what makes it exciting. I don't know if that helps answer some of the questions.
Perfect. No, absolutely. Thanks so much. Now, Elias, kind of over to you. You're obviously the head of sustainability at IKEA, a position you've held for over a decade. How have you found trying to, reconcile sustainability with, within, a commercial giant? What kind of difficulties have you encountered over the years in that role?
Yeah, many difficulties. But I think talking about sustainability for the sake of sustainability is never going to be a winning concept in that sense. You need to connect it to the business. And firmly, I believe that the business we will have in 5 to 10 years will be all about sustainability. We won't talk about sustainability. We will talk about good business and profitable business, and the most profitable business will be around those businesses that tackle climate change and other big sustainability questions around us. So I think we are going to move from sustainability into a hardcore business situation where we tackle those type of things, because it's good for the planet, it's good for people. And then if it is that, then it's normally a very good business.
Oh, perfect. All right. Lord Beatty, I'd be really keen to get your thoughts on this. What's the government doing to kind of help facilitate that, to help these commercial giants achieve sustainability and achieve net zero?
Well, it's a huge topic, and And it's, in some ways, weirdly still a mildly controversial topic, though it shouldn't be, particularly with this new government. But in theory, first of all, the war in Ukraine should have focused people's minds that the whole point about net zero is not simply a sort of goody two-shoes approach to be doing the right thing, but it is the way as well that we can achieve energy security and energy resilience. You know, we've, in the UK, effectively weaned ourselves off coal power, and we're one of the largest countries in the world in terms of per capita to rely on offshore wind energy. And obviously there have been subsidies for the last 10 or 20 years for solar power as well, and we now need to build a proper net zero future in terms of putting in place the infrastructure for renewable energy, and you can do that through subsidies and through tax incentives. And there are obviously green tariffs on electricity, and the government needs to keep looking at those. But of course, because of the energy crisis in Ukraine, we have this paradox where we're looking at net zero and realizing that it's at the heart of energy security, but also seeing the green levies on our energy bills as somehow a tax that we must reduce in order to aid people's finances through the cost of living crisis. So it is a complicated and difficult area, and where I think that the crypto debate and what Peter is doing at net zero could be extremely valuable is it's not just a question of us achieving a net zero target, but it's also a question of us starting to take carbon out of the atmosphere. And if we can do that in a reliable way based on the blockchain, where these actions can be catalogued securely, then that is a great future. The real challenge in any government, and it's true in the UK government when I worked as a minister, is that too many departments work in their silos. So when you're looking at things like net zero, you are looking at it through the prism of the Ministry for Energy, the Minister for Energy. You are working with business, but you're still working at arm's length with business, when business should be part of the joined up equation, and you're still working on energy technology, but not joining up with different technologies like crypto and joining the dots and working out how you can create a sustainable ecosystem going forward. So that's where the real opportunity lies, I think, with having people like IKEA and Net Zero at the table talking about sustainability.
All right, perfect, so much. Peter, anything to add to that?
No, I think that for governments around the world, not just in the UK, it's hard to regulate for net zero. So I think one day, I think that we will have governments and they will just implement the rules and they will say every company has to balance all of their emissions with removals, and then we are at net zero once they enforce those rules. But it's hard for them. They have to get elected. It's not easy, right, for politicians. I believe this is the opportunity for the private sector to lead the way and help future governments to more easily regulate and follow. And I think what is so amazing for us right now is that over the last 3 years, a lot of companies have already committed to get to net zero. So most major companies have said by 2030, some by 2040, they will be at net zero, which means all of their emissions will be balanced out. Now, it's, of course, we have to create that market. We have to create the infrastructure for these companies to comply. But once we've achieved that, it will be so much easier for the governments to follow and regulate in that direction that the companies have already led.
No, perfect. No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Elias, I mean, I'd be really keen to get your thoughts on this as well, especially kind of through the lens of frontier markets, right? Especially Africa. You know, are these frontier markets benefiting from this increasing intersection between crypto and the carbon markets?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, for example, I think since 1751, so the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, I think Africa has contributed 3% of entire, carbon emissions compared to everyone else in the world. So there's a question of opportunity and kind of redistributive justice here that's also kind of important. And they can work together with capitalism in the right mix. So a lot of the projects that, we're looking at are from frontier or developing countries. And that's an amazing opportunity, for whether it's just reforestation or other nature-based solutions. I think that investors will start to look at these economies and say, yeah, this is beyond the coal, beyond the oil. There are other natural resources here available and sort of mining CDRs. Now that has to be done in a balance, because you don't want to, I mean, everything is an opportunity cost, so you don't want to do that at the expense of agriculture, for example, but you might do that at the expense of something else that has a lesser return, kind of socially. So that's where governments also and aid agencies and experts that aid agencies hire can come in and help advise these governments to make sure that the mix is done correctly. So we're working with projects in Laos and Paraguay, where you kind of have a double bottom line net positive impact, right? Not just financially, but socially, and of course for the environment.
No, perfect. Look, thanks so much. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? And at this point, I kind of want to move from slightly more macro topics to slightly more micro topic, right? And look at some specifics. So, on that point, are carbon removal tokens a good investment? If so, like, who are the leaders within that area of the crypto space? Just going to throw this out there. I don't know if anyone wants to.
Peter should take it.
Shall I pick that up? So the way I look at this, right, is that in the year 2050, we will be at a society where every emission, every greenhouse gas emission of the whole of society will have to be balanced by carbon dioxide removals. So that's most countries have committed to that, most companies have committed to that. At that moment, the asset class, carbon dioxide removal, is going to be the largest asset class of all commodities. It's going to be bigger than oil, bigger than the other commodities. And that market has not yet started. So we are in this amazing situation that we are moving into a 20-year period where the whole society will transition to net zero. That will throw up tremendous opportunities, both in abatement opportunities, so reducing emissions, but also carbon dioxide removal creation opportunities. And the asset that is carbon dioxide removal over that period is going to appreciate in value tremendously.
Perfect. Anyone have anything to add to that? Hakan, what's your view on this?
Oh, I agree. I think to tackle climate change, you need to work on three areas. I mean, you need to work to avoid your climate impact, and you can do that through driving an electrical vehicle instead of a diesel vehicle. You can contract electrical vehicles for your last mile delivery instead of diesel vehicles. You avoid carbon. The second one is you reduce carbon. So you use technology to reduce your carbon impacts. I mean, from an IKEA point of view, it would be that we provide LED lights. We have appliances which is sort of energy efficient, and so on and so on. And the third one is the carbon capture. So we have a legacy, sort of carbon in the air that we need to take away. And I think that's important to have carbon capture as one of the three main areas to work with to tackle climate change. The problem is that we don't have a system working globally. So people are claiming things, we're doing things, but it's not sort of a unified quality of what we're doing, or we don't have a way of follow-up. So what Peter is doing here and trying to do is actually helping us all to come to a state where we can actually say, this is now an equal playing field, and we can have something that everyone can see equally, and that we do the same thing and we get the same sort of level of it.
And I mean, how can crypto and blockchain tech, how can that help with the unification there that you were just talking about?
Shall I pick that up as well? So I think the service for society that the carbon dioxide that is now super essential is to create a visible price curve actually for carbon dioxide removal going out into the future that is based on fundamental supply and demand dynamics in a society that transitions to net zero. And that price curve that should then trigger three groups of people to work very hard to figure out solutions. The companies that have to get to net zero, what are the investments that they have to make? What should they focus on to get to net zero in the most cost-efficient way? So cost per ton, that's what they should think of, abatements or removal. And this price curve will guide the corporates in that, but it will also guide all of the people that will provide the abatement solutions now and in the future, the R&D, the things that will change, that will become better. And also the suppliers of carbon dioxide removal solutions. All these groups need to work together to bring the costs of getting to net zero as low as possible. And crypto is at the moment the best way to create fast this transparent price curve. Right now, the price for carbon dioxide removal is completely opaque. No one knows what is the true cost of carbon dioxide removal. We need to get the market going, the market for end user investors, but also financial investors, so that we create this transparent price curve that can set the pace for the whole industry to get to net zero cost efficiently.
No, I think that's really interesting. I mean, I'd be really keen to explore the kind of regulatory implications around that. You know, you start talking about asset-backed tokens, you start thinking about security tokens, immediately you start thinking about, regulation, regulatory compliance, that kind of stuff. What are governments doing? Are governments facilitating, this kind of environment? They're facilitating this, this new emerging technology and these technological solutions, or are they kind of hindering it through regulation? Lord Vasey, I'd be interested to get your view on this.
Well, I think at the moment governments are hindering it. I mean, we just had a statement from the White House last week, which was significant in terms of movement towards creating a framework for crypto regulation. But governments are scared of crypto, and it goes back to my opening remarks about the relationship between technology and policymakers. There's no doubt that when crypto became a thing, as it were, there were many companies out there that played fast and loose, either with the asset class or in terms of proper financial regulation, in terms of KYC regulation, anti-money laundering regulation, and so on. People didn't want to play by the old rules, as it were, and that put crypto in a very difficult place as far as policymakers were concerned. But it is also the case that policymakers tend to be very slow at adapting regulations to new technology, and it is also the case that vested interests, traditional industries, whether it's the taxi industry or the financial services industry, will be lobbying behind the scenes to slow down or even stop a regulatory framework coming into being in order to hinder competition. I am unashamedly pro-regulation. Pro-regulation is good for everyone. It is good for business because they can operate in a safe environment, and it's good for business because it gives confidence to their customers in order to encourage transactions and engagement. So there's no doubt that we're, I think in 2023, going to start to reach a tipping point. Some countries are more advanced than others because, again, in terms of regulation, there is, for countries, a competitive advantage. If you can get out of the gate first, it's complicated actually, if you can get out of the gate first, you can attract the innovation and the innovative companies to come and base themselves in your jurisdiction. At the same time, if you wait a bit, second mover advantage, if you like, in the regulatory framework, you can see what's worked in the first mover countries and what hasn't worked and refine your regulations that way. But you can't sit back, you have to lean in. And I don't think we're doing enough because we don't understand, certainly in the UK and in other jurisdictions, the massive advantages that crypto and blockchain can bring to a whole ream of different sectors, not least net zero.
And I think that's a really interesting point. And what can be done to address that lack of understanding, would you say? Or what should be done to address that lack of understanding?
Well, I think it's down to political leadership, and it's about, to a certain, so look, in government you don't like taking risks, although if anyone's been following the great fiscal event this morning, we've got a chancellor who is quite keen, it seems to me, on taking big risks, so it'll be interesting to see whether his bold moves pan out. The FCA at the moment got stung from a financial services company that went under, hurting a lot of consumers. So it's in cautious mode, and we all know the cliche, no one ever got fired for saying no. So if you don't do anything, you massively reduce your risk of doing the wrong thing. And it requires strong, I think, political leadership and indeed regulatory leadership to say, to acknowledge that this technology is not going away, to acknowledge that technology does change things, to acknowledge that you have to have a dialogue and do your very best to adapt and institute regulation. And also to accept that your first stab at regulation may not be as effective as you want it to be. But you do have to lean in and you do have to be proactive, and it does require leadership.
Oh, perfect. Okay, and Hakan, I'd be very keen to get your thoughts on this. You know, what's your experience been with regulation? Have you found it to be beneficial? Have you found it to be a hindrance? You know, what's your take on it from your decade at IKEA?
Yeah, I think regulation is needed, regulation is good, but you need to have it, I see it as a collaboration between governments, companies, and technology. So I think the regulation should set the direction and for what we want to do in the future and create the conditions for that. Companies are very happy to have a leveled playing field through regulation. And I think actually we should, in European Union and across the world, regulate more to get it even more even, the playing field, for every company that wants to drive climate action. But it should be in a collaboration, so it shouldn't be sort of going in different directions all over the place, but it should be companies, governments, and then using technology and looking into technology. How can technology enable this and accelerate the actions that we need to take to attack climate change? But definitely regulation is needed, and I think personally the politicians should be more bold and stick out their necks a bit and actually regulate more.
There you go. Okay, brilliant. Look, guys, at this point, I just want to kind of move the discussion on to, you know, the current solutions and what the current landscape looks like. You know, are there any solutions out there which you regard as being particularly good, or, you know, conversely to that, particularly bad at tokenizing carbon credits on the blockchain?
So I don't want to talk negatively about other companies. Right. But I think for the approach to make carbon dioxide removal investable, I think we're just at the beginning of the journey, right? So I think that's something new that is coming. A lot of companies that have been moving into the tokenization of carbon space, they have focused more on the other types of carbon credits that are designed for other purposes. So it's more focused on carbon credits that represent emission reductions done by projects and other people, and that's just a different type of product. And that specific product, I think it will eventually come to an end as society, as corporates are taking the net zero transition more and more seriously and are starting to balance out their physical flows into the atmosphere with physical flows out of the atmosphere.
No, perfect. I think that makes a lot of sense. Elias, do you have anything to add to that point? The current landscape of solutions which are out there?
Yeah, so I lived in Ethiopia for a few years, and they were one of the biggest coffee exporters, all right? And what matters to those exporters, to those farmers, is that there's a fungible nature when you come to these commodities. You have a grade A Arabica coffee, you know you're going to get a grade A Arabica coffee. Starbucks can import that, and that creates a lot of systemic function and allows for the transparency, which allows for trust, which allows for an efficient market. Right now, we don't have that when it comes to whether it's emission reduction credits or CDRs. So I think there's a huge latent demand for this type of marketplace, if you will, where everyone knows it's fungible, it's not niche products, it's not like you gift, I'm gifting you a ton from Laos, I'm gifting you a ton from Paraguay. It's that there's a interchangeable, high quality carbon dioxide removal representing a physical ton, and you can trust that. And it's registered, and it can be traded, it can be consumed, it can be burnt. And that's what we're missing, and I don't think, these other firms out there, I don't think they have exactly that same vision. They serve a market, and that's great. And like Peter, I don't want to speak negatively about their efforts, which is important for the whole ecosystem, but what we're building is fundamentally different in that regard.
Okay, perfect. Look, makes sense. Guys, I'm just conscious of time then. I just kind of want to wrap things up by kind of asking you individually, as entrepreneurs, as experts, as leaders in your respective fields, what have you guys personally done? Now, how have you shaped your teams? How have you shaped your organizations, your companies, your departments, to address this issue and to, get them ready for, achieving net zero? And, what challenges have you encountered when doing that? And, what risks did you have to take to facilitate that and to set that up for success? So if we want to start with Peter and then work our way down.
So I strongly believe in the idea that the purpose of all companies is to solve society's problems profitably. That's the approach that all companies should take. And that's how we are setting up the net zero company as well. We want to solve a very important problem of society, but we want to solve it very profitably. And in this space where not everyone has the most positive view of crypto or carbon markets, I think in this space specifically, it's important to go about it with a lot of integrity and transparency so that people fully understand how are we designing our product, what exactly are we doing, how are we auditing it, how can we create the trust that the product that we are offering in the market actually truly represents a ton of carbon dioxide removed from the atmosphere.
Perfect. Lord Vasey.
I don't have a team. I'm a sole trader, ploughing my own furrow, all on my own. So I don't have the opportunity to shape anyone's approach. But I am on the board of the Tate, and we do talk a lot about sustainability. We've got 4 huge buildings, all pretty old, and it's a constant focus of ours to refocus our teams on sustainability, and we're doing a significant redevelopment in Liverpool, which is going to massively reduce our carbon footprint and be net zero.
Thanks so much. Hakan.
Yeah, as I said from the beginning, I think climate change is not a sustainability issue. It's the biggest societal challenge we are facing as a species. So it's a critical business issue that you need to address in every company. IKEA has set up a number of activities, as I said, avoiding climate or carbon, reducing the carbon, and also engaging into carbon capture in there. And of course, working together with the legislators and in different parts of the world to make sure, to push and to make sure that the legislation is coming in the right direction. And it's not easy for the legislator. There is a mix of things they need to take care of. But what I meant with sticking out the neck is dare to take the right decisions, dare to put the right legal frameworks in place. There is a legacy there, but we also have a future we need to look into that we need to start addressing here and now.
Cognizant of the time and realize I think everything has been said, but look forward to, we're a pretty small team, but look forward to buying our own CDRs to make sure that we're properly offset in the years ahead from Net Zero Company.
All right, perfect. Guys, look, thank you so much. Let's have a big round of applause for our speakers. Brilliant, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, guys. I was listening to some of that up there. It's such a privilege to have such a powerhouse of speakers here today. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Learned a lot. And it did make me wonder while I was up there, just, we're so lucky at Zebu at this event today to have these guys here. It's a real privilege to hear them. And I'm pleased to say we've got one more session before the lunch break with just the same sort of standard of knowledge that it's great to be able to sort of learn from. So we're going to be talking about optimizing rewards and minimizing risk with DeFi. And of course, this is a huge area. We are creating, you are creating a whole new set of opportunities. You're also creating a whole new set of questions and risks and all kinds of things that we don't yet fully understand. You're forging the path, and there's a lot to talk about here. And we've got this next panel I'm going to introduce in a second, who are going to sort of cover that in some detail. Now, I'm going to introduce our moderator first of all. This is a chap called Ian Taylor from Crypto UK. Now, for those of you who don't know, Crypto UK is the UK Trade Association for crypto and digital assets. Now, they've got over 130 members. including institutional members, which is pretty important given where we are today. It's also the Secretariat of Crypto and Digital Assets for the All-Party Parliamentary Group, which luckily we can shorten to APPG, because that is quite a mouthful, which I believe was established in December 2021, so it's a pretty recent development. Is also the head of crypto and digital assets at a little company you might have heard of called KPMG, and he's also on the executive board at IDAXA. So ladies and gentlemen, he's here already actually, so very nice to meet you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Taylor.
Hello, thank you very much for the introduction.
You're early, it's great, you're so enthusiastic.
Actually, I'm not early, just got here, apologies.
I'll let you introduce your panel. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining today's panel on optimizing rewards and minimizing risk in DeFi. So in no particular order, let's give a round of applause, firstly to Michael Cortis from BCB Group. And next up, we have Rupert Barksfield from Amulet. Come on down, I feel like a TV show host. And next up, Stanley Kuchov of Aave. Whoop, whoop. And our fourth panelist is Yevgeny Gokberg from RE7 Capital. Welcome. Alrighty, so let's kick straight off. This is a short 35-minute panel. There are questions at the end, so please do engage with the discussion today. So let's do some quick introductions, just a few lines from each of us. So first, let's start with Michael.
Hi everyone, I'm Michael here at BCB Group. I lead a product for our markets division focusing on trading and yield. For those who don't know, BCB are the world's largest crypto service payments provider, looking after some of the largest clients in the industry, servicing like 30 currencies worth in payments, but also look after trading, crypto liquidity, custody, yield, and also Blink, which is our instant settlements network.
Thank you, Michael. Next panelist, Rupert.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Rupert. I am from Amulet. It might be obvious by the t-shirt. We are a DeFi cover protocol. We're brand new in the space. We actually launch next week. We're on the Solana ecosystem and covering risks around smart contract risk and stablecoin DPEG and others soon to come.
Thank you, Rupert. Next panelist, Stanley.
GM. GM.
Good.
Hey.
Yeah, so my name is Stani. I'm the founder and CEO at Aave. So Aave is the team that built the Aave protocol, which is a decentralized protocol where you can supply cryptographic assets, or earn yield on them, and use them as a collateral to borrow liquidity. It's a protocol that is governed by the Aave DAO, the community. Secures roughly from 5 to 15 billion worth of value within the smart contracts across multiple networks. And very recently, we've been building the Lens protocol, which is a decentralized social media protocol that gives you ownership for your identity, social identity on-chain, and direct access to your audience. So effectively, we're a team that builds access to finance, access to social, and are going to build more access.
Thank you, Stanley. And our fourth panelist, Yevgeny.
Hi, everyone. My name is Evgeny. I'm the founder of Re7 Capital, and our job is basically to be DeFi power users. We run regulated funds, and we basically raise capital from the traditional world and from the crypto world. We raise it in a regulated manner, and then we deploy it in DeFi as liquidity providers and run various yield strategies.
Thank you. Thank you to our panel for introducing themselves. So, risk and reward, that age-old trade-off. It's the ultimate goal of any professional investor. I recall when I was trading, interest rate market, seems like a lifetime ago. I wanted to ensure, firstly, that my P&L was healthy, but at the same time, stay within the risk parameters that the bank had set for my trading limits. Now, the risks in TradFi are well established and understood. For example, market, credit, liquidity, capital risk are well priced, and there's access to many products and services to hedge or mitigate against these risks. Now, DeFi, Is the same true? Are users exposed to the same types of risks, or are there new types of risks? Cyber, resilience, consumer, and so on and so forth. And then on the reward side, is the distribution comparable to TradFi? And who should be participating in this new system, in these new systems? So to answer these questions, we have our illustrious panel here today, and they're each going to spend a few minutes discussing from their own personal perspective in the decentralized finance ecosystem, how they see the risk and rewards. So let's get straight in and start with Michael. And Michael is going to talk to us about his journey, onboarding fiat, how BCB Group do it to optimize and integrate for volumes and transactions, etc. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So at BCB, as we're looking after a lot of institutional clients, essentially what's becoming one of the main things to really focus on is actually cash management for these clients. And what we want to be able to do is ensure that they enter into the landscape safely, but also in a vehicle that is familiar to them as well. The main problem that clients are seeing right now, there's a low interest rate environment despite recent hikes from some central banks, but also incredibly high inflation pressures, and that's just eroding away the value of a customer's balance sheet, essentially. So, you know, traditionally they would go to T-notes or whatever type of savings products in order to mitigate those losses, but again, those products aren't earning, and it's actually the relatively insufficient returns. So we feel that crypto and DeFi are the future, and that there are ways for these clients to be able to get access to it. And that's essentially what we built here at BCB. Essentially, we've created a special vehicle that allows to take customers' balances like from their BCB accounts and be able to put them into DeFi, essentially. And actually, one of the things that we've been able to do recently is work alongside funds like Evgeny to be able to offer our clients something different or alternative to what's currently in the market.
And also I should add that BCB Group is one of the paramount supporters for those that operate in the ecosystem that can't access the fiat payment rails. It's still a huge problem, not just in the UK, across the globe, that large banks aren't providing basic banking services to crypto organizations, whether CeFi or DeFi. So it's really important, you know, as the ecosystem grows, that we have this transition where people can on and off ramp out of crypto into fiat. So does anyone want to sort of add to that, or should we move on to the next statement from Evgeny?
Yeah, happy to follow on to what Michael was saying. So the way how we think about DeFi is that it's, very simply put, a new sector of the digital economy. We have the traditional economy with the financial flows that support that real economy. Then we had, you know, the Web 2.0 and the financial flows that support that. And now we have Web 3.0 and the relevant financial flows that support this ecosystem. However, as we've heard, there aren't many traditional banks that support this ecosystem, and you don't have all this infrastructure to lean upon. So what this means is you have all these digital consumption and these digital financial flows, and no one but the local community, so to speak, the local digital community, to provide liquidity. So then when you think about it that way, you simply need to analyze, okay, how do these financial flows work? What role can you take? Can you be a lender? Can you be a borrower? Can you be an insurance company? Can you be a lending marketplace? And then you need someone else who can provide capital into these marketplaces. And that's basically what we do. So our job is to look at this as very boring and very conservative money managers. Because whether it's crypto or not crypto, ultimately it's a risk management business where you need to understand the risks you take, you need to identify them, you know, measure them, and then deploy capital accordingly. And it is a very, very different space. So some risks are very similar. You know, you can buy something which then goes down in value. You can be exposed to fraud. You can, you know, just make a bad investment decision. You know, you can experience a default. But, you know, some of the major risks in the space are smart contract risks and, you know, hacking risks, where you need to A, have a lot of expertise in terms of how you manage that, and B, work with insurance companies that can help you offset some of that risk. So just like in any financial strategy, if you're not going to be specialized and very, very focused, the odds are you will be taken for a ride by those who do this professionally, which is no different to any financial strategy. But ultimately, it comes down to risk-adjusted returns and whether you believe they are attractive enough. But before I pass on the mic, I guess one final thing I'll say is this year has been very interesting because it's the worst start to the financial markets in 50 years, if not 60 by now, because it's getting worse and worse every day. So those who were trying to bet on growth have taken a hit. Those who wanted to be cautious and therefore went into fixed income were exposed to duration risk and took a very big hit. And DeFi yield strategies, whilst not risk-free by any means, have proven themselves to be completely idiosyncratic and uncorrelated to this global conundrums of things that are happening. So therefore, there are people who have very strong bias against crypto and they don't want to touch it. But for those who are more pragmatic, what we're seeing is that they're starting to allocate different pockets in their portfolios into something like this because it's just a very standalone strategy, product, and universe, which for some people is quite interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Evgeny. And can I just sort of ask, in terms of the risks that you see for your clients, are you providing services to retail or institutional clients?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and none of this is financial advice. We only work with professional clients. So what we effectively do is we run something that looks like a hedge fund. So these are people who need cash flow management. So we are working with crypto projects who are sitting on a lot of ETH, and they want to deploy that ETH to generate some yield and extend their runway. We're working with hedge funds, fund of funds, high net worth individuals, again, crypto businesses who sit on stablecoins, and they would like to get some yield on that. So we are regulated. We raise capital in a very traditional manner. So, it's not a button you can click, you have to sign some paperwork. And then you take that money and you deploy it as a hedge fund manager, but you deal with DeFi rather than, let's say, stocks. And we have to be extremely transparent and educational with our clients about the risk because very few people understand that risk, because the only way for you to understand that risk is to be a builder, to be an operator, an insurance provider, or to run a financial services company in this industry. And DeFi is realistically at scale, basically 2 years old, 2.5 maybe. So if someone hasn't been through the journey from day one, they're very unlikely to be aware of these risks, and therefore they need to be educated.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just sort of to be clear, there's a completely different risk profile to an institutional customer than a retail customer. And that's what the regulators focus on, the consumer harms for the individual. So that sort of moves maybe nicely into bringing Stani in to talk about deploying strategies involved in, say, loan applications, to creating rewards that you've done within your platform, and how do you optimize these rewards, and how are you thinking about managing the risk of some of your users?
I think like the risk topic is interesting and kind of like globally within the Web3 ecosystem, especially in DeFi, because I think it's kind of like a first time ever for a while where you have a bit of like an open infrastructure to build pretty much anything. And for example, like internet by itself had the same phase where you had this accessibility to information across a global network and different opportunities, and we started to build different tech. So like going a bit even back in time, I don't know if anyone remembers putting, for example, credit card details into online store was something that people were very hesitant to do. Yeah, I mean, I was using my mom's credit card, but still, like the kind of like concern was still there. And you went to online forums and reading reviews and whether this particular internet shop was actually legit. So we kind of like have the similar moment in DeFi at the moment where we have this innovation because anyone can come and participate and build innovation and just rebuild the financial infrastructure in a way that it's more better in terms of transparency, the execution, and how it could be used in the future. Effectively creating like a global liquidity market where anyone can have access and tap into. And obviously, when you have an open ecosystem, it also means that you have a lot of experimentations. Some of these protocols might be not well designed. Some might be built for a bit more scale. So the same way as in internet, we're using on a daily basis the IP protocol or HTTPS without actually caring what they are, but we know that they work for us. They're secure and they work globally. And I think I like to have kind of a similar perspective to decentralized finance, where we actually see that some of these protocols and use cases and applications could be scaled to billions of people. And obviously the infrastructure hasn't been there for a long while. So for example, you couldn't do this solely on Ethereum, but for example, now with layer 2s, you can actually build that scalability and create a lot of opportunities. And I've been very much observing quite a lot what is happening in decentralized finance on the user level. And I've noticed, for example, that the transactions on Ethereum, for example, deposits into the Aave protocol, they might be on average 15 to 20,000 in terms of their amounts. But when we go to protocols, well, let's say networks like Polygon or Optimism, where the transaction fees are just a fraction of what they are on Ethereum, you start to see actually average deposits of 500 to $600 worth of cryptographic assets, but also you have 20 times more users at the same time. So kind of like we are starting to see that scale. And then obviously you have you have opportunities and you have the risk as well. So effectively, how you can build protocols that are safe and secure and they're battle tested, and how do you ensure that the infrastructure, underlying infrastructure, will actually work well. And I think we're still in a very early stage of decentralized finance where we're trying to figure out that, and we're building at the same time and learning while we're building, but figuring out how we can actually build a secure environment and risk mitigated infrastructure. What's been super surprising to me is that, and to many within the community, is that many of these protocols are actually managed by the community. So in one way, you could see a bunch of internet friends coming together and actually deciding on the risk parameters. But on the other hand, you actually see a lot of interesting argumentation on why certain risk parameters, interest rate curves, and how the protocols should be in the future come from these communities. And because of the transparent, open nature and the fact that anyone can actually come and contribute and participate to these DAOs, what it enables is actually more transparency and visibility on what we're building together as a community. And I think that's the kind of like a bigger like a risk factor shift from traditional finance, where you have, let's say, you have the custodial risk there, you have risk related to not knowing what, for example, is happening in the financial ecosystem. And it's not only related to traditional finance, but also in centralized finance. What we saw, for example, with Celsius and Three Arrow Capital, is that you really don't see what is behind of those applications unless it's actually on chain. And also the infrastructure is very resilient. So the only lenders, or let's say all lenders, Celsius and BlockFi prepaid was the decentralized protocols, because you can't really bend the smart contract infrastructure and the rules the same way as you could do unwritten agreements where you need to go and enforce them in a court. So I'm very optimistic on what we have been building, and I think there's definitely new kind of risks, and it's not everything you see in decentralized finance isn't like risk-free as was mentioned, but it also creates opportunities to figure out how we can make this infrastructure more scalable and more secure for larger audience.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. And I'll follow up with a couple of points. And I like the fact that you touched on some of the centralized entities that fell over in the last few months, whether that be the Terra ecosystem and value being wiped out in a few weeks, to Celsius, you mentioned, and 3 Hours Capital. Now, what we have with, one of the many value propositions of DeFi, and I believe in the decentralized ecosystem, and, there's many different definitions of what is decentralized, but a true decentralized player, we haven't seen any major issues or shocks through this, period of downturn, because you as a user can choose and see and understand what the risks are in this protocol. If I went to Celsius, I had no idea whether they were leveraging my assets or other people's assets. Where were they doing that? And what was the, the knock-on effect or the contagion that might happen? So that's really positive. And one thing I always ask myself, and this is a Web3 conference, why is DeFi, financial applications, the first use case of this new promise where we can participate and we can, be involved and gain access and contribute to these applications? I have my own view, whether it's devs coming out of financial institutions, product people coming out. Bitcoin's the first decentralized crypto asset that was used, and the first use case was as a new alternative investment class. I'll start with you first, Danny, then open it up to the panel. Why is DeFi the first use case? And I'll just remember back to ETH Paris last year, where Vitalik's speech was a call out to the community to build new applications, not just DeFi. And I think you've probably listened to that message and been doing that with Lens. So why is DeFi the first use case that we've seen, do you think?
I think it boils down also to the narrative, because blockchain as a use case came quite heavily from the idea of creating effectively peer-to-peer cash system with Bitcoin, and now kind of like there's a perception more that Bitcoin is more of a store of value. So there's already kind of like a narrative of building better global finance. So I think that affected quite a lot. But also, if you think about like the underlying architecture of blockchain with the security we've been using with the proof of work, it's very usable for something like finance, because you want to have a lot of security covering financial transactions and ensure that it's very difficult to alter the state of the blockchain. But over time, the technology has evolved, and we've seen now, applications coming into play with Ethereum virtual machine, and we've seen actually the ability to build more robust financial applications. And now that we have this infrastructure, a lot of developers in the space are trying to figure out what's the next area we should actually work upon. And I think a lot of value came through the NFT ecosystem as well. So NFTs are empowering creators, and they are able to find and go directly to their audiences and actually create this idea that digital content can actually have value the same way as content, art, music has value in our real life. And I think for me, natural step has been social media, because effectively the way the current infrastructure is built in social is that we're creating networks for ourselves, but we are actually creating the networks for the bigger companies like Twitter and Facebook, and effectively we have to use the algorithms, the experiences they provide, and as a creator or as a user, you can't actually take your users out of the, or let's say your following graph out of platform and take it to somewhere else. So there is no ownership for that. And I think that's where our focus has been, also creating that accessibility and ownership for your own social graph. And I think the finance is important, because I think social, the NFT ecosystem, they all have interesting, I would say like a touching point, which kind of like combines to everything, is the financial layer. So, NFTs are not only about self-expression, but it also is self-expression that other people value, and that creates market around what you create. The same way as your audience that you create has value, and you know what your audience might want and like, and you can actually share content directly to your audience or create content directly and monetize it. So it really like feels to me now, the more and more I'm thinking about this, is that the financial layer will be always part of pretty much everything we're building on chain.
Yeah, before we come on to Rupert to talk about some of the risks around smart contracts and how you mitigate them with insurance, does anyone else have a view?
Yeah, actually, I was going to add on to that because I think, yeah, coming back to your question, like, why was DeFi the thing that people latched onto? It's the natural evolution, right? Because if you're able to build a currency that is not owned by any one institution, then you need to build the other components for that. So that was the natural evolution, and it's obvious for Vitalik to now start pushing the other agenda, right? So that we do get more broader, take up of blockchain in other areas. But equally, I don't think we're there. Like, we haven't actually built a proper DeFi infrastructure that covers all the areas that we need to move from a traditional financial system into a decentralized one. And owing to your point of like, there is different levels of what DeFi actually is, and that is a whole another conversation in itself.
That's a later panel. Yeah, it's a big discussion. Yeah, just conscious of time, rolling into the sort of last 10 minutes or so. So Rupert, coming to you, obviously this panel's on risk, touching on sanctions, credit and smart contracts. What's the role of insurance within DeFi and how are you solving that?
I mean, honestly, it's incredibly important. Obviously, I'm slightly biased on the subject, but if you look at DeFi as a whole, if you look at the whole of Web3, in fact, I'm going to turn this into a bit of a game. Just shout a number of how much you think was stolen last year in hacks and other exploits across the ecosystem. 1? Higher or lower than a 1? 2? Higher and lower than 2? Higher. 12 billion dollars was stolen last year. Right, I'm going to throw it out there. How much money, how much revenue did the Web3 ecosystem, you take out the exchanges, how much revenue did the Web3 ecosystem make last year? So we got 12 billion of hacks, higher than lower than 12 billion? Higher. We got a bit of optimism in the audience. That's good. We made $24 billion. So 50% of it we threw out the door because of these risks and holes that we're not plugging. So yes, there is an absolute massive necessity to plug these holes and risks. And I think the problem with risks in our industry is people go, well, the main risk is price, right? It's going to go up, it's going to go down. But actually, no. Like Evgeny pointed out, smart contracts, we've got stablecoin DPEGs, the sanctions. We've seen Tornado Cash be taken out, and that's had a massive implication across the industry. I know you guys have had to put in a whole bunch of efforts to try and plug those holes as well. So yeah, there are a ton of risks that we got to cover off. Obviously, if you need smart contract risk and stablecoin DPEG, you know where to go.
I think just that add on, it comes down to education of just everybody within the ecosystem, actually those who are trying to enter in. They might feel that they're secure when they gain access to their wallet for the first time and try and do an airdrop or something like that, and then suddenly they've sent 5 ETH somewhere and it's ends up being a scam. But I think with education as well, comes the accelerated rise and fall of giants, as well as we are in a pre-regulated state. So basically, we're going to see this massive evolution, exponential curve upwards to getting more secure, more aware of these risks, and plugging these holes as soon as possible.
And maybe to add to this, why is DeFi so big and why is it so successful growth-wise? The genius of crypto is obviously the incentive model, right? Why are there thousands of people in the world plugging their computers to mine Bitcoin, right? Because they have an incentive. So DeFi, in essence, at least in the early days, was a way to pay people to test software, which is usually in beta, right? So if you actually decompose these processes, you have some DeFi platform that is offering you some incentives to be an early user so that they can test the risks on you. And you need to be as a user, you need to be very rational and very pragmatic about this because, it's not like it's a magical ecosystem that just prints money out of nowhere. You get paid to take on certain risks, And if you don't understand them, and if you don't manage them, then eventually you will, you'll get hit, which is very normal. And it all comes down to, again, maturity and tools, either tools that you can use to hedge yourself, or working with professionals whose job is to separate these risks and identify them properly.
Coming back to insurance, now, one thing we do at Crypto UK is we run a number of working groups to educate, advocate, create thought leadership, and we're launching an insurance working group at the moment because we're finding not just for directors getting insurance of crypto exchanges, for example, in CeFi, we also believe that some of the risk that we're seeing in hacks, and we're obviously aware of the hack that took place this week for a liquidity provider with a DeFi product. Is there a market, and is there knowledge at Lloyd's of London, for example, and big insurance markets as to what the risks are, and are they providing capital to support, or is it a decentralized model for insuring DeFi?
It's not a straightforward yes or no on that. There is some knowledge at like the older school institutions, but I mean, frankly, we've also got to look at the size of us as an industry, right? We're tiny. We're a speck on the size of the financial services industry, right? And so, for obvious reasons, there is still this opinion that we're just going to go away and get swept under the rug. And so not everybody in the traditional insurance sector is actually looking at us. But there are some glimmers of hope. We've seen Munich Re come into the space pretty hard and support fledgling DeFi insurance firms with reinsurance capabilities, increasing their potential TVL. There is obviously the issues of that becoming like a centralized, decentralized crossover. But ultimately, at the end of the day, when you look at the risks and you look at the amount of TVL or the way it's reinsured, what users need is to know that their assets are covered and there is a potential payout should the worst happen.
Yeah, is there not a model, maybe this is just my blue sky thinking, that in the world of reinsurance, the idea is to distribute your risk, spread it out, take it off your own balance sheet. Could like Swiss Re not redistribute some of that risk on chain and let other pools buy that risk and get a return?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's huge opportunities for that all over the DeFi space. I mean, broadly speaking, there's around 20 or so DeFi cover or assurance protocols that exist. In varying arrays of like centralization to decentralization. And out of the kind of the top 10 protocols that make money in our space, I think 3 of them are those DeFi insurance protocols. So this is an easy business model for people to get their heads around, especially in the financial world, and therefore an easy way of going, okay, so that business makes money, we're either going to invest into that or we're going to support them in another way by providing these pools and creating a collective. And there are conversations to that kind of happening in the background, but what comes off in the future, I think is anybody's opportunity. I think we've got a huge opportunity just in general to educate our space that this is available and that it does work.
Yeah, okay,
I think also, I want to say to that point that I think I have a lot of faith in communities actually also like taking part of that like risk transfer. For example, we've seen within the Aave community, we have this so-called safety module where you can stake Aave, you earn additional yield on that because you're backstopping the risk of the protocol, which might be, for example, some sort of failed liquidation. It might be smart contract exploit, for example. So you can actively take that risk because you as a community, usually you're setting those risk parameters into the protocol so you can take that additional skin in the game. And obviously Aave has the kind of like a secondary backstop where additional Aave can be minted if that doesn't cover. It's similar to the maker system. Obviously, it doesn't cover like all the potential like kind of like black swan events, but it's a nice way to actually get the community involved and taking some of the risk out of the table for this kind of like a incidents, and especially because most of the risk is actually created through the community. So it's the community that is setting risk parameters like the loan-to-value ratios, liquidation thresholds, and also the reward, the interest rate. And looking at the moment, like the current state of the Aave ecosystem, there's also risk contributors such as Gauntlet, and they're actively actually dynamically changing those risk parameters, and they're paid by the Aave DAO. There's another risk operator called Chaos Labs, which is kind of like creating a bit similar proposal. So there's even like an overlapping risk assessment on the risk that is in the Aave protocol and how to reflect and manage that risk. So I think what we probably will see is that those operators that care about the protocol risk, they will also get themselves into those communities and actually reflect their opinions and values and also become part of the community.
All right, well, I promised questions at the beginning, so we're coming on to the last 5 minutes. Does anybody in the audience have any questions? Please raise your hand, and I think there's some mics that will find their way to you. Chap in the center here.
Hi there, Andrew from Galaxy. I was just going to ask, have you got estimates around what percentage of the industry is insured currently and maybe how that's split out institutional versus retail?
It's approximately 1% of all TVL is currently insured throughout the industry. Now that's what we can see on chain. That's not necessarily what we can see off chain. And from our experience and working with the partners that we do, that predominantly that's institutional capital.
Just one over there. Hi guys, here's Justus from Genesis. I was curious, like in light of the exploits keep on happening in a lot of protocols, do you think we're likely to see decreasing yields in the future if that's an issue that's not to be fixed?
Yeah, I can probably address the yields because that's what we spend a lot of our time thinking about. What is interesting in DeFi is very often the yield doesn't necessarily correlate with the default risk, which is very different to traditional finance where the correlation and the dependency is very linear. And I think that's because a lot of people in DeFi don't yet fully care about that risk. It is quite bizarre to see that only 1% of DeFi assets are insured, especially given that some of the insurance is pretty cheap. What we're seeing in reality is, these token yields or these DeFi platform yields, they consist of various different sources of yield, and some of that source of yield is a function of how actively people trade on the blockchain. Some of that is a function of how valuable these tokens are. So on and so forth. So there isn't actually a correlation with the default risk. We do see, however, correlation with overall panic, right? So when we've seen, let's say, Terra and their UST stablecoin blow up, which by the way was not a smart contract risk, it was just pure kind of poor credit design. We've seen 70–80% of TVL leave DeFi, even though that specific situation has nothing to do with the Aaves of this world, with some exchanges that exist in DeFi, but people just left because of whatever technical reasons. So the space is still quite inefficient when it comes to rationally assessing the risk.
Akiba from CryptoSlate. Users outside of Web3 are used to kind of custodial solutions. How do you think the user experience and language needs to improve to be able to get them to also feel safe with the sort of DeFi insurance?
I actually didn't hear that question up here. So
we'll repeat that one.
Would you mind saying it a bit louder?
Yeah, no worries. Bringing Web2 users into Web3 and for DeFi, they're used to sort of custodial solutions in Web2. So even like DeFi insurance is a scary thing for them. Is the language good enough yet? Is the user experience good enough yet? What do we need to do to improve it?
Yeah, really good question. In short, no, nothing's good enough. Nothing is good enough in our ecosystem just yet. We've got a long, long way to go. But there is, glimmers of hope. The UX is getting a lot better. I believe vehemently that as a cover protocol, we shouldn't be forcing people to come specifically to us. We should be going to where our customers are. So as a user, if I'm in-game and I'm buying an NFT that could be lost or stolen or damaged, I should be able to tick a box, and as I'm buying that, it's covered. As a DeFi user, I'm going into a protocol and I'm depositing on Aave. I can tick a box and get it covered. That is the experience that we want to get to. But we've got other challenges, namely TVL and capacity of what you can do on current DeFi cover and insurance protocols before we get there.
One thing from the institutional side that we're seeing is that it takes a lot of effort and energy to establish the right risk frameworks internally, to build the infrastructure correctly so that you're not at risk of being hacked. And this is essentially what we're trying to build out for our clients, to provide an intuitive experience that from their account, they can be able to channel directly into DeFi without having to get into all the nitty-gritty, having to set up a wallet, having to set up a custodial solution. So I think from that perspective, you'll start to see intermediaries and layers be put in place to gently welcome individuals and corporates and institutions in. And then once education is up the curve, people and the technology has improved to become a little bit more intuitive from a peer-to-peer level, that it will eventually be democratized back out into the world in a safer way.
Okay, I think we're at time, but did the chap here have one more question here, and then we'll wrap up?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been seeing quite a lot of interest from institutions for sure. I mean, this was already like a year and a half ago when we launched the Aave Arc market, where effectively we created unique environment for institutions to use smart contract based tech, the exactly same Aave market that you would use in permissionless DeFi, but with the whitelisting functionality, so that the suppliers, the borrowers and liquidators are whitelisted to participate. So it's kind of like a step in between for some of these participants to join the markets. And I think one of those kind of like discussions has been also that how you can create stability for interest rates, specifically because many of these institutions, if they're supplying liquidity, they want predictability on the yield. If they're borrowing, they also want predictability on the cost of the capital. I've seen a lot of interesting primitives already in DeFi, where you can actually create things like similar to zero coupon bonds out of the A tokens. So A token is when you supply, let's say, USDC into the Aave protocol, you get back AUSDC, which is effectively a receipt for your deposit. And you can tokenize it further and actually sell the future interest rate against liquidity, against a fixed price. So I've seen a lot of interesting primitives there, but also like something I've seen on the contrary is that because of the model of how many of these lending pools are built in a way where they kind of like optimize their utilization to almost 90-95%. It's less. It's kind of like competing quite a lot against like fixed loans itself. So I guess like that's one of the challenges. Mm-hmm. But I think it's interesting to solve this to some extent because the interest rates are fluctuating quite a lot. So the liquidity wasn't so. It was more expensive, let's say, last year compared to today. Mm-hmm. Last year, people were thinking how we get more stablecoin liquidity into decentralized finance, and now people in the space are thinking how we get that liquidity out of decentralized finance, and we could use it to finance real-world goals. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's definitely a problem to solve.
All right, well, we're at time, so all that remains is us to thank our panel. Thank you, panel.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, really appreciate it, really great panel. Now, I know that there will probably be more questions as well, but look, the speakers will be around. If you do see them around, I'm sure they'll be happy to answer your questions. Now, just before you go for the lunch break, which is now going to occur, we're going to reconvene at 2 p.m. Don't panic, guys. There's plenty of food, I can assure you, and it's really nice as well. So we are going to take this break now. This is my last handover as MC. I've really enjoyed being your MC this morning. It has been fabulous. Just as a reminder, thank you guys. My name is Jason Deane. I'm here representing the Bitcoin pioneers today. So we have got a stand out the front, so do come and see us. We are giving away £10 in Bitcoin today. And who here's going to the after party tonight? Hands up if you're going to the after party. Okay, so we've got a few of us. Just out of interest, who went to Percy's and is going to the after party tonight? Is there anyone? Right, I want to hang around with you. You're the party people, that would be fabulous. But if you do sign up for the £10 Bitcoin tonight, we'll also be giving out a secret code tonight. Just come and find one of the Bitcoin pioneers and they may just give you a little bit more Bitcoin, that's all I'm saying. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, what the hell the Bitcoin pioneers is anyway, come and see us at the stand. But I'm also going to be running a sort of little workshop, sort of short presentation at 5:15 on the alpha stage, and you can learn all about it, how you can help drive the adoption and education of Bitcoin in the UK and earn up to £6,000 a year in Bitcoin while you do it. Yeah, I thought that would make you go quiet. Just as one final reminder, if you haven't downloaded the Zebu app yet, please do that because there's a lot of useful information in there. And if you haven't registered for the party tonight, you do need to do that as well. Check your emails, check your messages. You will have a link there to register. So please make sure you do that. So enjoy your lunch and we'll be back here at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your afternoon session, the tricky one here at Zebu Live. I say the tricky one because this is the last day. It's Friday, there's a big party tonight, and you've got a belly full of lunch and probably a couple of glasses of wine. So my absolute respect to the two guys who are coming on now, because not only are they here to tell you all about a project that's been on my radar quite recently, and that's Swapsicle, but also because they've got to try and keep you awake, because this is the shift that nobody wants. However, we've selected two absolutely superb people who are here to entertain you, keep you awake, and leave you absolutely fascinated by their project. I'd like to introduce Lee Horsfall and Alan Blake.
Hi everybody, how are we doing? Thanks Zebu Live for inviting us here today. It's a great pleasure to be here. So I'm Alan, one of the co-founders of Swapsicle. This is Lee.
Thank you for coming.
There you go. So obviously what we want to do today is we want to talk about a few things, something about Swapsicle, as you well know. We're outside, by the way, on the booth there if you want to ask any more questions afterwards. So I guess then, Lee, we've got some questions, right? You got some questions for me?
Yeah. But first question is, what is Swapsicle?
Do you know, it's really funny because standing out there, I've had that question all day yesterday. What is Swapsicle? And I've been racking my brain thinking, am I actually answering it the way I would want to answer it? And I'm thinking to myself, I am. Because what is Swapsicle? Swapsicle to me is, it's not just a product, it's actually a brand. You know, we created Swapsicle conceptually back in, February, yeah? And we decided to kind of generate a DEX. We decided to build a decentralized exchange, which is our core product, which is the first one. And we actually launched in May, okay? So we're very, very new. And one of the reasons why we felt it was important and what Swapsicle is about is that we want to be able to bridge between, I guess, traditional businesses and crypto businesses and actually kind of be a crypto, not just be a crypto project, but be an actual traditional business. So that's why we're kind of here in person to actually engage and talk to people. But also another reason is participation. We want you to participate in a decentralized exchange where you're rewarded for the hard work, for the liquidity, et cetera, and the staking that you provide, as opposed to being a user of, say, the centralized exchanges that exist today. So I guess, Lee, the question you've been getting all weekend, or sorry, the last couple of days is, why Swapsicle? Why did we do it?
Well, for me, really, I come as being as part of the community, using the products within the community. And for me, I was looking at the ecosystems, and there was a lot of projects, let's say, who are coming in and treating the projects not like businesses, not running them how businesses should be run. And I come from a traditional kind of company background, right? And I've run a couple of successful businesses where I've had substantial amounts of employees. And I thought, right, I've got the crypto knowledge, I've got the crypto contacts, the community deserves to be treated fairly with community at the heartbeat of everything that we do. And that's from the products, the sharing of capital and profits, and also the giveaways and making sure that the products that we're bringing to market are what the community need and desire, right? Because we're going into a stage where everybody says Web3. And I'm thinking, right, that to me means breaking down doors and barriers and creating a seamless experience for our community, whilst also giving back to the community also. So that's at the heartbeat of who we are, why we're here today, and what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, and we're also a foundation as well. So we're non-profit. So everything that we do is, as I say, community-driven. That's the heart of why we exist as Swapsicle. The guys that we've got on our team are phenomenal, and there's going to be a couple of them talking about more products that we have. And again, it's a brand, it's an ecosystem that we're really trying to build out. And you know, we want to give as much as we can to the community who helped put us where we are today, because like I said, we had a successful pre-sale. And we're very, very grateful for those that participated in that pre-sale to allow us to kind of ebb and flow and allow the freedom it gives you when you don't have to have the financial constraints, the creativity that just comes to your brain when you think to yourself, let's develop this product, let's develop this particular feature. You wouldn't believe how easy it comes to you where you don't have the financial restrictions on you, where you have to kind of get the money from a venture capitalist or anybody else who is willing to invest in your company, but they're always looking for a return. But we're not. We're looking to try and give away as much as we can back to the community, because we feel that's very vitally important. And you know, as I say, you know, that's pretty much why Swapsicle. And if you've not noticed on the back of the screen, there's a little timer going around. So this is a brand new presentation scenario for me and Lee. It's all interesting, and we're waiting for the next thing to kick in, guys.
Is that an ice cream?
So had it landed on that and not the Ferrari. Otherwise, that could have been mightily embarrassing for us.
100 million. Who was giving 100 million away?
We're certainly not. So everybody, one of the things we have the ice cream van is a little bit of a giveaway for everybody here. So the guys are going to come around with some sweets, ice lollies, and t-shirts.
We're giving away lollies too.
Sorry?
We're giving away lollies too.
We're giving away lollies too and whatnot. So these are all just part of some of the giveaways that we want to kind of give back. Very small.
Put your hand up if you want an ice cream. What lollies have we got, guys? Twisters, Fabs, Cornettos.
Anybody not have a t-shirt? You, sir, look like you need a t-shirt. There you go.
And so this is exactly what Swapsicle is about. It's about giving away and giving to others.
What a catch. So if you don't have the size, so if you're a large guy and you have a small, or you're a small lady and have a large, you can try and find someone who has a t-shirt and maybe swap. Sorry.
Just making it rain. Making it rain.
We tried.
Ah, this is me. Right, so we're now talking about community and collaboration, which is very close to my heart. And I've spent the last 2 days back-to-back talking to all you fine people out in the community. And one particular partnership that we're very proud of is with OnXRP, who are a Ripple partner. And we were the first kind of organization in partnership with Multichain to bring XRPL assets over into an EVM-compatible world, to knock those barriers down. And that's what we wanted to achieve. And we thought, we enjoyed working so much together, why not? We're going to create an NFT marketplace. And we're now actually going to develop a cross-chain gaming platform together with that exclusive partner. And we should be launching this side of Christmas, which I'm very, very excited about, because that makes us sustainable for our run rate, which is very important. Like any good project, you've got to have one eye on the financials and have a long-term view from a capital flow point of view, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to introduce you to Luigi, who is part of the business development team here at Swapsicle, and he's going to talk about collaboration a little bit more. Over to you, Luigi.
Actually, he's going to hand it over to Brian.
Oh, all right, Brian.
Head of Business Development. It's okay. It's not awkward now. But just to talk a little bit about more, you know, talking with everyone here and basically how, you know, the number one question we get is, what makes you guys a different DEX from everything else? I use PancakeSwap. I use Uniswap. I think the first short answer to that is we're here, right? People can know who we are. We're a fully doxed team. We want to take this more to a traditional business route. So people feel comfortable with where they're putting their money. Even though it's decentralized finance and you're just dealing with code, it's important that, I mean, at least in my personal experience, is if you go to a bank and you ask to see the manager and they said, well, we actually, our manager's not doxed. You would think, well, what kind of business is this? So that's been really important for us. And again, what Lee said about the community and how we deal with our partners, we're always looking for projects that are on the cutting edge of things. You know, we're looking for partners that want to innovate within the space, grow with the DEX that also wants to see them succeed. So that's kind of our main thing. I'm actually going to throw it over to Luigi now, who is part of our business development team, and he's going to talk a little bit about more, not just the community aspect, but what truly separates Swapsicle from other DEXs. Some of the new projects or new products we have coming to market, and how those impact not just users, but our partners can benefit from them as well. So, Luigi, over to you, bud.
Hi, guys. So right now, we currently have like the best rates on Avalanche because we've integrated a few aggregators that let our DEX be like that. We got the best rates out there. And we're also, so what we're looking to do is we're also looking to go cross-chain because we all love blockchain in general and we want to go across multiple chains. But we also offer, we're gonna, there's a few there's a few products quite unique that are gonna be released soon, which are called Icebox and Ice Vault. And they're gonna allow users to earn a fixed a percentage APR on L1 assets such as AVAX, and without impermanent loss, and without locking your funds. So you can literally get your funds whenever you want. There's only going to be a few spots available, but yeah, people will be earning good rewards out of that.
So basically, yeah, I mean, just to elaborate a little bit on that, what we realize is as a DEX, as a farm token, you see a lot of things that it's just farm and dump. We do have a limited supply of POPs, so we treat it more as a golden ticket, and access to do something more than just earn an APR percent, sell the token, and then get ETH, get Bitcoin, get AVAX, get the coin you actually want. So what we decided to do is cut out the fat, cut out the middleman. Let's give people exactly what they want in a sustainable manner. So a lot of projects are yield aggregators. They're DeFi yield. They go out and earn that yield. Well, we do that same as a company, but with real yield, we're able to give that back to our community for participating on Swapsicle. So again, it's not just, oh, this is a random giveaway and you're never going to see it again. We really want to have users come on the platform and know that Swapsicle will continue to innovate with products.
Absolutely, and it brings us back to that seamless user experience, right? And for us, we're looking to collaborate with a lot of partners to bring that seamless user experience to not only our DEX, but our NFT marketplace and our gaming platform also. So people can actually buy and move assets around with one click of a button. That's most important. Thing that we're actually trying to achieve as an ecosystem is to encourage people in and not only bring and give them the products, but also educate them, because that's a big thing that's missing within this space. So within our Discord, within our YouTube channel and stuff like that, we want to bring the community in, say, welcome to the Swapsicle family. We're going to give you all the tools that you need to participate within this space.
So just look at all the things that we've done so far, you know. We're working really, really hard behind the scenes because we launched in a bear market, and that was the worst time ever to launch, right? I mean, who's launched in a bear market before and did well? Did well? Okay, can we talk later? I want to know the secret. So we've been working behind the scenes as hard as we can to sort of generate products and features because, look, I'll be honest with you, we don't make money out of the DEX. I don't know if you know that, but there isn't any money to be made out of the DEX. So we need to pay the bills and keep the lights on. We're a business, okay? There's no point just using up the runway and thinking, sorry guys, we ran out of money this time next year. That's not how you run businesses. That's how you run degen crypto projects, right? Just to scam people and take money off people. That's not what we're about. What we want to be is having business acumen to actually know what's needed. So we're developing products that actually allow us to generate revenue. That means that we can pay the salaries, we can pay the bills, we can develop more products, and we can grow out the ecosystem. So already, this is what we've built so far in such a short space of time. So we're doers. You know, we're results driven. And that's important, because I think if you want to work with people, you work with people that produce results, not just tell you that they're going to do something and then not deliver, okay? So if anybody out there likes what they see so far and they want to work with people who actually get off their ass and do something, then we're here to kind of listen. we want to grow as fast as we can and be ready for the bull market.
Absolutely, and community comes people as well, right? So as you can see, our Fully Docs team up on stage today, right? And obviously behind us also. The community is the heart of everything that we do. So we've actually looked to our community to employ people and to employ the best within the community. So what we want to do is not only build products, we want to inspire, to say, do not be scared within this space. Come and speak to us. There might be a job with Swapsicle, right? Or if you want to create your own project, set up a Google Meets. And then basically, do you need help? Right, yeah, you need developer help, marketing help. We can help you. We want to be there for the next generation of the founders within this crypto space.
So just to end then, the team behind me, Lee and I couldn't do this without these guys. I mean, we don't, this time last year, did we ever think that we'd be stood here saying that we built a DEX, that we built an ecosystem, that we built a crypto company? God, no. But it just shows what you can achieve when you get the right people. You know, that's how clever people get clever. They get clever people to help them deliver on their products. So testament to these guys, because they made us what we are today. So thank you, gentlemen, for everyone that's on that team. We appreciate it. We were Swapsicle. Thanks for listening. Have a good day.
See you later, guys.
Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, Swapsicle, fantastic. Now, there was something Lee said at the start of that presentation that really struck a chord with me. In fact, he repeated it towards the end, and he said, community is at the heart of everything we do. And that means a lot to me, because every project I get excited about or want to see written about in Crypto AM, which is I am the editor of, I want to see community. If I see a project that's got community, then for me, we want to write about it, we want to talk about it, and we want to tell everyone else about it. So we've got another splendid speaker for you, the very delightful Ox Bid, who I've just met up here. She's going to be coming down the stage now. She is the Chief Operating Officer of Belied Finance, and she's going to be telling you all about the underrated power of yield automation. Ox.
Hi, thank you very much. So guys, actually, following the recent conversation about DeFi yield, I want to be serial number 2, because I want to talk about yield optimization and also controlling risk today, but within automated system, which is underrated in the current DeFi space. And I'm Oxbid, I'm Belied Finance COO, and I have a couple of questions to you. First of all, have anybody tried to DeFi yield aggregator? Can you raise your hands, please? Cool. And someone holding cryptocurrencies right now? Okay, even better. Lending protocols? Cool. Farming? Great. So that means that my job today will be even easier because you guys understand the market. So let's start. Please meet Jack. Jack is 45 years old, crypto trader. He lives in Manchester, and he holds 5 top cryptocurrencies on the market. And his aim for today is to increase his passive income, but do not fix his crypto assets. So what would you do if you would be Jack? Jack decided to try DeFi market. He went to DeFi Llama, he chose lending protocol, and he put part of his crypto assets on the lending protocol and waited. He also decided to try farming protocols. He created several LPs, put them under farming protocols, and also waited. But, oh no, what happened? Actually, market has changed, and he lost about 20% of his crypto assets. But Jack didn't give up easily. He decided to try again. He created other liquidity pairs on another farming protocol. And in this time, because he got bad experience, he decided to monitor market all the time. He researched the market, he went through different protocols, different websites to be able to understand what is going on and to hold his liquidity safe. He also he sold his rewards quite often because he understood that rewards might also go down because of the price on the market, which cost him a lot of gas fees. So by the end of this exercise, he spent about 40 hours a week as a full-time job to monitor market, to research market, to be able to earn quite lower APY on the market. He also was stressful and slept very low hours. So this is not a good example of manual retail investor into DeFi space. And the other example is about girl Safia, who was clever, and he also holding cryptocurrencies, but he decided to go by another way. He went to DeFi Llama, and he chose one of the top DeFi yield aggregator, according to TVL level and also APY level. And he just put part of her crypto assets under that protocol, and then she did nothing. She just enjoyed her life. And she got higher APY. And at the same time, she didn't spend a lot of hours to monitor market to understand what is going on and how much gas fee she needs to pay. We did a simulation with my team to compare two cases. If retail investor will invest his cryptocurrencies within 6 months in the different protocols, including lending protocols and farming protocols. And if actually another case, like Safia's case, person who will use automated platform to do exactly the same, but to spend less time, less stress, which we all want to do, right? And you can see the yellow line shows APY results during these 6 months. So actually, Jack results was not good at all. So average APY was quite low, and it was also not stable. Instead of Safia's APY level was higher and stable. And we're all human, by the way, and the number of hours which we spent doing our job for creating best APY is very important for us. And you can see the red line on this graph shows that Jack spent a lot of hours doing this job to get lower APY than Safia. And I want to show you actual difference between those two cases. In Jack's case, when you do your trading activities within DeFi space and play on yield market, you go and open restaurant to feed yourself. But in Safia's case, you actually just go out with your friends, enjoy the restaurant, enjoy the meal, and that's it. This is how we see the difference between automation and manual investor. So and now I want to explain you quickly about 3 automated systems. So the first of all is auto-compounding. So it's actually when automatically all your rewards from liquidity pairs, they are sold and re-added to your liquidity pool. This process is very simple if you use protocols. Another protocol is actually leverage trading, leverage farming. And leverage farming, and when you're borrowing assets to multiply your main liquidity farming pool, which increase your liquidity pool, and in the end, liquidity your earns as well, which is also very important and very easy if you use protocols instead of doing it manually. And the third one is complex strategies. So these strategies actually works cross DeFi to create a protocol which is working together with lending protocols and farming protocols for the reason to provide highest possible yield on the market. And you can see huge impact on the market by automation. It's actually control your impermanent and liquidation risks, and also huge time savings. It's also help you to avoid gas fees. I mean, it's not help you to avoid all gas fees, but it's decreases significantly if you do it through the system. So in terms of for whom this automated platform, you can see that everyone, even if you're just newcomer or professional trader or your financial institution, you can use this kind of platforms. So, and now I want to explain you why I'm on this stage. Actually, Bartlett is complex strategy protocol. We work on BNB chain, and we recently launched 5 months ago. And we already reached $6 million in TVL. This is wrong number because presentation was done a week ago. And we also have single vaults assets strategies, which is for BNB, for BTC, for ETH and stablecoins. And we have one of the highest APY on the market for BNB chain. You can see us quite often in Twitter, so we have incredible big partners such as Venus, PancakeSwap, ApeSwap, and BuySwap. We work very closely with them and we think that partnership is key for this market. And regarding Bartlett, I want to explain you quickly because I'm run out of the time already. So Bartlett works as a strategy which is built on smart contracts. We work together with lending and farming protocols, so we have users' liquidity. We put it as a collateral under lending protocols, and then we borrow crypto assets, put it to DEXs, and on DEXs already we create several LPs, which is working as a farming pairs, and then we collect fees from farming and from lending protocols together, put them back to DEXs, exchange to Bleed token, and pay back to our customers. This is how we work. Very complex, but at the same time, time-saving for our customers. And this is it for today. Thank you so much for listening. Follow us on social media, and thank you. Happy Friday.
Thank you very much, Ox. Wonderful presentation. And I think the overriding message from that really ought to be more severe, because Jack looked really pissed off about stuff. Right, up next, we've got what I think is going to be one of the highlights of this afternoon session by a long shot. It is about the future of the crypto exchange. This is going to be moderated by Lexi Short, who is the Chief Marketing Officer of Rhino. Lexi, I'd like you to take the stage and introduce your guests, please. Thank you.
Hi. Oh, is this on? Yeah. Hi, guys. Welcome to our panel on the future of the crypto exchange. Today, we're going to be digging into the exchange model a little bit, talking about the bear market, changing user profiles, and how attitudes to incentivization, DeFi, and derivatives are really shaping Web3 at the moment. So I'd like to bring on my panelists. So if you guys want to join me on the stage. Great, so I'll just quickly whip through an introduction and then we can jump into the questions. So we have James West, who's CEO of Globe, joining us. You guys can clap for each person if you like.
I appreciate the whoops.
Awesome, you have to clap equally loudly for everyone. We also have Diego Clerc, who's VIP and Institutional Sales Manager at Binance. Michaela Silvestri, who's part of the institutional unit at Huboy Global. Lee Aswell, who I believe, is actually sat next to me here, who you just heard from Swapsicle, a co-founder. And finally, that martini guy, or Jordan. I had a great way to introduce you, investor, YouTuber, and founder of the Crypto Savings Expert. There we go. Awesome. So I'm going to kick off with the first question. So we're in the midst of the bear market. We're seeing kind of user numbers decrease as well as people transacting less. What products or features have you seen work well in the bear market that is still kind of driving revenue? Diego, maybe you want to kick us off?
Sure, yeah, I'll take the first bullet, it's all right. So we have definitely seen a decrease in volatility in the bear market, but I think year on year for Binance, the volume is just doubling. So from last year, we did about $10 trillion in yearly volume. This year, we're already past that, and we're in the path to build a $20 trillion year on volume. So I think in terms of products and features, trading is still the strongest line for Binance revenues. But we have been focusing on building other lines of revenue as well. Mostly on the institutional side, we build a custody product. OTC lending is quite popular lately among the meltdown that happened earlier this year. And then obviously on the other front, there is the NFT marketplace that we built around last year, which is on path to beat the traded volume on OpenSea at the moment. So it's second to largest NFT marketplace.
Great, thanks. Michaela, would you say that's the same over at Hootboy, or how is it differing for you?
I would say for us, there have been 3 products rising massively. The first will be Huobi Earn, which is basically our staking product. It has a hybrid nature. Basically, it's the first DeFi product that we have on the exchange. We offer up to 40% APY on some coins, and that has been tremendously successful even in bear market. The second one will be crypto loans. Quick notes here, our loans are fully collateralized. And the third one will be futures. We saw a substantial rise in futures in the last month because of Ethereum event, and regardless of how weird the market is still, we do have quite a demand for this product. Our institutional clients, 80% of them are fully focused on futures. So those 3 will be the key ones.
Great. And Lee, is there any difference over in Swapsicle in terms of growth?
Yeah, for us, with the DeFi, obviously, grenade that went off in this market with, I'm not going to name names, but trust is missing within the space. So for us at Swapsicle, it was all about being transparent with the products that we're bringing to market as a #1 priority. So we're bringing a single-sided layer 1 staking contract to market with rates of up to 30% on layer 1 assets. But what we're doing, we're not going to use our assets to actually pay those rewards, to enable those rewards. We're actually going to load those assets into the smart contract so it's actually visible on chain to build that trust up with our community, because I believe after some of the grenades that have gone off in the last market, I think trust takes time to rebuild again.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And actually, if you want to hold the mic, because I might come back to you. Next question. So we talked about futures and potentially also trust being key for kind of growing markets in centralized and decentralized areas. Would you say there are any other key areas that exchanges specifically are helping support the development of the Web3 ecosystem?
What, exchange support?
As in, how are exchanges kind of shaping the space?
Right, okay, cool. So from a decentralized point of view, for us, like I said, we go back to trust. But then collaboration and good kind of actors within the space that are driving forth the development journey. So we try to encourage community or future leaders to actually come to us with ideas so we can help them, we can put them into contact with people. Because at the end of the day, my inbox is always open and I try to help the others around us, because I believe if we collaborate and we grow together, all the boats rise together.
Great. And James, would you add anything to this?
Yeah, in 2 words, we invest, fundamentally. And so one is we cycle a small percentage of revenue into helping to build out, I think, the world that we feel that we want to live in. 2 is that we invest our own engineering resources to help projects. And so that can be in the form of just taking people that haven't built matching engines before and helping them to architect, what is a semi-solved but very fundamentally kind of technically complex system. And thirdly, we regularly get asked to advise, and we do so freely. We don't sell tokens. Yeah, I think as an industry as a whole, the exchange industry does play a key role in helping to safeguard its customers away from potentially kind of damaging and dangerous projects, and that is very tricky. It has to carefully guard itself about being overly parasitic in the ways that it does that. So you see exchanges taking very large fees in the form of both cash and also tokens, and often with vesting schedules that are not in favor of the long-term growth of the project. And so we all we can really do individually is to push against practices that we think are going to push down good projects.
I will add to that. I think that exchanges are now impacting Web 3.0 across their investment arms. In the case of Huobi, we have 3 investment arms at the moment. We have Huobi Ventures, we have a 1 billion fund with Iberblocks, and then we have Huobi Incubator. In Huobi Incubator, we give massive grants to early stage investors, to early stage entrepreneurs, while Huobi Ventures, we make sure that we build a whole ecosystem for the project. From the go-to-market strategy to token economics, contact with VCs, and direct listing. And I think that we not only take the approach of the investment arm, but also we take the bet into DeFi with our chain, with Huobi chain, which is basically a highly performing infrastructure for digital assets. And this is very similar to BNB as well. So I think that Binance is also...
Yeah, that's right. I think we built a pretty strong case scenario for the last 5 years with BNB chain and Binance Smart Chain being one of the top chains that on DeFi development. BNB is not just a token that belongs to Binance, is a whole organization and foundation behind it. And they incentivize a community, they incentivize DeFi protocols and so on. So yeah, I think we're going to keep seeing a lot more of tokens incentivizing by exchanges, largely played by large exchanges like Huobi or Binance.
Okay, and Jordan, I mean, you obviously not sitting in an exchange in the same way as these guys. Like, what's your take on the role that exchanges are playing in kind of shaping the space?
I think that for the most part, there are a lot of... exchanges are focused on profit at the end of the day. They hire staff, they have a lot of people that work for them, and ultimately they need to impress their shareholders and make the largest profit possible. That's the job of an exchange. My job is looking at that business model and understanding, look, how can I best benefit that business model in order to improve the cryptocurrency space as a whole, which is why I came up with Crypto Saving Expert. For me, it's different. I don't own an exchange, I don't work for an exchange. I use exchanges and I tell people how to use exchanges, but ultimately it's more education focused. And I think that with a lot of exchanges, what exchanges tend to do when it comes to education is tell you how to use the exchange. They tell you how to trade, they tell you what to buy. And for me, this is not always the most productive use of education. The most productive use of education is telling people how to make the best decisions over a long period of time. And for me, I just basically put my entire brain onto a website and give it away for free with the sole purpose of where an exchange has got to make profit, I don't have to. I don't have shareholders to impress. There's nothing to me that is I don't care about profit. I made my profit in the bull run. I don't care that much. So there is a lot of profit focus within these businesses, which I think to some extent can be predatory. It's not always the best for the market. You see an exchange, ultimately if an exchange invests in something, they have to sell that investment at some point in time. And that is damaging to the industry because when an exchange invests in something, it can, and I'm not having a go at anybody, because I'm an investor as well, I do sell things. But the point is, everybody's got to sell, but when an exchange invests, it can be quite damaging to a project, to something like this. Whereas if an investor knows how to see if an exchange is invested in something, to the quantity that they're invested in something, and they can understand what vesting schedules are, they can understand when the selling is going to take place, then they can best make the decision that is ultimately going to best benefit themselves over the long period of time. So from my perspective, I'm not really profit focused, I'm more people driven is what I would say. I invented a business to get people to use it without the sole purpose of profit. It's not a not-for-profit. We will make money. That's kind of the aim of doing a business. But it is what it is. I don't really care about money that much, so it's fine.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you for that opinion. I think what we've shared here is that we're kind of summarizing the areas that exchanges are having a big impact on the market, but again, from both this side of the stage, we have heard that transparency is really key. So whilst we're driving forward the markets and kind of shaping areas, we also need to make sure that we're being transparent to the users. I think a follow-up question, I guess, Diego, you mentioned incentives and tokens, and I'd kind of like to dig into this a little bit more. Would you say the days of incentivized exchange use are behind us or still ahead? And I guess what role could a token really play in sustained growth? Because we have seen a lot of examples of kind of flash in the pan token incentives.
I'll say not at all. I think a lot of DEXs and centralized exchanges are basing their tokenomics around a single token that supports that ecosystem as well. I think BNB has made, again, a pretty strong case building what DeFi is today. So I think we're not going to see that disappearing anytime soon.
Great. James, did you want sorry, Jordan, did you want to add anything to that?
I quite like exchange tokens. That's my thing to add to this, is exchange tokens I think are going to be some of the most valuable tokens that you see, because in my opinion, exchanges are the banks of the future. If you look at, so you have all of these, I want to make a point here, it's not relevant at all to what we're talking about, but cross-chain platforms don't work in the DeFi space. Nobody uses them, no one understands how. Exchanges are the hub for cross-chain transactions, because you can send any currency to an exchange and that exchange will accept that currency, and then you can swap that currency on the exchange to whatever you need and then send it out again. That's a bank. It's the centralized hub, and exchanges are a good thing. But as we see crypto get more popular, you will see that there are institutions that actually need to onboard onto exchanges, and those institutions are going to generate, because currently we've got a lot of retail in the space, and retail doesn't have the same money as what an institution does. But when institutions come on board and they need to look at saving fees, they need to look at saving costs, that's when you're going to see volumes shoot up. That's when you're going to see the profitability of the space decline for most participants. When volumes are really high, it's like what we saw in the bull market. The higher it got, the less profitable it was. But yeah, with exchanges and exchange tokens, I like them. I think that they are some of the better investments that you can make in the market, just purely based off what I expect future volumes will be and who are going to invest. Like, I can buy $1,000 of BNB, I'm not going to make a difference, but if a bank comes in and buys $1 billion worth of it because they want to save 100% off trading fees or something to make some deal with Binance, look, you support the network and we support you. There's volume. Everybody wants volume in this market. I don't know if I answered anything there. I just talked.
No, that's great, thank you. And I guess this is kind of a question for everyone on the panel. Do you think exchanges will move more towards a decentralized or centralized path in the future? I guess regulation may or not play a role in this, but yeah, what's your kind of gut here on the stage?
I'll take it. I'll take it because I'm the only decentralized party up here. I'll give you it as well. All right. You're in between. Right, so from our point of view, I believe that with regulations incoming and stuff like that, I think there's going to be a merger of two worlds, which will be the best outcome for everybody involved. For us, from our strategy point of view on it, is kind of trying to collaborate with centralized parties to basically give the user a safe, regulated experience within our decentralized platform. So for our point of view, it's a merger of the two, but from an exchange point of view, they're probably going to go centralized. But for us, it's all about the community, and obviously with a decentralized kind of platform, it's all community driven, right? So we incentivize users with farm token payouts and stuff like that, and then via our roadmap delivery, we go to a kind of a utility token there afterwards and kind of encourage greater utility on that token, where obviously we've got community funds, the centralized exchanges have institutional funds. So we're playing in two completely different markets. So my answer might be slightly different to those guys.
I could add something to that. I agree with you. I think there will be a world where centralized and decentralized exchanges will work together. In fact, it's already happening at a large scale at Binance. And I think what will happen in the future is exchanges like Binance will start to be more of an infrastructure provider like traditional exchanges today to decentralized exchanges in the future. Of course, KYC requirements might play a big role into how many of these decentralized exchanges will prevail during the time. But I think we'll still be here supporting decentralization as well.
I think if I can add on that, I don't think that the top 10 exchanges out there will somehow become decentralized. That's impossible, as Jordan said. Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. But you may aggregate volume to decentralized exchanges.
We already do. So we're already liquidity providers for many DEXs and infrastructure providers like custody, loans. So we provide all those services to DEXs already.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly our point. We will remain centralized, but we will start working with the centralized exchanges, the third-party actors that will provide the most secure environment for our users. And I think that there is something key here. Centralized exchanges have realized that traders out there want two things. They want the security of trading in trading an exchange with the returns of DeFi. So those will be the key products. And as Diego said, those products are being structured right now, and we are partnering with the centralized institutions.
You should partner with Crypto Saving Expert.
We will. So yeah, it's happening. We're already structuring those products, and if you go to Binance, if you go to Huobi, you can see that there are those dual type of products already that still needs work, but we're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, so from the perspective of the exchanges, especially the operators of the exchanges, we're kind of thinking about one, you know, how do we hedge against these many different plausible regulatory pathways that we could go down? And two, like, are we actually solving customer problems? And it's a weird industry because there's a gigantic amount of venture capital that will flow into pretty much any conceivable pathway. And what's going to play out is that every single pathway will be very well executed on with a lot of capital. And the different paths are roughly at the sort of maximally centralized end of the spectrum. Essentially, you know, a lot of exchanges are sort of, transforming into sort of, like neobanks, effectively. Like regulated tightly, trying to get regulatory capture over small individual markets, and being extremely restrictive and not really servicing the customer's needs, but just basically just being a retail bank, but with better UX and maybe some exposure to crypto projects. And I think we'll see quite a few existing crypto exchanges kind of go that way. Like there will be some that do that. And then next to that, you have the sort of model where, yes, it's broadly global, but there is individual pockets of sort of licensing. And that's sort of what's dominating now, and that will probably continue to dominate because that's where pretty much all the liquidity goes. I think as Diego and the rest of them observed, right? You know, you will get liquidity on DEXs, but where that really actually gets settled is on these centralized exchanges where it's actually extremely efficient, fundamentally, because it just really doesn't work to hedge that venue across the DEXs, not remotely. And then, you will continue to see these DEXs. Many will try to build the sort of layer 1s or possibly layer 2s on other chains and do that with their tokens. That makes sense. I think as Diego alluded to, like you want to be, the exchanges transform into being the infrastructure layer of the decentralized exchanges. And then, the final end of the spectrum is centralized exchanges basically just porting over all the technology with varying levels of decentralization in terms of custody, where matches truly get executed and so forth. And most, major exchanges are doing probably all of the above, more or less. And so that's all being executed upon.
I have a question for kind of the exchanges, which is, when you kind of do liquidity provision on a decentralized exchange, what you have is basically a liquidity pool that's provided by a community, and then people dip in and dip out, they pay a fee, and the community gets that fee as interest rates. Is there any kind of product similar on any of your exchanges which a user puts up their liquidity and you act as a centralized DEX, essentially, that allows the user, or alternatively, no, I mean, that works perfectly. You're providing liquidity to a pool, but on a centralized platform makes no difference.
So that happens. There are plenty of existing centralized exchanges that basically offer AMMs on the platform, and there are algorithms that just execute that. The other thing that happens is a lot of earn/staking products are really just being dumped by the exchange into these liquidity pools on the DEXs. That's where a lot of the capital is really coming from, or where the yield, in quotes, is coming from. It is risk-taking, but it's one of the highest capacity forms of yield.
It's just interesting that there isn't, I just think it would be a really popular product if you made it so easy, because the staking yields on centralized platforms are so much lower than they are on...
But it's going directly into the DEX. They're taking the spread.
Yeah.
Right? They're taking the extra between the two.
Of course.
The other mechanic is that they're taking the customer deposits and lending them out to the market-making firms. And they're doing the more sophisticated parts of liquidity provision on DEXs when it's not just pure AMM. And that's an even bigger yield because the sophisticated market makers are much better able to provide liquidity than an AMM algorithm. It's that on steroids, if you like.
So I have a question then for all three of you. It's not, again, relevant, but I want to know, do any of you yourselves, how do you make passive income from your holdings of cryptocurrency? Do you use on centralized or decentralized exchanges, like all three of you? Which ones do you use?
So we have a firm separation between these things. We don't ever want to touch customer deposits and use them in that way without them very explicitly permissioning us to do that. Like, we don't think anyone should be doing that. although it is abundantly clear that that happens a lot. We have a separate asset management arm which manages cash from, like genuine trillion-dollar institutions, small companies of certain niche that we dominate in, and increasingly family offices where we essentially do that as a service. And so it's extremely upfront. The risk management is very clear, and where you had things like exchanges I won't name punting money into Anchor, and then Anchor depegging, and then,
You yourself, do you use decentralized or centralized?
We do a mixture, right?
No, you're not we, you.
Our asset management team will do a mixture, but it won't do it with custom deposits.
Answer the question. Just is it you? Do you use decentralized or centralized exchanges to yield?
Yeah, we'll put in both.
I mean, not we, you. What do you do with your money?
Sorry, with our own cash?
No, you with your money. What do you do?
Me personally?
Yes.
Sorry, the you here is like, is it Globe? Is it me as a guy? What do I do with my money? I put it in our asset management team because it's amazing.
Yeah. And you?
Well, good question. I'll put it on Bitcoin and Ethereum.
So do you yield or decentralized or centralized?
I do not. No.
You don't yield?
I leave it on a decentralized wallet called storage solution.
Okay, and yourself?
Yeah.
I yield in Huobi directly in our staking products.
That's a company line answer. That's the one you meant to give.
I might just grab slightly back just to make sure we're on time. I wanted to just jump into, thank you, that was a very useful conversation, and thanks for helping with the moderating. I think you guys mentioned futures and derivatives, and I think it might be interesting to kind of just jump into this slightly. What do we see the kind of role, I guess, of crypto derivatives in tomorrow's market? James, I don't know if you want to hop in first.
I mean, yeah, so let's start by looking back a bit, right? Spot markets were fantastically liquid before derivatives really kind of became a thing. And now, there's pretty liquid spot markets for most shitcoins, frankly. And that's good, that's nice. The past few years, we've seen this kind of somewhat toxic behavior around the venture aspect, where I think we kind of discussed exchanges fundamentally buying tokens on spot or massively discounted prices, running perp and spot, and then potentially accumulating short positions to try and hedge out those seed allocations, which I think is one of the key things that will probably start changing with a lot of community pressure around that just being a really bad practice. What's going to happen going forward? We'll see more kind of synthetic dollars kind of pooling together liquidity. We'll see more unified margining, just far greater efficiencies on those fronts. I think we rolled that out well over a year ago, and now Binance has BUSD as of last week, and Binance is now increasingly doing unified margining as well. And so that'll spread industry-wide pretty quickly, because it's just a superior model. I think we'll see more exotics. They'll happen probably on the DeFi side first, particularly kind of, strategy as a service type assets. They emerged a little bit like 5 years ago and just never really saw any liquidity. But increasingly, strategy as a service like trying to capture funding rates, all this kind of stuff will see some kind of allocation.
So where we see the future of derivatives, I think that is going to be highly correlated to how regulation plays out. We have seen, these are sophisticated products that are not meant to be used by the average trader. So we do already act as a regulated entity. However, these are not regulated in a sense that it's a crypto product. But still, derivatives are highly restricted across Europe and across America as well. So I think for thinking about the future, we'll have to think about the regulation as well.
I do think that futures market is still in its infancy, and still in very early stages, but the products are there. Of course, as James said, there's still a long way to go. Coin-marginated futures, we still have a long way of different type of coin-marginated futures that we can offer. But we still need, as Diego said, that regulation moving forwards, because the top 10 exchanges right now, we can still not offer futures for retail in Europe. So that barrier needs to be overcome first. Institutions, and also think that the future of crypto derivatives will also be a pivot for institutions. As I said at the start, 80% of our clients are choosing futures, choosing Huobi futures. So I do think that more traditional investors would choose futures as the main product, as the main bridge to crypto. I do think they play a pivotal role, but as Diego said, regulation must evolve accordingly.
I've traded on all of these exchanges. And I quite like trading on all of these exchanges. They're all good exchanges. But from my perspective, my question is, well, if the question is where are derivatives going in the future, I'd like to address the UK government directly and say, why did you make a moronic law that bans crypto derivatives in England, and yet you allow people to apply 700x leverage on the forex markets? Are you delusional, or are you just accepting bankers' money? It doesn't make any sense. The way that crypto futures are regulated in the UK, it's pathetic. And the people that regulate this stuff, they don't understand it, which is why it's important that Binance and Huobi, and I assume Globe as well, I know just because I know
we've talked to the regulators.
Yeah, you need to speak to these guys and tell them to stop being so stupid with the way that they put forward these stupid laws, banning people from doing things, and yet you can walk into a casino any time of day and lose your entire life savings, take out £1 million loan against your house, lose your house as well, everything's gone, and yet crypto derivatives are dangerous. It's ridiculous. The people delusion. Yeah, I've lost millions of dollars trading crypto derivatives. I've made millions of dollars trading crypto derivatives. You make and lose money. The point is, in a casino, there is one winner. An exchange takes a fee. The exchange is not the winner if you're trading against the exchange. So my question is, where they're going in the future, hopefully, Liz, hopefully you do a good job on this one. And Matt was here yesterday. Matt pledged his allegiance to the crypto flag. We'll see how that goes. But when it comes to Liz, she seems more forthcoming on pro-crypto regulation, and hopefully the big exchanges can have a word to reverse what is an ultimately delusionally stupid law. And that's my point. There you go.
Good. Great, thanks guys. Nice strong opinions there from everybody. I think probably just because of time, what we'll do is I'll come to each of you individually. Maybe we'll start with you, Lee, to summarize what your exchanges are focusing on for the next year and what you think will have the biggest impact in 2023.
Well, for us, it's all about the seamless user experience for us. So we're heads down, deep into development to kind of create this journey for the user where they don't even think that they're touching cryptocurrency. It's one click of a button, and they have their assets. They can go cross-chain, and then basically we want to work with regulated partners to enable it to be a safe environment for all our users. So that's what we're looking to do personally. Over to you.
I can take that. So I think from Binance perspective, we have been very focused on growing and building our product base. I talked about earlier about the NFT marketplace as just one of the products that we've been building it successfully. But from an institutional side, I think we're building a really strong case in infrastructure provider. So custody is a big focus right now. Lending, like I said, as well as brokerage services where we provide liquidity to brokers in the traditional markets like FX, and as well into community brokers as well, where we incentivize them to bring customers to Binance. So that keeps growing. I think for next year, we'll see those products really taking a rocket. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let me just start off by talking industry-wide, the sort of themes for next year. So I expect to see some intensification of mergers and acquisitions. I think a bunch of the 2018 venues are just going to exit, and you'll see them probably go to private equity or some other means of just kind of cashing out or tokenizing the core kind of revenue streams. I think there's a lot of action on the compliance side, so you'll probably see more separation of prop desks from exchanges. You'll see declines in leverage levels offered. You'll see acquisitions occurring of sort of smaller regulated sub-entities. Yeah, I think that's kind of the key stuff. For us, I mean, so we're working on mobile. We actually, I suppose, came a little bit late to the game, but we're a much younger exchange, so that's not what you do day one. You build out the rest, that starts to work great, then you build mobile. The current apps, they feel sluggish. It's hard to get the trades in that you want. It just doesn't feel great. And so we think we're getting better on that. We'll see. We're building out a risk engine. You know, there's been a lot of issues with jitter in the space recently. That's actually another compliance matter. You know, I think we've always been pretty great on performance, API response times, tick to trade, that kind of stuff. But how we manage liquidations, how we manage the kind of insane price action that you see over these FOMC announcements, like that really needs to get a lot better. There are these incredibly tight correlations now between the US equities markets and between pretty much all cryptos. and which have evolved massively, in fact, over the last year. And so the way market makers and other participants react in that moment needs to be better managed by the exchanges. They can't just start dumping out certain types of people because they don't want to let them trade when those events occur. That's not fair. So that will definitely improve. I think, oh, sorry, as another industry point, I mean, there are certain things that exchanges have tried to do and have not gone as well as they would have liked. Certainly Binance has done great on NFTs, but I think a lot of other exchanges have not, candidly. Like, they've launched their NFT marketplaces and we'll just take another punt at it. I suspect that'll happen. I think AMM, NFT products are very interesting, and exchanges will probably give that a shot. But it's, you know, it's not as easy as they like to think. I think there'll be a lot happening on the options markets. It's traditionally been a very low kind of revenue driver for anything. But lots of exchanges who have taken a punt at options once or twice will probably take a third punt. I'm not particularly confident they'll do better this time, but if they can integrate well with a kind of one or two core flow sources of options, they'll do okay, maybe. At least there's one I can think of that I think is going to start capturing some real options market share. I think a lot of us are starting to think about different customer segments. So most exchanges say, okay, we need to win over Zoomers, younger customers, like 18 to 25 plus market. And actually a lot of that is, there's not that much overlap in terms of what they're trading and how they're thinking about the markets. It is quite disjoint. A lot of it is going on these sort of, you know, Magic Eden, Solana places, and that's where they're kind of trading their meme coins. They're not trading meme coins on a, sorry to say, Globe, Huobi or Binance. And so there needs to be more innovation serving them. I think there will be more exotic products, some aimed towards businesses that are not being well catered for at the moment. So we worked on VIX futures, but that's something that's really hard for market makers to service. And so we'll be redesigning, tweaking those products so they can serve them better. And just in general, we'll be massively expanding our product range and our asset management services.
I have a question really for all three of you, just with a short answer. And this one's a bit more friendly. It's a bit more friendly. This one's more friendly as this one. It's more to do with NFTs. Because one of the things that's put me off NFTs, and I, throughout the entire bull run, mostly ignored the NFT market because they are, for the most part, pictures, and I prefer altcoins because altcoins are pictures without the picture part. They're essentially the same thing. They're all just a useless token, unless it has utility. And I feel like NFTs are not really the best at holding their utility because they don't have the volume in general to keep up in order to generate that fee, in order to pay the business, in order for it to make enough money. Now, has anybody come up with a liquidity provision solution that you could drop an NFT into the market and just sell it? Because the problem with NFTs seems to be there is no liquidity for an NFT to sell into. And it's more of a question of, have you thought about this?
Yes. Yeah, so we've literally had designs to put NFTs into our unified margining service for some time. So you take your NFT, we quote like a value at it, and you can trade that as futures collateral. The reason why we've avoided launching that so far is because a lot of the demand is mostly, I want to dump this donkey JPEG I don't want anymore, right? And so that's something we have to be a little cautious about, as you know, given the constraints we have. AMM models for NFTs do exist. They are decent, but I expect to see a lot of improvement in the next year.
And for Binance?
From the marketplace perspective, I think the volume was mostly driven by play-to-earn NFTs. On BSC is quite popular, so it seems to be what bringing that volume to Binance Marketplace. In terms of infrastructure or how do we provide liquidity for these NFTs, Binance has no play on it. Probably be a question for the BNB organization.
It's a complex question. And for Huobi?
I will keep it short. Our NFT department is a very early stage. We're fully have an institutional strategy. At the moment, we're not jumping into non-fungible tokens.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. For me, all my NFTs dumped into the toilet, so who cares? You know, they're all worth nothing.
Yeah, really sorry, just going to have to wrap up because we're slightly overrunning now. But yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for a great conversation. I think probably just scratched the surface of the kind of impact that exchanges have and also the kind of future of exchanges. Interesting to hear what you guys are all focusing on for the next year. And I guess great to see the kind of collaboration that's there, at least in spirit, if not kind of applied everywhere yet between centralized and decentralized exchanges. So thanks guys, great conversation.
Awesome, thank you for having us.
Nice to meet you. Where am I from? Leeds.
Well done.
Wow. Well, I did say that was going to be one of the highlights of Zebu Live, and I don't think that disappointed in any way. And as a journalist, that panel is a dream. That's the sort of company you want to be sat in and hearing the views of in this space. It had passion, it had guile, it had some proper Yorkshire grit as well, which was a lovely thing to see. We don't get enough of that. Any Yorkshires in? Yeah? Lovely. Right, we've got another belter for you. I mean, that's a hard act to follow, but I'm going to hand over to Bridget Greenwood of The Bigger Pie. She's your moderator for this session, and we're talking about bringing DeFi to the masses.
Thank you very much indeed. Afternoon, everyone. 3 o'clock slot, so I hope your energy levels are okay. Please come on stage. So in this panel, we're going to be talking about how we can bring DeFi to the masses. There is so much to cover in this that obviously we'll have to do it on a relatively high level, because we have education, we have tech, we have usability, we want to understand case studies. What does DeFi even mean to everyone? So I very much would like to ask the panel to introduce themselves and their area of expertise, and then we can get started.
So, hi everyone, good to be here today. I'm Rita Martins, I'm the head of FinTech Partnerships at HSBC, and being the new topic in the industry, of course, we also start looking into the Web3 in terms of partnerships.
Hi everyone, I'm Caroline Hughes, CEO of LifeTies. We're building the FinTech Metaverse, so we bridge TradFi and DeFi and help mainstream consumers understand how they can use DeFi, NFTs and TradFi to finance their lives.
Hi folks, I'm John Frizzell, CTO of Pluto Digital, a Web3 technology and operations company. We're focused mainly in the DeFi and gaming/metaverse space and have launched a yield optimization product called YOP Finance.
Hi, this is Amit. I'm a head of DeFi research at Polygon. If you don't know Polygon, it is Ethereum scaling solution providing one of the cheapest transactions, and our aim is to have a mass adoption of a crypto. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And you'll notice, of course, that Amit is joining us on stage and he's not doing a Julian impression. So let's kick off with what do we mean by decentralized, with DeFi and decentralized DeFi? When I came into the space in 2017, I was very keen to talk to wealth managers and institutional finance and trad finance about this upcoming world, and there was no interest at all. So I'm delighted to have Rita here to be able to talk about what does that mean when it comes to HSBC's viewpoint. Can we start there?
Sure, so I think when we think about DeFi, there is really a spectrum around how decentralized are we talking about. So we have the 100% DeFi, 100% decentralized, where everything is really decentralized, and that has its benefits but also its risks. So from a consumer perspective, for example, it's much more complex. If you are not digitally savvy, it's much more complex for you to set up your DeFi wallet, for example, and to have your own key. It also brings some of the risks that some of the clients, they might not want to have it. More recently, we also have the spectrum is coming a bit closer to the centralized model that we have currently. And we have, I think in the industry, we start calling it CDFI, which is really when you have central entities that are providing decentralized products or services. I actually saw a bit of the panel that they were talking earlier, and they also had something similar for the exchange part. And I think that's really something that it's interesting is that even currently, if you think about the banking world, different consumers, they have different risk appetites and they're going to have different products. So it's really understanding all the different models that are currently available, these benefits and disadvantage. I think that model where you have central entities providing the centralized services, really the main advantage is that most of them, the user experience seems to be much easier. And also they provide a bit of the controlling the risk. So there isn't as much risk for someone who is coming, starting in this space.
So when I was introduced to the idea of decentral and your cryptocurrencies, the idea was radical responsibility and being your own bank. What does decentralized DeFi mean from your point of view, Joe?
Yeah, so on Rita's point, there's a spectrum of decentralization, but there's also layers of decentralization that I think people don't necessarily consider. Like, at the base layer, you have the chain itself. How decentralized is that? How many validator nodes? Where is the concentration of proof of stake or proof of work miners? At the next level, then you have the protocol. How decentralized is that in terms of governance? Do token holders get to vote on proposals and decide the future of the protocol? And then the bit that a lot of people I think don't give enough thought to is how decentralized is the actual governance and control. So how many multi-sig signers does it take to actually execute a change to the protocol? Can that be done independently of what the community want? And when you start looking at the different layers, you'll find that in a lot of protocols there is centralization creeping in somewhere along the way. And then beyond that, if you take the Tornado Cash use case, it was a fully decentralized protocol, or so we thought, until Infura and Alchemy blocked all API calls, their code was deleted, their web hosting was disabled. All of that was centralized. So even in a decentralized protocol, there are a lot of centralized points that exist that we need to be aware of.
Amit, did you have anything you'd like to add to that?
I think you covered most of the points, but one of the important thing which I think people miss about decentralization is that it happens in the DeFi even before you design an idea. It's about exchange of ideas. You see in the Telegram channels, in open forums, there is a decentralization of technological innovation happening. So I think that's what makes it happen, the perfect DeFi protocol or an application layer, but also coming back to the governance actually, that's super important because we once, like crypto, if you see the DeFi evolution, it has been some sort of on a scale of 0 to 2000, and in this scale people miss a lot of things. So if one person is able, if you give responsibility to only one person to do all the things in the protocol, he's gonna mess it up. So so that's why the protocols in which the governance has been doing pretty well, they have actually performed well, even in the 3 economic shocks, and now still, like, we are in one of the economic shock. You can see, right, for the example, Uniswap governance, like, they're doing absolutely fine.
So this is about how to bring DeFi to the masses, and I think we're all aware that there are lots of challenges which we'll get on to. But before we talk about that sort of thing, I'd love to learn about the use cases that are working. Caroline, if anyone was here at 10 o'clock this morning, it was a Women in Web3 panel. We were asked at the end, who would we like to sort of put our hands up and say who they admire as a woman in the space? Obviously, there's too many to mention, but Caroline was a person that I chose, so no pressure, tell everyone. What are you guys doing to tackle it in your use case?
Well, when I think about bringing DeFi to the masses, there's essentially kind of 2 main strands to that. There's the strand that we're tackling, which is creating the consumer layer, i.e. can we make DeFi make sense to mainstream consumers? Can we make it easy for them to use, and can we kind of embed it in their lives so that they don't have to actually be that knowledgeable about blockchain, about crypto, about DeFi? They can just use it, right? And they can use it a lot, and it becomes sticky, and it just becomes exactly the same as if they were using kind of traditional finance, but they get all of the benefits of DeFi in the sense that it is permissionless, they don't have to have a credit report, there's no gatekeeper in the face of like a bank or an insurance company saying whether they can or can't have access to financial products. So when we look at use cases at LifeTies, it's very much about how can we educate consumers, but in a way that means that they're starting to use DeFi almost without even really knowing how. You know, how do we get it so that it is as simple as the way that they're used to using any of the normal kind of fintech apps? Because right now, one of the main challenges, as I think we're all aware, is that usability is really, really hard. Even for like loads of crypto natives in the room, right? I bet the first time that you tried a DeFi transaction, you tried it like with a tiny amount of money, because at every step you're like, is this the point that I lose everything? right? It's just not designed in a way that most of us can understand. And it certainly isn't designed for mainstream consumers. So there is a ton of work that we need to do in kind of the user experience piece to make it usable. And then kind of the second piece, when I think about bringing DeFi to the masses, it's what can we do at an institutional level? And it's great actually that we have Rita here, because it's kind of we can either look at it at retail, and that means that we give consumers access to the equivalent of savings accounts, an ability to borrow, an ability to invest their money, an ability to get insurance, right? All of the standard kind of TradFi products. But where I actually also think that we're going to bring DeFi to the masses is that institutional level where DeFi effectively becomes things like the standard payment rails. You know, it actually starts to go up against Visa, MasterCard, and some of the fintech rails, and starts to just make that whole process of transactions even quicker, even cheaper. And then that is also bringing it to the mainstream.
Absolutely. And when it comes to use cases, I know Polygon has many, so I'd love to hear about those too.
Yeah, I think I should comment on the first point, the user experience first. And this links to the user experience is also linked to Polygon. First is an aesthetic and use smooth sailing on the DeFi protocol. So now whenever a protocol comes to our team, we really tell them to get the user experience sorted first, hire an awesome designer, a user experience person, because we want a seamless experience, right? And what we want is that at the back end, the user it shouldn't bother users. Like you book a Uber app, right? It doesn't bother to you what kind of make of a car is, like how much mileage is there, how many gears are there, how it is working, right? It just gets its work done. So that's how the blockchain used to be, supposed to be, sorry. And about the user experience, the Polygon, and we have a huge use case of user experience, because what we actually provide is one of the cheapest transaction with as much security as you can imagine. And also our world of scaling solution, like our L2 solution is upcoming in the market, and we are about to launch a testnet, and the mainnet is gonna be soon. So you're gonna see much more cheaper transaction and much better security. And that's what institutions and the protocol builders needs to look ahead, like user experience with least cost possible, with the at most security, and get a seamless app. And we are there. Like we are actually, if we do that, we're going to accelerate the revolution of DeFi. Yeah.
And in terms of specific case studies that you would like to share from Polygon? Well, if you, yeah.
No, I have one.
The case studies that you have would be great to share. Yes, please.
Sorry, I was finding it difficult to hear you, actually. What was the question?
We were talking about use cases. So if you have any that you want to share, I didn't know if there were any in Polygon that Amit wanted to cover. And then I was going to go on to some of the things that have been raised and talk more about the challenges. But if you want to raise, when it comes to challenges right now that we have, and sort of discuss some of those topics, I'm happy to go there.
No, I'm okay on that one.
Okay, so we spoke about, and we can come back onto some use cases. We spoke about some of the challenges, and regulation, of course, is one of those, especially as Caroline said, if we're looking to bring institutional finance into this. Rita, I'd love to understand some of your insights on this.
Yeah, so I think in terms of the challenges, there is two main ones. So the one that my panelists were just talking around user accessibility, being really simple, really easy. You're not even thinking about what you're doing, you're just using DeFi. The second one is really the trusts. And the trusts, I do believe it's a bit of a controversial topic in the industry, which is always interesting, but it's really around regulation. So for some of the big institutions to come into this space, regulation will be a key thing for it to be coming. So then it's much more clear what is possible from institution side, what is possible to provide to the clients, and also from the client side, what is possible to provide, or what is possible for them to use. And we're also just talking around this with a few people. It also depends on each countries that we're talking about, and different regulators will be testing as well. I think the main key thing with regulation here, as with any other new technology, is that they are also learning what does it mean, what is blockchain, what are some of the use cases, what are the opportunities, but also what are the risks. And the ability to learn around the use cases, that we also be working together and saying, okay, what will be the regulation coming? And I think once we have the regulation, then we'll be seeing some of the institutions coming into play. And really the main benefit of Web2 fintechs or Web2 banks is that they know the clients really well. They have created really simple apps for clients to use. So I think they are both aligned, and once we see some of these, then we'll see much more masses coming into DeFi, to come back to the topic.
I think you're right, and it's interesting actually, because you're starting to see kind of like pockets of kind of the institutional plus fintech/crypto partnerships happening, which is probably what you're looking at a lot. And obviously you've got the BlackRock plus Coinbase one that was announced recently, but then you have other kind of sort of interesting use cases that have been popping up. So Fidelity, for example, now allows their people who are enrolled in their 401k, so the equivalent of their pensions in the US, they can actually put up to 20% of their retirement savings into Bitcoin. And it kind of went a little bit under the radar, I think, but as a kind of institutional use case of how they're just starting to kind of give access to at least cryptocurrency, if not full DeFi, I think that's really where we're going to start seeing it. And I think it's going to be driven by consumers demanding access to products. And so obviously on the retirement savings and investment side, it's being driven by consumers saying, but hang on, I want to be able to put some of my future retirement savings into cryptocurrency. And also from a BlackRock perspective, it's them saying, okay, well, we want to be able to have access to cryptocurrency as an asset class. And I think we're going to start to see kind of that trickle down of it moving from just pure access to the crypto assets themselves, and then starting to move into where can we start to embed actual DeFi in terms of giving people access to new liquidity pools. Because that's a little bit scary for institutions, right? Fundamentally, they're balance sheet businesses. And so they're going to be looking with kind of one eye on, but hang on a second, we want to own the balance sheet. We want to control who has access to that balance sheet. We want to provide liquidity to the market. So I think it's going to be interesting how we see the beginning of those kind of tie-ups with DeFi protocols, where it's the DeFi providers who are kind of providing that liquidity and access to the crypto asset market. I think that's where we're going to start seeing more innovation.
And John, what would you like to see changing in this space to be able to attract more masses to DeFi?
So much. I suppose there's two main things. One is the initial on-ramp. I think for a lot of people moving from a centralized exchange or a CeFi product into the world of DeFi where it's self-custody, I think that's still very scary for a lot of people, and there's a very steep learning curve. The whole responsibility of self-custody, not your keys, not your crypto, but how do you take care of those keys? How do you protect them? What level of paranoia do you go to? Do you shard your key into 6 different pieces and distribute it globally in 6 different vaults and banks across the world? Probably not when you're just starting out. But the ability to recover keys, I think, is something that needs a lot more work. Social recovery, where you can nominate friends or family that each get a shard of your key that can be reconstructed. I think that is something that really needs a lot of work. And regulation. It is often a dirty word in crypto, but it's happening right now around us. We need to be engaged in it, and we need to be advocating for what we think are the right regulations, rather than sitting on the sidelines and potentially risking DeFi being regulated out of existence, which, if you look at some of the regions, that seems to be the stance they're taking. So we definitely do need more regulation to make this more accessible and safer for people, but we need the right regulation, the type that protects DeFi and its users, as opposed to making it even less accessible.
Yeah, thanks. So I have a slightly different view in terms of a pace of regulation, because 5 years before, I specifically remember, if you ask regulators, they thought every crypto coin, every cryptocurrency was a scam. So now fundamentally, I think everyone agrees that cryptocurrencies have fundamental valuation. So there are actually funds running around that. But about the regulation, I think since it has moved in a right direction, I would say, the effort needs to be made from both sides. So because this is a new tech, and with every new tech, you cannot sometimes fit the old models of regulation. So the learning and education has to come from the both sides. And there is a huge amount of acceptability of regulation within the crypto industry as well, within DeFi. I am working with people who are institutional DeFi, a large institution. Of course, they want to get regulated, but they also want to get regulated in a right way. For example, identity check, KYC and KYB. It has been around like so many years, but there is always a threat of identity stealing, identity theft. And with the modern technology, for example, zero knowledge based technology, you can prove that you have the passport, but the other person will never get to see the details of the passport. So that's kind of a regulation, that's kind of a layer over the DeFi protocol in kind of a decentralized or modern technological regulated way might be the future, because there is no point sticking to the old things when we have the better things available at a cheaper rate, because we would be like those 1,000 scanners and printers, and we won't need that maybe anymore in next 10 years. And so coming back to why I'm saying this, because it's a reality. Polygon is about to release a product which is called Polygon ID, which is a suite of zero knowledge identity solution, the one which I was talking about. And that product is in so much huge demand. We are doing POCs for institutions, large institutions, that I think it's a future. It's a well-regulated future.
Did you have anything to add? I know that you lifted up your microphone when John was speaking, Caroline.
I think, from my perspective, we moved across from just traditional fintech to embracing DeFi in the past sort of 12, 18 months. And we were driven here by consumer demand, first because increasingly, most of our 40,000 users were saying, I hold crypto assets, but you don't show them to me, and I need to know how to actually use them in my real life. We were like, okay, great. And then they said, now we're interested in DeFi. And we were like, okay, let's start integrating that. But what's interesting when you talk to most mainstream consumers is a lot of the stuff that we all think about in this space, they don't care about at all. So they're very used to doing KYC, and I think being able to give them that sovereign identity is going to be a game changer. But as of right now, they're not asking for it, right? So we as an industry are saying we can provide this to you and it will make things better, but it's still going to take a while, if we're honest, before that becomes mass adoption to enable them, because they're actually very, very comfortable going through the steps that they're used to in the traditional finance world. And I think sometimes we forget that. And in our eagerness to kind of use all the technology that we have access to, we're almost trying to drag them along at a pace that they're not comfortable with. What they're most comfortable with is things which feel familiar and feel safe and feel like much of what they already do. So the closer that we can bring a lot of the kind of user experience and the steps to what they're used to from a kind of fintech experience, regardless of what we've got behind the scenes, the better for now. Because they sure as hell are not ready for Web3. They're probably ready for about Web 2.0.5 at the moment. Same is true of the banks and the institutions. They're not ready for Web3. They're ready for Web 1.8.4. So, I love that there is so much innovation, but I think we have to be very, very realistic about what mainstream consumers actually have an appetite and a readiness for. Because I can tell you that with our own startup, we're still trying to get people used to kind of digital mortgages and some of the things, some of the, and investing digitally. That's only really accelerated in the last kind of 18 months, right? Because of the pandemic. So the pace of change that we can do on the blockchain side is absolutely not reflected yet in what consumers are ready for.
Yeah, and I agree. I think like we have seen that like the pandemic has been bad for many reasons, but the reality is that many of the consumers, they're much more digital savvy these days and they're much more used to it. I think with any innovation, with any technology, what typically happens is you just basically replicate what you know and then you start innovating a bit more, and that's what we're seeing. The only caveat I would say, and I'll add, is that it's great to get more people coming into this space, and it's great that we make it really simple, but we also need to make sure that they understand the risks and educating the side of it, because it's still an industry that we're still really innovating and we're still really understanding what are some of the risks, so making sure that we're educating, and I think that's the key thing around the trust. Not just making it available, but also making sure that you educate around the risks, that you have some of the issues I also thought about. So I think, John, you were talking around if you lose your key, what happens? And you have this concept of the community and how you can show the community that you are who you say you are. So start thinking about some of the risks, some of the issues that could happen, and start educating the consumers around what does it mean and how can we mitigate some of the risks, I think will be the other thing I would add.
I've seen some really nice startups in the space that allow you to enter into ownership or holding a wallet that has a very Web2 interface. So you go in, it's easy to get in, and then once you've got the asset, which is in a custodial, so you don't actually own the asset yet, but they set up the wallet that way, then they begin to introduce you to the next stage of, actually you can transfer this into your wallet yet. But to get people to do that right at the offset of what they're doing, it is really difficult, especially without an understanding of why they're doing it in the first place. So it's great that we can have a whole bunch of people attracted because price and NFTs and headlines, and it gets people crypto curious. A lot of people come in to make a fast buck, and a lot of people stay, which I love. But I think you need to understand why you're going through this painful process. What is your reward at the end of it? What does it mean to you beyond just being crypto curious? So I wonder if you have any progressions that you've seen in Polygon, where we're seeing more people coming into the use cases you have rather than the crypto natives sort of using those platforms.
So Polygon is a very different kind of a platform. We have heterogeneous audiences. We have audiences like who have been OG, like from day one, really crypto native people, like, you know, multiple wallets, cold wallets, hot wallets, so those kind of people like just zapping around the yield protocol. And also we are onboarding a kind of an audience, I think, which you are talking about, the fintech audience. But I agree, for onboarding the fintech audience, we need a certain kind of an application experience from startups, from new founders, that makes their life so easy. For example, we onboarded Stripe, right? And it was a huge move. Like, it was not easy. Stripe is really famous for their application layer, and the process they designed it, they carefully had the product market fit, and it was a smooth process. The second kind of a user, I think, who will never know they are getting onboarded on their wallet sometime would be for example, Starbucks coffee drinkers. Their loyalty points are going to be minted on Polygon. So they might not realize their stuff is running on Polygon, but at the end of a 6 month, they would say, oh, I can gift and I can lend my Starbucks coffee gift card. Oh, what's this? So, it's a different kind of users. Some of the product, one of the biggest use cases which are coming around in the DeFi is kind of an on-ramp, off-ramp, end-to-end solution. Like, DeFi doesn't need to live in the silo, right? You just hook onto the bank account, complete the transaction, earn your yield, do swap, whatever you like, and then go back again to the real world. That's the seamless transaction use case we are looking after.
Yeah, and that's really kind of what we're tackling, that ability for you to, A, be able to compare side by side, a traditional finance product and the equivalent in DeFi, right? So if you're trying to buy a new car, you can check out what car finance is available through a high street bank, or you can see what you could get with Aave, right? If you're holding crypto assets. I think that ability for people to understand it in the context of things that they're trying to do, transactions they're trying to make, is like super, super important. And then I think to I thought your point was interesting about the Starbucks use case, because Starbucks is effectively the world's biggest bank. If you take their loyalty points and if you turn that into assets which then become tradable, so currency, which effectively is what's happening. So they've always shied away from doing this in the past, because from a regulatory perspective, the minute that you take loyalty points which are in a closed environment can only be used as currency within your own stores, and then open that up as a loyalty program where effectively those points, those tokens can be traded on an exchange or for other goods and services, you become a bank. And so you suddenly find yourself in a completely different world of regulation, away from just selling coffee to suddenly becoming the world's biggest bank. So it's fascinating that they're going there.
Yeah, and now you can mint your NFT in Instagram, right? That's also on Polygon. So different kinds of users, you see different use case. Yeah.
I also think it's fascinating as we look forward, and this is something that Caroline and I have discussed a lot, is that if you look in the traditional financial sector, apologies Rita, that most of the financial products and the way that you live your life and manage your finances are built for baby boomers. So we don't have the same career paths, everything is changing much faster, people are more transient, they hold multiple jobs rather than one job. This golden handshake of a pension after the end of 25 years just doesn't exist anymore. And we're seeing creator economies and things like this, and this is where I really see that DeFi has so much value attached to it, because you don't have to work 40 years and then rest. There are so many different ways that you can manage your money and your finances that I think DeFi has a lot of opportunities to do. I would love to hear any of your thoughts on the future of the economy in that respect.
I hope that it's going to be an additive economy, by which I mean that I hope that we're not just going to impose exactly the same kind of business models in this new economy that we've got in the old one. So what I'm hoping for is, and again, unfortunately, regulation kind of rears its head on it, I'm hoping that what we have is a much more global, inclusive system, where it doesn't matter where in the world you happen to be born or located, doesn't matter what your income is, it doesn't matter kind of what your background is in terms of credit history. If you hold certain assets, or if you want to do certain things, you're not excluded by systems which are very, very opaque. Right now, most of us, we apply for a mortgage or we apply for a loan and we hope for the best, right? We put in all of the application, we check our credit score, and then we have absolutely no idea what criteria the bank is going to score us against, right? So we don't know if we're eligible, we don't know if we're going to get it, we don't know what interest rate they're going to charge us. It's all completely up to them. And what I think DeFi offers, and this is where it's kind of exciting, is that all of that is transparent. You know going into it what you're eligible for, what you're going to get, and it doesn't matter what your credit score is. If you hold a certain amount of Bitcoin or ETH, you can get access to loans against that, right? There's nobody telling you whether or not you can have it. And I would love to I think that for me is what opens this up fully.
So it's a good point. I think in terms of the credit scoring, it's an interesting one, because if we think about a few years back, we didn't have as much information. One of the interesting opportunities or use cases that are coming up within DeFi and Web3 space is really that now we're going to have much more information. So if you think about the digital identity, and not just the digital identity as we have today, so not just bringing the Know Your Customer and QIB into Web3, but also thinking about if we have a digital identity where the interactions that we have with other people are actually part of your identity, if the fact that you are, I don't know, a member of a specific club, it's also part of your identity. So we start having other information that could potentially be used for credit scoring, for loans, for mortgages.
And does that excite you or does that terrify you? Because on one hand, that terrifies me, right? Because then who's saying, again, it's always about gatekeepers, isn't it? It's like, who's using that information and what are they scoring you against to give you access or restricting you from having access? Because like in terms of, and I do understand in terms of kind of building credit risk profiles, and if you're doing underwriting, you need to have access to certain amounts of data. But if the data points suddenly get broader and it includes everything that you might ever have done socially, it starts to get like full surveillance.
Yeah, exactly. So there's the risks and the opportunities, right? Then who holds the data? Who can have access to it? But the other interesting part is, for example, within DeFi, if you go into DeFi now, you have this concept of over-collateralization because you don't know who is it. So right now, if you go into a bank, the bank needs to know who you are to know if you are able to pay your loan back. And that's why you don't have to pay more. In DeFi, because we have no identities, you have to over-collateralize. You need to provide more money than actually what you're taking, because if there is a problem you don't pay back, there needs to be enough liquidity in the pool. Right? So all these types of, I think, new use cases, they can be brought into the centralized world, and they can also be used into the DeFi world to improve even more the use cases. Because if we are realistic right now, if you're over-collateralizing, then again, we are not bringing the masses into DeFi, because you can only bring a certain profile of users. So I think all these use cases, it's so early that I'm not even sure that we know all the use cases, but definitely the identity, it's super interesting. It's also super scary, but you can think of it in all the angles. And bringing back what Amit was saying around the $0 proof, with that technology, you don't even have to share all your information. So right now, if you go into a supermarket, you need to provide your digital identity or your driving license. And in there you have all the information. You have your name, you have your address, what day you were born. In the reality, they just want to know if you're buying alcohol, are you above 18, right? So with $0 proof, then they will just be able to say, yes, this person is above 18. You don't even have to share what year you were born in. So I think the main part of DeFi and this technology that really fascinates me is you're bringing so much more different ways of looking at information. You're bringing so much more data that it can be used to improve existing processes and also new ones.
Yeah, that's interesting. And John, I was just thinking, as Rita was saying all of this, do you think that from kind of a technology and security level, do you think DeFi is ready for the masses?
Oh, good God, no. Absolutely, 100% no. I mean, I was listening to one of the talks earlier on today, and 50% of the yields generated in DeFi last year were lost in exploits. Like, I think it was 24 billion yield generated, 12 billion taken out of the system in exploits. That is far, far, far too high. 1% of crypto or DeFi is insured at the moment. Like, those figures are just terrifying. We're nowhere near ready for the masses when it's still like that. We're still in the Wild West. We're still right in the infancy of DeFi. We don't know what it's going to become. And let's be honest, in crypto, we're very much in our own echo chamber most of the time, talking to other people with the same ideals or similar ideals in the same space. I'm not sure we even know yet what the mass market will want from DeFi. Will they want self-custody? Will they want to be able to bring their own real-world identity, as Rita said, into the digital economy so that they can borrow without having to over-collateralize, so that they can make use of real-world assets and bring them on-chain and use them as collateral for other things? Like, I think we're only scratching the surface so far on the use cases, and we're definitely only scratching the surface in terms of security, stability, and the trustworthiness of the DeFi protocols.
Do you think that the biggest
Caroline?
I'm curious, do you think the biggest thing that could happen to build that trust would be if there was the equivalent of like the financial compensation scheme? You know, like with banks, you get a certain amount, 85 grand, you might know this better than me.
The protection that you have.
Yeah, the bank guarantee scheme of, like, I think it's 100K per account. But that works because the government back it. The government back it because there is a very tight, long-established relationship between governments and banks. Right now, governments are very skeptical or downright distrustful of crypto and DeFi. So I think we're a long, long way away from being in a place where banks will be willing to extend that same guarantee. And I can't see us getting there without a lot more regulation, assuming it's the right kind of regulation.
So we have 60 seconds left. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. What's the one thing that you would like to see? What should we work on first? I mean, it's always multi-level, but what's the one thing you'd like to see change that you think that we should be focusing on, each of you, to share what that might be? And of course, it could be the same things.
I mean, if I need to choose one, it's probably user experience.
Yeah, mine would be the same, user experience and education piece.
Yeah, I have to agree. User experience and education are really lacking at the moment.
I agree in the user experience, but I would like to add, for any mass adoption, we should have a template of Web 2, Internet 2 to Web 3. So internet has to become cheap to become adopted in past 20 years. So similarly, blockchain needs to get to a near zero level to get adopted. Like you don't have to pay any gas fees or sort of things. So I think that will help the next mass adoption phase.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to be done, but I'm very excited about the future, and thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Bridget. That was another absolute belter. I think we've had a real treat today with some of the panels that we've experienced so far. And there's another treat coming up for you at precisely 1600 hours. So you've got a little comfort break now. Go and enjoy a comfort. And then back in here in 15 minutes, slightly less. And we've got Stephen Bartlett coming up precisely at 4 o'clock. So enjoy your comfort, but be back here prompt. Thank you very much.
Okay, Zebu Live. I hope everyone has had an amazing conference. We are going to be back bigger and better next year. But don't forget, the day is just getting started. We have the after party, one of London's most iconic venues, with one of the most iconic hip-hop artists, Madlib. Woo! The team are telling me you need to register for Coco links. Everyone will get in. I'm sure it'll be fine, but please do that. And yeah, so I really hope everyone did have a good time. It's such a huge transition from last year. But before I introduce our next speaker, can I get a round of applause for every single speaker, sponsor, panelist, community partner, media partner, Zebu team, and more importantly, you! So, people know me for pushing generational change, and you guys are making it happen. But before I introduce our next speaker, I have a special favor to ask. You've noticed we're streaming this around the world. Can we please, on the count of 3, do a massive Zebu Live? 1, 2, 3. Zebu Live! Okay, and now, without further ado, the man himself, the youngest ever star on Dragon's Den, founder of Social Chain, and currently building at Web3 speed, not 1, but 2 companies, Flight Story and Third Web, Stephen Bartlett.
I'll interview myself. Oh, here you are.
Wow. It's the most crowded space I've seen here in the last 2 days. So I guess you all guys waited for this moment, and the moment is here. We're having a very special, very friendly fireside here today with a friend of mine, Steven, who just joined us. I would like to start with audience with a question. Please raise your hand who actually seen any of Steven's podcast, any of his Dragon's Den shows.
Or if you haven't also,
go,
please
go. Amazing, amazing. So, Steven, the goal of today's fireside chat is not to have some official questions, not to discuss any of your business in particular, but actually have a friendly chat for all of these people who stayed here and been waiting for you for months now to know you much better as a person. What is your end goal? What do you enjoy doing in life? And what are you pursuing in your entrepreneurial and personal life? Sure.
First of all, thank you for being here. I know it's Friday and everybody wants to go home, so I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. In terms of your first question about end goal, once upon a time, I used to orientate my life around end goals, and it didn't take me long to figure out that that was probably a bad idea, because as you would have experienced in your own lives, once you get to those, those pistes, those false precipices when you're climbing that mountain, or those false finish lines, they're always quite anticlimactical. So I've tried to redesign my life over the last couple of years to design it with factors that I believe will allow me to be fulfilled and motivated over the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So if I'm working towards a challenge, keyword challenge, toward is also a keyword because it speaks to forward motion. If I'm working towards a challenge surrounded by people that I love and it's a meaningful goal, then I think I'll be motivated and stabilized. And I think all of those words are super key. One of the reasons why I say challenge again is because if we're too far in our comfort zones, as the motivation psychologist that I know well, Daniel Pink, has taught me, we become bored. If we're too far outside of our zone of comfort, we become intimidated. So there's a certain level of challenge, one step outside of our comfort zones that I keep myself in, and that's also in part why I got myself into Web3. It's also why when the noise started happening around this thing called blockchain technologies and NFTs, I knew that in order to keep myself motivated from a professional standpoint, I had to lean in. And that's where I find myself. I have a number of different companies. I'll give you a little bit of an overview of my life. So I have my podcast called The Diary of a CEO, which hopefully some of you know, because a couple of you put your hands up. Thank you. A lot of you will know, because it's been on air for about 20 years now, Dragon's Den, I do that as well. After leaving Social Chain, which was the social media business I built for 10 years, I went into psychedelics. Again, this is part of me keeping myself challenged, and I worked as a creative director in the psychedelics industry for a little while as a big investor in a company. That company then went public at a $3 billion valuation last year. It's a Peter Thiel-backed company. And then I got really intrigued by what I saw going on in the world of blockchain, because it reminded me of the reason why I got in social media. All of the hallmarks of a wave coming into shore were there. There was the pessimism. There was the hype and the euphoria. And underneath all of that, as was the case with social media when I used to go into those rooms in 2012 and tell people about it, there was a technology that enabled our lives to become easier, better, faster, cheaper in things that we're trying to do right now. And so whenever I've spotted that over the last 10, 15 years, I lean in. Same with psychedelics. Same reason I got involved in there. Because when you look at the clinical studies and you put all of the naysayers and the pessimism aside, the clinical studies are clear. And the psilocybin studies that have just been released, for example, show that in many cases, treatment-resistant depression can be cured, as far as clinical scientists consider cured, with one dose of a psilocybin treatment. That's what I orientate my life on. It's looking past noise at fundamental technology that will make our lives easier, better, faster, cheaper. And that's why I'm in the Web3 space.
Wow, this is hell of a reply. You're a serial entrepreneur. You're having the biggest UK-based and European-based podcast. Recently, you just reached 10 million monthly views, so congrats to you. But let's give a round of applause, guys. You are also the youngest Dragon Dan recently joined, so yeah. So there is a lot to talk about yourself. The question I have to you, how do you define success and whether you are a successful person?
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what I said earlier. So striving towards meaningful goals with people I love and feeling challenged. And with that, if we're talking about success as an individual, you have to then factor in the personal stuff. And that's a sense of like personal balance. You know, Maslow's hierarchy of needs is great, but the thing that's missing from the bottom level, as Simon Sinek said on my podcast 2 weeks ago, is connection. As Simon Sinek said to me, people don't kill themselves because they're thirsty. They don't kill themselves because they're hungry, but they do kill themselves when they're lonely and when they're lacking connection in their lives. So you can have all of the material trappings of a professionally successful life, but if you don't have connection, then you're never going to have a fully rounded life. I learned that lesson way too late. I sacrificed everything, especially when I was building Social Chain, to become rich because I thought that would make me happy, sexy millionaire that I was striving to be. I thought that was the game, and then I felt the feelings of loneliness. I felt that emptiness inside of me. I didn't know what it was because 10-year-old Steve, who was insecure because he was the only black kid in an all-white area and because our family were poorer than anyone I'd ever seen in my area, was orientated purely and driven purely by insecurity and shame, which, by the way, are two of the biggest motivators I've ever seen, having interviewed 150, 170 amazing athletes and stars and billionaires. Shame and insecurity are the single biggest motivators I've ever discovered. And so I sacrificed all of connection and many other things for the sake of money. The other thing I'll say for true happiness is your health, which we don't really talk about enough because again, especially when you're younger, you take it for granted until something happens. But 2.5 years ago, having been that guy who said, which I imagine a lot of you are as well, that I'm going to finally take my health seriously, I'm going to go to the gym and work out, when I saw what was happening with the pandemic and how people, based on their current health situation, were affected entirely differently, and I saw the fragility of health, and I realized this really important lesson that everything I am, every goal I have, every dream I have, every company I founded, my dog, my girlfriend, my mum, all of it rests on this tectonic plate that I didn't even know was there called my health. You remove my health, you remove everything I have. If you remove my dog, I still have everything else. If you remove my girlfriend, I still have everything else. But if you remove my health, I lose everything. So that has to be my first priority, logically. That has to be priority number one. So now I've orientated my life around that, where sleep's number one, eating's number one, and I don't miss a day in the gym. Haven't done for a while. We track it with my friends, some of which are here, and 90% of days in 2022 I've been to the gym or I've done exercise. So that's the foundation of my personal success.
Wow, this is a very powerful statement. You just touched upon the topic of your health and health being the top priority for you, which I personally respect a lot. What helps you to stay alive, to stay active 24/7? Is it some type of meditation? Is it breathing exercises? Perhaps you have some morning routine?
No, that's all bullshit. So when I read about these successful people and I read about their morning routines and how perfect they are, I just can't relate. And but I understand, because you've got to write an article, you've got to write a book, and if I want to sell you the article or if I want to sell you the book, I have to create something that feels special, unique, complicated. I'm a mess in pretty much every sense of the term. I'm unorganized. I wake up when I wake up. The sun is my alarm clock. I stumble out of bed. There's no real routine to this. I might go over and pick up. I'm not saying it's the perfect thing. I'm just saying it's who I am. I'll go over, look at my phone straight away with one eye open. I hear in the success books you're not supposed to do that. Here you're meant to do like yoga, sit there, journal, go for a jog, like spin around 3 times and tap your head. I've never done any of that nonsense, and it's been fine for me. So I can't relate to all of that stuff. And life is really much simpler. Like when we seek to understand how to live our lives in an optimal manner, we don't need to look forward, or we don't need to look into these complicated courses and systems. We actually need to look back. Which is like, how did our ancestors live their lives? They lived in small groups, connected with each other. They moved their bodies every single day because they had to. They didn't rely on tapping a glass screen to get their food, or to find a date, or to talk to their friends. Connection was central to the way they lived their lives. They ate food that they could catch or find in the ground, water, sunlight, nature, another huge one that I never appreciated before. But then I read about these studies in prisons where prisoners looking out on concrete versus prisoners looking out on a tree had a 30% difference in their rate of depression. So I try and think about the fundamentals, like eat well, sleep well, move my body, spend time with my friends and family. Outside of that, it doesn't need to be much more complicated than that.
Got it. Who is your mentor right now?
I don't have a mentor because we have this thing called the internet. And I think I have to say, I think this narrative that you need a mentor is actually counterproductive, because you wouldn't believe how many young people DM me and say, Steve, I have this huge idea, but I haven't found a mentor yet. As if they're trapped in a jail and the mentor is the key. I understand that thinking in a pre-internet world, but in a world where you have you have every podcast, you have Elon Musk, Mark, you have all of everybody in that glass screen. I think we've overstated the value of a mentor. It doesn't mean that they're not valuable at all. It just means the most important thing is actually teaching people, specifically young people, how to go and find information, how to research information, because you have, as I said, you have all the world's greatest minds talking in front of you, writing books online, recording podcasts. But I do actually believe that when I get those messages from young kids that say, I have this big idea, but I haven't found a mentor yet, so I don't know, like, how do I find a mentor, Steve? I actually think it's something else. I think it's the same procrastination you see when you know you've got to you've got to do that big piece of work or that essay, but you end up going and washing the dishes. It's because we procrastinate when there's psychological discomfort associated with a task and we don't feel competent yet with starting it. So sometimes we find reasons why we can't start yet. And that's what I think it is, because I think you know how to Google. So I think coming to me with a fake problem, like, I can't start yet because I haven't found a mentor, I think that's a nice way to justify someone's own procrastination.
I mean, it's really fascinating for me personally, coming from you, that being productive, let's say, being successful doesn't require you to be that organized, that structured, as you just mentioned.
As long as you know you're not that thing. Exactly. Self-awareness is the key. So imagine if I didn't know I wasn't organized and I tried to build a business. Imagine if I didn't know my weaknesses and tried to build a business. Then we're all fucked, right? But I know what I'm bad at, and I also know what I'm good at, and so I mitigate the potential risk of my deficiencies by putting people there that are way better than me and them telling me what to do. And that's really it. This is great. I've thought about this over the last couple of months and years, that I'm really good at a very simple and small amount of things. But because I've doubled down on that thing that I'm really good at, like I'm not good at English, maths, I'm not good at these things, But I've tripled down on the thing that I'm good at, and that's been enough for me in my career. And Jimmy Carr came on the podcast and he said, listen, we don't need any more people that are shit at physics. We don't need any more Ds in physics. If you're getting a D and an E in physics, forget it. Just go and double down on the thing you're good at. And there's a lot of wisdom in that crass statement.
In this case, I do believe return on investment of your time, of your energies, that is like the main metric you're looking for, whatever you do. Even here right now, you understand that you're educating potentially tens of thousands of people watching us today live, and that is basically your return on being here. How do you evaluate these opportunities in traditional business, in Web2 world? What are those factors you're looking for whenever investing in some projects? Is it the way to onboard people? Is it some kind of way to educate masses who do not have these equalities that, for example, you and me here in Europe have, or it's something different for you?
So on to your first point about time, yeah, the further I've got in my career, the more I've realized that time is literally the center point of my influence, and how I allocate it every day is the only thing that determines my outcomes. And I remember writing about in my book that if you see it like poker chips, if you live to about 80 or 90 years old, you get 500,000 poker chips given to you in your life. Every day you wake up, you've slept for 9 hours. My maths is pretty shit, so you slept for 8 hours, you've got 16 poker chips left. And imagine it like a roulette table. You then place those 16 chips every day, hopefully in alignment with things that will move you closer to your goals. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes we, which is fine if you realize that balance is important. Sometimes we place 2 of our chips on Netflix. So every time I go through my to-do list and every time I'm presented with an opportunity to speak or do something, I think about it in the context of those chips. Like I've got 16 today. I spend them today, the roulette wheel spins, and it gives me a return based on how I've placed my chips. I have 500,000 of these chips in my life that are going to determine all of my outcomes across my professional, my relationships, my businesses, everything. So you get much better at saying no when you realize the finality of your life. This is something I don't think people understand, is I don't think we really understand that we're going to die. I also don't think we can comprehend the idea of infinity, but I don't think we can comprehend the idea of finality, that we are going to die. And that every one of these precious moments is the only currency we have. You can never get more of them, you can't buy more of them. Work on your health, you might earn a few more. And then to your second question about, so that framework has allowed me to say no to things much better and to focus myself, but also our teams on, as we call it at Third Web, what our A+ problem is. What is the number one thing that we should be focusing our energy on if we are to achieve our objectives? And then your second question was about how my sort of investment framework. When I'm making investments, it's all about people. You know, the worst investments I've ever done is where I've allowed myself to get blindsided by my love of the product. And then, so, you know, it's almost like looking down. I remember someone coming to my office, my first ever investment, looking down at the product they'd made. I fell in love, I invested. What I should have done is I should have looked up at the entrepreneur. Now, in that particular case, the product was amazing. The entrepreneurs were not. And it's quite an interesting story because it ends up failing. The company fails, the entrepreneurs behind it do some pretty criminal stuff. And then a management team comes in and takes on the product. That product now is flying. I only put 25K in and I put it in 8 years ago, but it's now one of the best in its industry, making about 100K, about 6 figures a week. So that's, if anything, highlighted that those bad entrepreneurs could have taken a good thing down. A bad idea with a great entrepreneur is actually not a bad investment, because if you can understand the characteristics of the person, you can understand how they'll behave in the future. If they're humble, that means they're probably going to pivot when the feedback contradicts their hypothesis. If they're stubborn, they will go down with the ship. I'm looking for entrepreneurs that have great personal characteristics, because if I understand those characteristics, I can understand that when shit hits the fan, or when the data tells them there's no product market fit, they will change. So I bet on entrepreneurs first and foremost. Oftentimes I don't know the industry well enough to understand if the product is good. All about the people. And even in the NFT space, and even in the Web3 space, for me, it's all about the people. That is the easiest thing to understand, and it's the most important thing to understand. So I hear these presentations and all this stuff, and I'm rarely listening too closely. I'm much more focused on the person that stood there, their background, their track record, how they'll behave, their character, their humility, their insecurities, their ego.
Wow, basically you didn't realize it yet, that is a personal characteristics Steven just shared with us. If you want to join his team, that's basically what type of people he's looking to join.
We are hiring at Third Web, and Flight Story. You can see both teams here. We're hiring like crazy. So if you're the best in the world and you want to come and join a team of the best in the world, then please come and apply. And you can, look, I'm not going to say how to apply because if you don't have that much initiative, you're probably not right for us, but, but please come and apply.
You joined Dragon's Den as the youngest ever Dragon to join it at the age of 28. There are a lot of, let's call them oldies in a positive way. In a positive way.
I didn't say that, Deborah. I didn't. Peter, I did not call you an oldie.
Experienced people.
They're experienced, yeah.
Who has been there before you for many, many years.
I think Tuka's the oldest, actually. Tuka's the oldest, yeah.
What was their approach to you? Like, how did they consider you coming to them as a 20-year-old
Yeah, I got to meet them before the show started, and they were, and I wouldn't say this, I wouldn't bullshit, I'd just say something else. They were so nice. I remember Peter saying to me, and he really, really meant it, he went, if you're successful on this show, we're all successful on this show. And he said, in the den, we go to war sometimes, obviously, because it's real, it's my money, I want the deal, everyone's watching, I don't want to lose. But outside of the den, when we're in that green room, we're a team. We're a team, we represent each other, we look after each other, we support each other. And all of them individually took me for dinner and gave me advice on how to be a good dragon, what I should know, and all those things. And then even in my first season, when I beat Peter Jones for that first deal, Cheese Geek, the investment I did, he turned to me and he was like, well done, that was amazing. That was a really, really good pitch. The way you delivered that, and the way you said that, and the way you ended it, he was like, perfect. And that's what he's been like. And then obviously, you know, I want another deal, and another deal, and another deal, and things got a little bit frosty, and now we're at war. So he's like mentored me, and now it's like that Karate Kid against Mr. Miyagi or whatever, so. But no, they're lovely.
Wow, this is huge. Like,
and I have to say, I just want to say, I still can't believe it. Like, I watched that show when I was 12. I watched Peter Jones on that show when I was 12 at home. So sitting between them now, like looking to my left and seeing Peter Jones, and then on my right seeing Deborah Meaden, it's like I stepped into the TV. It's still weird. I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I don't know what the fuck is going on. And genuinely, honestly, I have moments where I'm like, fuck. Like if they saw on the footage of me just like staring at Peter and like the fuck, like looking at his socks and being like looking at it's still weird for me. Like, to be fair, all of this stuff is really weird for me. I don't really understand it, but I'm just going with it. So.
And yet you're that successful, meaning that sometimes understanding less means more. It's basically in your case.
Yeah, it's a really good point because we don't talk about that enough, especially with young people. We tend to think that our inexperience is such a huge disadvantage. But I can't tell you from doing my podcast how much naivety, not understanding how an industry currently works, not understanding how people currently build companies is an unbelievable pathway to innovation. Not knowing convention means that often, instead of just taking convention, we go and create a new solution. And as it relates to social chain, that's 100% why that business was the most successful. Because we hired, at one point we said the average age of our workforce when we had hundreds of people was about 20 years old. My thesis was, if you want to win the future, you need the right balance of today and yesterday. Which meant a 16-year-old that understands how to use TikTok sat next to someone that's 45 and has worked at MediaCom for 25 years. What if those two people work together? Then we'll win tomorrow. And if both of those people had equal say on their specialisms, naivety is just the most brilliant thing. And the companies that I worked with, so 10 years traveling around every corner of the world, with CEOs and founders, sat in the room of the biggest brands in the world, Apple, Logitech, in this country, the Boohoos, the Gym, all of the big brands. I got to see a window into why some of them won and some of them lost. And those that valued naivety were the ones that continued to win. The ones that I remember Umar continually saying to me, like, we need to hire more young people, we need to hire more kids. And I watched him beat the whole industry because of that. Fresh minds.
What you just mentioned, connectedness between people, like cooperating with each other, growing together, that is basically the definition of Web3. The space is still small, still early, still that instead of competing in this red ocean, just like traditional businesses, You can see it everywhere. Social media, financial banking, like the traditional finance and stuff like that. In Web3, we're complementing each other. We're still early, a couple of million people there. Recently, you had another huge achievement in your portfolio. You raised $24 million US for your startup, Third Web. It's currently valued at $160 million US. You joined the space relatively not that long ago. The question from me to start this topic of Web3 is, what is your thesis for this space? Is there something specific you're looking here to be in 5-10 years from now? Why have you started investing in Web3? What is this idea that you were pursuing in the space?
Yeah, so, you know, it was last year I was having a conversation with Furcon, when I was 20 years old, I went out to San Francisco. So I'd left my startup, and who remembers Bebo by a show of hands? The old social network. Pretty much all of you, right? 50%. So I'd left my startup. I sent a cold email to Michael Birch, who was the founder of Bebo. And I'd just seen Michael had bought back Bebo for $1 million. He sold it for like $700–800 million a couple of years before. He bought it back for $1 million when it had gone under. And I thought it was cool, part of my childhood. I emailed their team and said, here's 5 reasons why girls call me back when they meet me in a bar and 5 reasons they don't. That was the email. They responded to me within 24 hours because it was just a jokey email, but it was showing my skills and my flaws. They loved the email. They responded back, said, we'd love you to come out and help us bring Bebo back. So went over there. And while I was there, I met a guy called Furcon, he's the best entrepreneur/developer that I've ever encountered in my career. A real default to anything can be done with technology and that we can do it. And so 10 years later, after leaving Social Chain, when I'm thinking about this Web3 space, I start having conversations with Furcon, who I'd been working with 10 years before, about where the opportunity was. And our first idea was to create something called access packs. Very kind of simple idea that you could drop packs full of randomized access. So Gary Vaynerchuk, he could drop a pack, like a Pokemon style pack of 100 packs, and inside there's different tiers of access to Gary Vaynerchuk. I thought this could be used across the creator economy. I thought brands who currently, when they drop like Yeezys and they ask for your email address and it's this kind of opaque raffle, could have a transparent way of distributing, a transparent and fair way of distributing randomized access to buying the next pair of Yeezys instead of email lists, and you don't know if there's favoritism going on and you can't see what's behind it. That was the thesis. So we started building access packs for several months. And we realized that the infrastructure layer that was required to create access packs hadn't really been built. And so I remember Furcon calling me and saying, because there's a real deficit in that infrastructure layer, and because we're having to build it, what we've actually created is the entire infrastructure platform that anybody would need to create an access packs or an app of their own. So instead of building access packs, why don't we just build out the infrastructure layer that's missing, which will allow developers, the next 10 million developers that are coming into Web3 and that are having to learn new coding languages and hire people and take years building out that infrastructure layer themselves. Why don't we build it? That's a much bigger challenge. It's a much riskier challenge in terms of an entrepreneurial pursuit because it tends to be a winner-takes-all environment, like your Stripes or your AWSs. And thankfully, because of the phase that we are in our careers, and there's, Nacho's here from the Third Web team as well, we wanted the bigger challenge. We thought, let's just go for the whole infrastructure layer, and that's what Third Web is. It'll allow anyone that's building in Web3 not to have to do all of that work and waste years of their time, give you the tools you need to deploy, build your own Web3 applications using our platform, our SDKs, and our other features. And it took off. That thesis that Furcon had was correct, and in a couple of months we had almost 100,000 projects that had been built on top of Third Web. Grows every week. Last week was our top week since we'd launched, and we were just celebrating that last night on our all hands. And in many weeks we have millions and millions of dollars flowing through smart contracts that have been built on top of Third Web. And we feel like we're only just getting started. So we announced a month ago that Shopify, Coinbase, and Katie Hahn Ventures and Polygon had all invested in Third Web, and we're going to use that money to bring in, hopefully, the next 10 million developers into the Web3 ecosystem.
Wow. You just named a couple of companies you are already in partnership with, you are about to cooperate with, and all of these companies are fully centralized. Those are representatives of traditional Web2 world. The biggest issue that perhaps right now we have in Web3 is the fact, is a brawl between centralization, decentralization. Like, should the content, should the platform, should all your activity identity should be owned by a person itself, should be changed, edited through open code, or still there should be a committee, maybe some entity who is controlling all of it. Do you believe that in the future we're going into the full decentralization, or you cannot see a future like this?
So, because of, we tend to think, when we have these conversations, we tend to think in really binary ways, like it's going to be one or the other, and I just don't think that's going to be true. At least not for the next 10, 20 years. What I think will happen, and you know, sometimes people talk about this web sort of 2.5, I think industries where centralization and a lack of transparency and a lack of veritability, if that's even a word, verification is a problem, those ones are going to change drastically over the next couple of years. This doesn't mean my local flower shop is going to change because they don't have a centralization problem. But there are industries, whether it's finance, when we talk about verification, whether it's art, that do have that as a problem. They're contending with logistics as another one, events as another one, where verification of tickets and is a problem. So I don't think, you know, a lot of people talk about Web3 just eating up everything and changing every industry. I don't think that's entirely accurate, but I do think that there's going to be a real war on industries like we've seen with DeFi, where they do have a centralization problem, where that middleman is causing problems, even with music and streaming services, where artists are getting a tiny royalty on the value that they're creating. Those industries are going to see, they're going to be absolutely torn to pieces by Web3 and this new technology.
Wow, that's an amazing it's an amazing reply.
And that brings me on to a point that I wanted to talk about, which is, you know, let's talk rug pulls. One guy just left. He was a rug puller and he's gone. No, I just wanted to say that when you're assessing the value of an NFT project, you should assess it on the basis of what I've just said, which is, how does the underlying technology, that is the blockchain, do something here that couldn't be done in Web 2? What is it solving for? This NFT project. So if I said I'm launching an NFT project and it's going to allow you access to some great events, well, why do you need the blockchain for that? And that's the question you should be asking. The characteristics that make the blockchain special and all of it that it enables, transparency, decentralization, verification, if the NFT project isn't using those three things to create a better solution, then it is probably a rug pull. If it just looks like a rock, it's probably just a rock. Do you know what I mean? And it's hard in these moments of hype and euphoria to see through that and to really ask yourself that question. Another way of saying it is like, could this have been done in Web 2? If it could have, then it's probably not going to last in Web 3 because it's not tapping into the potential of that underlying technology. And you know, these NFT projects, man, like, in Web 2, let's talk about the world that came before Web 3. When Tim Cook comes on stage, he doesn't start with, the iPhone costs $2,000, here's the box, and here's what we're thinking of doing it, here's where you can buy it. He starts with what they've built. He starts with all of the features, the memory, the battery life, how it's going to make your life better. Then they tell you the price. What we're seeing is in the moment is this kind of inversion of that. No one's starting with the why. They're starting with the what. And that's another thing that it's kind of like my filter when I'm assessing an NFT project. I almost would love us to get to a place with NFTs where we don't talk in terms of roadmaps. Because a roadmap is a promise. I would like to get to a point where we talk in terms of value. Because if Tim Cook comes on stage and goes, I'm going to sell you the packaging today, I want the money now, and we'll work on it over the next 5 years, the iPhone, none of you would go for that. When we get past these boom and bust and we get past the euphoria, sense will take over, and we'll have a higher expectation of that underlying value. So projects that can deliver some value, not all of it, but some value up front, which is enough to justify the cost. Those are the ones that will survive these bear times.
And I absolutely love it. I would like to take a pause for a couple of minutes from Web3 and just give you some props in a sense. I haven't realized how big of a deal are you based here in London till the moment I landed here. In the last 2 days at the conference, I was approached by, I believe, like 100 people just coming to me who I had never met before and asking some questions that I can bring on stage here today. Logically, I cannot bring all of those, and I even had a chat with some of your third web representatives and asking them, what is one thing you would like to ask Steve? The reply was nothing. If I need to ask something, he's responsive. I can just message him right now. I'm going to get an answer in a couple of hours. But at the same time, there are some of cool questions that I promised Zebu Live team to bring on stage. So just a quick quiz, 10 questions, no way for thinking. You answer like this.
Okay, quick fire.
Sounds good.
Okay.
What is your favorite color?
Black. Easy.
What is the last book you read?
Lost Connections by Johanna Hari, which is all about the 9 real reasons why we're depressed and anxious. And it's about, fundamentally, it's about connection. So.
Okay. What is the CEO of your dream to bring to your podcast? Only one.
Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Richard Branson, and all for different reasons. It's not an endorsement of any of those individuals. It's because there's something interesting there that I want to get to. So Michelle Obama, we're talking to her team at the moment. Richard Branson, talking to them. Yeah.
Cool. It's 5, 6 of them. Amazing.
We had Brian at Coinbase as well. He was great. That was great.
Be honest with us. Who is the most friendly dragon?
Oh, friendly probably. They're all so friendly. Like Peter.
Off stage.
I mean, on stage, me and Tuka always go to war because we're like it's like 2 worlds colliding. It's like Web 1 and Web 7 colliding or something. There's Peter Jones, and that would probably surprise you. But I remember in the first year, like if he wants to go for a cigarette, him leaning over to me and going, "You wouldn't mind if I go for a cigarette, would you?" I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "You have permission, Peter, to go." Like, I couldn't believe it. He's such a gentle giant. He's a quite tough guy on screen, but he's such a sweet man, honestly. Such a sweet man. So I'd say Peter.
Love it. What is the worst investment you've ever made in your life?
I was thinking of like ex-girlfriends and stuff.
You answered it. Nice.
Whenever I invested in something I didn't understand based on someone's word. So because what ends up happening, especially if it's a public company or if it's an NFT project, is when it goes down, you haven't got your own thesis to keep you calm. So you'll panic sell. So it will always be investing in anything where, when I'm doing it based on someone's word and I don't really understand what's going on there. Luna, like I didn't invest in Luna, but that's a good example of where a lot of my friends were like, go on, invest in it, I'm getting 20% yield on this. And I was thinking, I don't really understand it. How can you get 20%? That seems like magic, And then that story didn't end well. But yeah, and so I've done a few investments in different areas where I did it based on someone's word, and I've always regretted it.
You just mentioned investing in Luna. If there is one niche of Web3, GameFi, DeFi, anything else, the NFTs, that you need to invest till the end of your life?
It's infrastructure, and that's why we're building Third Web, because when there's a gold rush, you can go out into the river with a pan if you want to and try and find gold, or you can build the pans. You can sell the pans that people are going to need. You can do a picks and shovels play, and that's what infrastructure is to me. We are going to need a huge amount of infrastructure. There's only going to be a few winners. It's almost emerging now who those winners are going to be. I think Third Web is going to be one of those winners. I'm pretty confident of that. And so if I was deploying capital now, I know these companies that are the infrastructure players are going to be worth tens of billions because it is a winner-takes-all space. So I'd be investing in infrastructure companies like Third Web.
Would you move to Mars in 2040?
Say that again?
Would you move to Mars in 2040?
No. No. Not until like 100,000 people have gone and come back, and I've had a chance to speak to them. Would I take that risk? And why he wants to be in Mars? What's there? There's nothing going on there, right? You've got to wait till it's a bit of a party.
If you want to interview Elon Musk, most probably he's there.
I don't think Elon's going to go in 2040. I think he's going to hang around.
Okay.
I think he says he wants to die there, doesn't he?
Kinda.
That's what he said, right?
Yeah. What is your favorite series, if you ever have time?
I just don't watch anything. But I watch really obscure things that you'd probably want to check. I was going to say check my hard drive. But I watch really strange things like police interrogation videos. I'll spend like 2 hours watching a police interrogation because I find it fascinating how someone can walk in, and it's almost probably linked to why I do my podcast. You know, in police interrogation, someone walks in and they're like, I have no idea. I wasn't there. I don't know who he was. And then an hour and a half later, because of psychology and questioning, the guy's telling you how he put the knife in and where he's putting it and why he did it, and he's crying and he's calling his mum. And I just find the movement of psychology in an hour or two because of questioning so fascinating. So things like that, prison breaks, random stuff, lots of serial killer stuff. That's why I think if you looked at my browsing history, you'd probably call the police. But
Nike or Adidas?
Nike, I think they're cooler. Oh shit, are they here?
And the last one, what is the best place in London?
Coco's tonight.
Let's come back to Web3, if you don't mind. We all here are people. We're building the space by people, for people. So I do believe that community is a very special word in Web3. What does it mean to you, and whether any project you're building in Web3 will be 100% focused on people or something else?
Yeah, so I mean, as I've said earlier, the amount of times I've mentioned connection in this talk, and I've talked about it being the bottom level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or at least it should have been, connection is something that we all are seeking, and it's also something that's in decaying supply in the world because of the way we live our lives. There's this interesting study where they asked Americans, how many people have you got that you could turn to in a time of crisis? They asked this question pretty much every year. 15 years ago, the answer to that question was 3. Today, the medium answer to that question is 0. And that speaks to why community is so unbelievably important, going back to our tribes and things like that. And when you're building something, when you're building a business or you're building something in Web3 or a project, having people around you that can hold the weight of the challenges with you and share that weight with you and help you understand and feel supported and understood and heard, it cannot be understated. And so there are some great projects in Web3 that are just about great community. And I'm bullish on those things. It's part of the reason why going outside and having the drinks in the foyer or going to Coco's tonight is of any value to any of you because of its community. So yeah, it's super important. And I'm building my own project, which, based on what I've said earlier, I probably shouldn't shill until I've done it. But and it's hoping to give entrepreneurs that sense of community. So we're working very hard on that, working very hard to find the right partners, and there'll be basically a community of 10,000 entrepreneurs that we hope to be able to take around the world with us to various places like Necker Island. I'm letting all the cats out the bag here, but it is what it is. I know the team are here. And give them the community, the support, the network that some people are fortunate enough to have over there in San Francisco because of their geographical location. But how do we do that for tens of thousands of builders and entrepreneurs in a more distributed way? Online using the blockchain.
Love it.
It's going to be called DOAC Founders Club. So.
Cannot agree.
DOAC, don't oversee Founders Club. So it's going to be a club of founders, about 10,000 people. And we're taking an approach where we don't want to release a roadmap. So I want the thing to be complete when we launch it, so you know exactly what you're getting in terms of, in terms of all the tiers and all the utilities. So. And
you're launching it through NFTs?
Yeah.
Any DAOs there
Launched
as well?
on Third Web, of course.
Any DAOs there as well?
Any?
DAO.
We're considering that at the moment, but where we are at the moment is we've literally spent about 1.5 years because I'm obsessed with creating something that's like truly useful that couldn't have been done in Web 2. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to address the audience right now. I know that we're running late, but I'm going to do something that I do believe Zebu Live team is not going to go against. I'm going to ask you, should we go for another 15, 20 minutes?
Can they ask some questions?
We're still going to have some time for questions. There are going to be questions to the audience. Should we go with it?
Yes, let's do that.
Yeah.
This gentleman here.
Steve, I've been following you for a while. I'm listening to your podcasts. I'm fascinated by your sharpness, your quickness, your level of articulation. Where is this from? Are you listening to something?
Great question. You know, no one's ever asked me that. And so I want to tell you, the reason why I think that's a great question is because it's been so pivotal to my personal success, being able to speak and also to deliver an idea in a crystallized way. And of course I wasn't born with that ability. So I'll take you back. So 14 years old, my head teacher in my school asks me to do a speech, gives me this piece of paper to read to 30 parents. I'm shaking so much that I can't read the words. My hands are shaking so much, so I just make the words up. Fast forward a couple of years, a guy at Social Chain, my company, says to me, Steve, you should start building a personal brand, right? And I go, I'm not interested. Because you should let's record a video tonight. This was the first video I'd ever recorded on camera. He takes me to this apartment after work on the Saturday, and it's about 2 p.m. So in the video, it's only a 2-minute video we're recording. You'll see it's light outside. I sat there for 7 hours trying to record that video. So the 2-minute video in the background goes from light to dark, from day to nighttime, because I just couldn't get the words out. I didn't know what to say. The thing that changed the game for me is at one point I decided that I was going to start writing quotes every day. And what that means is I have a pact. I have a pact with my 7 followers I had at that time, and with myself, that every day, everything that's happening to me, I'm going to be thinking about it, and at the end of the day, I'm going to crystallize it into a 140 character, at the time when Twitter was 140 characters, quote. And because I had that obligation to write my ideas down and to frequently go on video and record myself, after 7 years of spending pretty much every day thinking about what's happening to me, in the case of the Diary of a CEO, then trying to crystallize it into ideas and record it on a Sunday, or writing it into short quotes that people could relate to, and continually for years getting the A/B testing feedback and looking at the analytics, that continual repetition, because I had an Instagram to run and a vlog on YouTube to run, is the reason why I've been able to deliver ideas in a succinct way and to speak in a much more succinct way. I cannot underestimate the importance to you. I can't understate the importance of having some way where you are obligated to produce content, whether it's in a journal on a Medium blog, whether it's in your own diary and then you're going to turn it into a little picture for LinkedIn every week, some way where you're forcing yourself. Because if you don't force yourself, let's be honest, it will never be a priority. And it's been the single biggest unappreciated driver of my personal success, has been forcing myself to think about what's going on in my life, turning it into an idea, and then posting it somewhere. And especially as it relates to the Diary of a CEO, because we all go through life, right? We all have 7 days in a week. But the wisdom you garner from those 7 days is different. Some of you never even think about what's happened to you, why you reacted like that with your partner. If I have a bad reaction to my girlfriend, I'm then on air talking to a relationship psychologist or writing it in my diary to try and make a quote out of it. So I'm getting more wisdom in those 7 days because I'm looking at what's happened, I'm turning it into a truth, and then I'm having to post it. Genuinely. I don't know if I've been able to impress upon you how important that's been for me. That's why I said it's such a good question, because I've only figured out that in hindsight. I've only figured out that I thought personal branding was all about views and followers and selling whatever. No. It's the best exercise in personal development you'll ever find.
Hi, Steve. Followed your podcast and all your shows for a while now, and thank you so much for your very insightful and inspiring talk now and throughout your other channels. And great response to your previous question as well. Extending on that, what are some of the personality traits or characteristics that you have, of course, worked on as one of the things that you already talked about, but extending on that, and what are some of the personality traits and characteristics that you look for in the founders that you're investing in? Thank you.
Yeah, in founders, I think, so I know that every business, regardless of how smart you are, is going to go through a similar set of bullshit. There's going to be a day where you wake up where things are so unbelievably difficult that any sane person should and would give up. And that's usually why people quit, because the weight of the why becomes overwhelmed by the weight of the dire situation. And so because I know that's coming in your business, in your project, in your NFT project, your Web3 startup, because I know you're going to have those days of hell, and I know you're going to have them one after the other, and they're just going to keep coming, I need to find character traits that are going to be able to deal with that situation. So of course, resilience is an important one. The second point that's going to keep you moving when everything is against you and every piece of evidence you have and every metric says quit is the fact that you're doing this for a very intrinsically motivated reason. It's so aligned with your passions that you would just do it anyway. You're not doing it because you think it will make you money. You're doing it because you're so innately driven by some change you want to see in the world. So that real intrinsic, genuine why, and then that level of resilience can't be understated. One of the analogies I love to give, and I'll give it again because I think it stays with people, is when like a room is on fire, you typically have 3 types of people. Person number 1, frozen with fear. They can't move. They're going to burn to death. Person number 2, screaming that the room is on fire. The room is on fire. The room is on fire. Oh my God. You'll know these people in your businesses and teams. They spread panic. And the science is clear. If you Google, is stress contagious at work? It is contagious at work. They've done the studies. And then you've got the third type of person, which I call a leader. And that person won't mention the room is on fire. The room is obviously on fire. Okay? They'll spend their entire focus and energy on just figuring out how to get themselves and the other people out of the room. They'll focus on only that which they can control. Those are the people that I like to invest in. People that have that level of, that mindset orientation and that level of resilience.
Let's go with some question from the back so that it's equal to everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Stephen. Thank you for being here. First of all, I also enjoy YouTube videos about criminals being interviewed. So my wife says I'm super weird to watch them. Now I can say you watch them as well. Maybe we're both weird. Second of all, I was myself in a fire with many people, so I can tell you the 3 reactions described are very accurate. There were all types of people panicking during the fire. My question is about, you mentioned that when you see an NFT project, you want to make sure that that's something that cannot be done in Web 2, right? That can be done only in Web 3, otherwise it's probably not a great project. My question for you is, what type of projects cannot be done in Web 2, can only be done in Web 3? Can you give a few examples of what are those? Because I have a hard time picturing them, because for me, everything can be done in Web 2 as well. So which one are the ones that cannot be done in Web 2?
Well, anything that relies on what the blockchain enables. So the blockchain enables a new level of decentralization. It enables a new level of transparency. And it enables a new level, especially with non-fungible tokens, a new level of verification, amongst many other things. So if there are situations like with logistics where you're tracking something and how it's transacted across the world, or like ticketing, where you have a verification problem, or like art, because people can fake art, or even, you have it in wine as well. The fraud within the wine industry is horrendous. All of those industries that have problems that the blockchain enables will be completely disrupted by Web3 and the blockchain.
Yeah, hello, Steven. Yep. Is there? It was so interesting. Thank you so much. I work with marketing of Web3, and I have a question about marketing. You have so huge social media, so big YouTube channel, Instagram, Twitter, some other. What's the most first effective channel was when you start it all, like in the start, for marketing? Thank you.
So what's the most effective channel, social media channel when I started? It really depends. So effectiveness is decided by what your objective is. So if you're trying to be a musician, I would imagine the answer would be one of the music channels like SoundCloud or Bandcamp or one of those channels. For me, I was trying to market a B2B social media agency. And where does that audience live? And what's the most cost-effective channel that will allow me to reach them? For me, the answer was LinkedIn. LinkedIn actually came in pretty late in social chain's life, but LinkedIn is the most important. You don't need a huge following there. It's still the platform where an engagement on a post is dictating how many people see the post. So if you can get 100 people to comment on a post, you will reach 100,000 people. And also, it's the only platform where all mediums of content, articles, video, text, and imagery are pretty much the same. It's also the only platform where, not the only one, but it's a platform where they value people way more than brands. If you have a brand page on LinkedIn and you're posting your updates from that, good luck. The head of LinkedIn says you will not reach anybody from your brand page. Get your CEO, your executive, or anyone in your company to post, you'll reach 3 times more people, roughly. Because of the point I said earlier about engagement on LinkedIn, if you're not ending every LinkedIn post you've ever written with a question mark of some sort, with a question, you are losing about 200, 300, 400% of your engagement, because it's still the platform where one comment, if I comment on your post, I know you're going to get pretty much exactly 40,000 more impressions. How do I know that? Because we have an engagement pod at all of our companies, including Third Web, and when I comment, it will go up 40,000 impressions. So even galvanizing your team members to engage on your posts is super smart, but the thing you should all be doing on every post you do is ending it with a question mark. An example would be, if I post a podcast episode or a clip, I might end it with, has anyone heard this episode? Question mark. Or I might post an idea of mine and say, do you agree? I'm encouraging debate. I can talk about every platform individually and the growth hacks and stuff, but I know we've only got 20 minutes. Discord, I think, is the social media platform of the future. And I didn't say that the workplace platform of the future. I said the social media platform of the future. For many years, for I think 6 years ago, I remember giving a presentation where I said that I believed all of our interests would become segmented in their own social networks. And that's what's happened. We've seen this spreading where you'll have a social network for your neighborhood. You'll have a social network for your art interests. And we thought that would carry on. Discord enables you to create mini social networks around interests and communities. There's no newsfeed getting in your way. The newsfeed is dead. In 2018, stories overtook newsfeeds as the #1 way we share things with Fred. The newsfeed is finished, right? And when I think about building and investing in building my own communities, I don't want a big San Francisco-based conglomerate standing between me and my audience and charging me to reach them. Discord holds the answer for that. And I think I'm super bullish on Telegram. I'm super bullish on anywhere that allows me to speak directly to my audience in a non-decentralized way. So Telegram, Discord, SMS. Email newsletter is slightly different, I know, because there's still an algorithm at play filtering things, but even email. It's crazy. At the start of my career, I went around the world telling everybody, Facebook, Facebook, Facebook. And then as I got to the tail end of my social media career, I found myself on stage talking about the potential of sending things in the post. Why? Because we've been let down. We thought that when we built an audience of 1 million Facebook likes, we could reach 1 million people. And I remember in 2017 showing some numbers of the 8 biggest publishers in the UK, of which we were one, and there was a 50% year-on-year decline in our reach, which means that just to keep in touch with the same number of people, I have to grow 50% every year, just to break even on my reach. That's a scam. So now we're very orientated. That's why one of the reasons I love podcasting, because it's just an RSS feed. I push that RSS feed to about 30 different streaming services at the same time. So if Apple deletes me, it's all good. I'm over here on Spotify. If they delete me, cool, I'm over here on Castbox. It has a bit more of a decentralized approach to it. Yeah.
Let's take the last one, if any.
Last question. This guy. He's got 2 hands up.
Hey, Stephen, Ash from New Kids on the Blockchain. Quick one for you. What would you say to critics out there that say Web3 is the next in a long line of crypto buzzwords in an industry that's obsessed with buzzwords?
Call it what you like. I don't care. It's going to change the world. So. I don't think we should get caught up in terms. Terms are whatever. It's just that was just someone's idea. To try and group what was going on. The term doesn't matter. That's not what I'm interested in or investing in or committing my life to. I'm really obsessed with the underlying technology and how that will make everyone's lives better across various industries in all corners of the world. So.
I guess that's all.
Well-being. Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to what I said earlier. Take your dog for a walk, sleep well, make sure you're not sacrificing all of the fundamental things you need to be a functional human being and a happy, stabilized human, and you'll be fine.
Stephen, sitting next to you today means a word to me. I hope that people enjoyed it as much as I did. I know that you have a tradition on your podcast. At the end of each episode, for those who don't know, Steven is asking a new guest a question from the previous guest. The way how I would like to approach it is as follows. I know that Zebu Live team is going to organize even bigger conference next year. And I would love to share the stage once again with you on one of these days. Yeah. I would like to ask you, what is one question you would like to ask Steven Bartlett in exactly 1 year from now?
I would ask him, it would be, the question would try and get him to be really self-aware about all the downsides of everything. So the downsides of what he's saying, the downsides of how he's living his life, the potential downsides of the companies he's building. It would be, if I had to leave you a question to ask the next person, it would be something like, tell me 3 reasons why the thing you're currently building is going to fail. Those are the questions we don't spend enough time asking. We can all sit here and tell you all of the wonderful reasons why we're going to be successful in our projects, but it's those questions that have saved me from the greatest costs in my life, which is like asking myself why this is not going to work. If you're aware of that, if you're able to have the humility to look past your own romantic hypothesis about what you're doing and how you're living your life, then I think you can really be successful. So what am I wrong about? What have I been wrong about in the past? What do I suspect I might be wrong about now in my business, in my personal philosophy, in the advice I've given you today? Because I think if you know that stuff as well, if you can point at some of those things, it's a high degree of self-awareness.
I hope that exactly in a year from now we'll be able to ask you the same question here. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you for waiting, everybody. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Steven.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up again for Mr. Steven Bartlett. Absolutely phenomenal, and I'm so delighted that I was told to just let them talk a bit longer. I did not want to be that pantomime villain who hooked Steven Bartlett off. I fear I might have been lynched by you lot. Right, we've got another treat for you. Here he is. Nick Sugden from Near.
Hey everyone.
Follow that, Nick.
Look, how can you follow someone like Steven Bartlett, youngest dragon, serial entrepreneur, talks to some of the most important people in the world with a talk about stable coins? Woo! Yeah, it's very exciting. Come on. Yeah, so honestly, thanks for coming today. For those of you that stayed to listen to this very exciting topic about stable coins. It's a very important topic in our industry. We're talking about something that has obtained and achieved product market fit within crypto. I'll go through. So this is the adoption of, similar to the internet usage and the usage of stablecoin that's happening at the moment. So we see we're right at the bottom of the curve, yet this market is $150 billion worth. So we can see there's plenty of opportunity to capture that move upwards to the right. Who's trying to capture that upward momentum? There are protocols out there, centralized stablecoins, USDC, USDT, and then there's other decentralized stablecoins. MakerDAO, our good old friends at Terra Luna had a good effort, and you've got things like Frax as well. So the market is there, and we're all innovating and trying to build as we go along. This chart indicates the number of stablecoin addresses regardless of the price. So you can see the red line there. That's talking about the Bitcoin price, which ultimately is the litmus test for the way that the market's performing. Upward to the right is the number of addresses that hold stablecoins. So we can see that there is a real, true product market fit of people that want to transfer value across the blockchain with an asset that maintains its stable value. To further indicate where we've been. So take yourself back to June 2020, I think it was. Good old Boris there. The market capitalization of USDC was $1 billion. Can you put your hand up if you know what the market cap is now of USDC? Any guesses? Yeah, someone in the back? So, we've got Liz Truss today. Lots has changed. Very, very different. 50 billion. So that's in that short time where we've had these massive change in our world, coronavirus, various different politicians leading the country, but 50 billion in that space of time for a market capitalization, that demonstrates product market fit, okay? This is going to keep on happening. Lots of people, you've probably talked to them today. You've seen people from PricewaterhouseCoopers. You've seen people from Goldman Sachs. You've seen people from all the big four accounting firms. They're all here. They want to capitalize on this growing market of stablecoins. However, we start getting into an ideological debate. You know, we have the issue of things like fraud, a whole bunch of NFT projects, rugs, all those kind of things, and people are losing their stablecoins, they're losing the value, and people are you've got nefarious actors in any industry, and because it's a fast-growing industry from a financial perspective, you're always going to get people that are looking to capitalize on that, and unfortunately a few of them are bad people. So here's some charts, you know, 1.54 billion of laundered money through Tornado Cash. So some of you might be familiar with USDC and what they did. So they froze a whole bunch of addresses that had interacted with Tornado Cash. Once again, it's a philosophical discussion. It's an ideological discussion. USDC are going about this business from a regulation-first perspective. They want to make sure that they can enable the institutions who want to participate in this industry can do so without fear of reprisal from a regulatory point of view, which is fair enough. I think that's absolutely fair enough. But I don't know, how many of you were here last year when it was called DeFi Live? Hands up, yeah, a few people. What does DeFi mean? It means decentralized, right? It means we're trying to create a product, an ecosystem, a technology, a movement, so we can get capital to the people that have been ostracized by the traditional financial markets and institutions. This is what we're trying to do in DeFi. Institutions are coming here and they're trying to co-opt the technology that we're using, and they're doing the same thing they've always done. They're just using blockchain technology to do it. Is that revolutionary? I don't think so. It has to happen because opening that Overton window of digital assets and people being able to use them, we need the institutions for that. However, we've got things like this that happen, right? And this gives the entire crypto industry a bad name. It doesn't matter whether you're building a decentralized stablecoin. It doesn't matter whether you're building an NFT project with picture of monkeys. It doesn't matter if you're building an app that tracks your movements and pays you an ecosystem token as you walk. The whole industry is tarnished with a negative brush when you get people like Do Kwon building a product that ultimately, you know, in hindsight was never going to work. But we were blinkered by greed. We were all blinkered by greed. There are lots of people that called the fact that Terra Luna would collapse, but we can be kind of tribal when it comes to what's going on in the crypto industry. And if anyone sort of sticks their head above the parapet, you know, you get all the terror bulls and all those kind of things, so, you know, absolutely going for you. You get death threats because these people have very large investments in these coins, and it creates a negative feedback loop when something bad happens. So we need to take it upon ourselves as an industry to understand what we're here to do, right? What are we here to build? What are we here? How are we going to positively affect change? How do we get mass adoption? How do we continue getting mass adoption, but also provide those solutions from a decentralized point of view so people that need the funds in ostracized markets, in ostracized jurisdictions can get it? Why do I need a government in America or any other jurisdiction be in a position to tell me whether I can use my money to loan those funds to someone in El Salvador who needs them? Because if they can't get those funds from me, from a decentralized finance application, they need to go to a loan shark that's going to own them and offer 4,000% interest, so they're in their back pocket for the rest of their lives. That's what DeFi is about. It's about us enabling these people on a global perspective rather than listening to a single jurisdiction government telling us what we can and can't do. But we must regulate from within. We must call out bad actors. We must call out design flaws. That's hard when we're all making money, we're all having fun, but it's the only way to continue this dream that we're all kind of building. So, what's the latest regulation that's come out of the US? There's discussions around endogenously, is that how you say that? Basically, that's an asset where you're creating backing out of thin air, right? So that's exactly what Terra Luna was. It was an inflationary coin that had no supply schedule that you could mint and burn to get that stable asset. The only price it had was because the market was inflating it in value and creating this, I guess, Ponzi-nomics feedback loop. And that's what the US government is against. I agree with that 100%. There should always be, when it comes to stablecoins and building an asset, whether it's decentralized or not, it needs to be 100% collateralized. Now, how do you do that over the long term? Right? So these are the problems that we're looking at today. DeFi is the future. I'll take you back. Like, we are all here because we're trying to create this new vehicle, this new way of speeding up the velocity of capital from people that have it to people that need it. DeFi summer was an interesting time. Being in the middle of that, where all these governance tokens went up, everything was, going value. It was the future of France, they called it. And it was fun, but then you realize, okay, is the product market fit people? Can institutions participate because of the regulations? Is my money going to be safe? Is it going to be a rug? These are the questions that we ask ourselves because there are so many bad actors out there that take people's hard-earned money because it's very easy to lose it in smart contracts. So, what we're trying to do with USN, which is a decentralized stablecoin built on the NEAR protocol, is we're trying to build those mass adoption use cases. So making sure that there's more than just staking in a pool and getting Ponzi-nomic rewards. So for example, it's working with remittance partners in Africa. Bitsa, for example, they're using USN to settle into 25 different currencies in 40 countries around the world, using a blockchain coin to settle and pay people in real money bank accounts in those locations. Or Seat Labs NFT, they're creating an NFT ticketing marketplace, and for the secondary market, you're only able to use something like USN to purchase and sell those tickets. So it's making sure those real-world use cases are actually there before you build up a huge pool, staking pool with ridiculous APY. Now, how are we incentivizing people to use USN beyond the ideological approach, right? So because USN is built on the NEAR blockchain, which is a proof-of-stake blockchain, the rewards at the moment for validating on the network are around 11% APY. So the decentral bank, which is the entity that issues USN, is able to stake the NEAR that they have in their reserve fund and use those rewards to bootstrap the DeFi ecosystem. So they'll pay out to the different protocols within the ecosystem. If you participate in the USN pools, the USN order books, all those kind of things, you will get paid out rewards in a stable coin that is stable. So when you're looking at use cases for particular coins, yeah, you want to be able to use it for NFT tickets or, providing funding to microfinance applications in El Salvador or solar installations in Venezuela. These are the kind of applications that we're partnering with, but we want people to be able to benefit from the technology as well. A proof-of-stake validation mechanism. So offering anywhere between 4 to 10% APY on a stable coin, which you can effectively use as a saving product and hold that in your account, there is no product like that in the market at the moment in traditional finance or even in mostly the blockchain space. So that's kind of how we're differentiating ourselves from other stable coins out there. So taking you back to the purpose, it's impossible to start off a fully decentralized stablecoin. There's a team somewhere that's behind it, that's making the decisions. The reserve fund that you use, we can't call ourselves decentralized. Decentral Bank can't call themselves fully decentralized because they're using something like Tether as the reserve fund asset. But you've got to continue on first principles, start as you mean to go on. So over time, you build out those governance models for the DAO. You know, who makes the decisions? What are those decisions criteria? What are those assets that you're holding in the treasury? You know, build it out with decentralization in mind, and USDC, USDT, they will always have a place in this ecosystem. But I think decentralization, you don't need someone at USDC to say, no, we are blocking that address. That USDC isn't good anymore. You can't pay out to that good project or the refi project or whatever it is how you want to spend your money because someone in America says that's the case. That's the goal. That's what we're trying to do here in DeFi, and I hope we don't lose that message with all the co-option of the institutions coming into the place. So I'm always here to answer any questions you've got later on. They're my socials, so if you want to talk about decentralization, mass adoption any further, or ask any questions about USN, I'll be happy to help. So thanks for staying, actually. That's really nice of you.
Mark, thank you so much. I think you did a wonderful job there. That was a bloody tough act to follow, wasn't it? But I think you were superbly engaging. I enjoyed every second of that. Now, I think you're going to enjoy every second of the next speaker as well. We have someone who's been in this game for rather a long time. I don't think he'd thank me for referring to him as a veteran of the industry, but ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Oliver Gale, co-founder and CEO of Panther.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'd like to start by just saying thank you, first of all, to the organizers for having me. My name is Oliver Gale. I've been in the Web3 space for almost 10 years now, which feels like a long time ago. Started by building the first Bitcoin exchange in the Caribbean to address the many problems that we face over there with payment rails. Over my career, I've found myself in the privileged position now to be CEO and co-founder of Panther Protocol. And Panther is a privacy protocol. For those of you who are closely following the space, you would know that very recently Tornado Cash was sanctioned by US Treasury. And the ripples of that have been echoing through the DeFi and Web3 space. And I would say building a privacy protocol, in fact, building technology very similar in its scope and what it provides to Tornado Cash, our team has been deeply affected and really is looking very closely at the implications of what this means. So I'm talking about arrested development, and the pun is intended. So I got into the crypto space and into the privacy space because at the fundamental level, if you don't have privacy, you don't have sovereignty. Our democracies are built on the ability to vote privately. We have, for most of our existence in civilized economies, been able to transact privately. And Web3 comes with it, this huge promise of being able to enable peer-to-peer finance, to enable smart contracts and composable finance. It also holds huge promise to enable us to transact privately, and that is being directly attacked. And it's being attacked explicitly and implicitly. And when I say that, what I mean is, in some cases, you have irresponsible regulators and irresponsible lawmakers, and in other cases, unaware and uneducated regulators and lawmakers. But for me, I get up every day and work on this protocol because I believe that fundamentally we are going to threaten our very freedom and our ability to consent and choose. In Web3 already today, every year, without our consent, $650 billion is generated in ad revenue. None of it goes into our pocket. In Web3, there are 260,000 public transactions every day. That means if you're at the pharmacy, it's a public transaction. If you're shopping online, it's a public transaction. If you're sending money to your grandmother, it's a public transaction. And so is this a design choice or a mistake? Regardless of whether it's a mistake or a design choice, we have rights to our privacy. We have rights to have sovereignty and ownership of our information. And I think it's very important that we take this topic very seriously when we're looking at the way that we architect and build the future of Web3. There are many builders in this room and at this conference. We're so early in the days of building the new internet that when people ask you what your job is, you can say, I'm building the internet. If you said that to someone today, they'd be like, yeah, well, I'm sure you are. What are you building on the internet? So we're all pioneering in this space, and the implications of these matters are really important. So what happened? Tornado Cash operates what's basically known as a mixer service or a tumbler. You can deposit your Ethereum assets. They will be mixed with other people's deposits, and you can withdraw using a form of cryptography known as zero-knowledge proofs. And essentially, you can anonymize your transactions that way. What's happened is Tornado Cash has been very successful at providing this service. And it's used every day by people who wish to preserve the fungibility of their money, who wish to have privacy. However, it's also been used by criminal groups, by hackers, and those who've stolen funds. In particularly, 640 million US dollars or so of funds which were stolen by a North Korean hacker group. So, and in response to that, US Treasury has said, well, Tornado Cash has violated sanctions against North Korea, and therefore we are going to take action, legal action, criminal action, maybe civil action as well. This is so fresh, we're still waiting to see what's happened. However, when you look at the way in which they've taken action, there's no argument. This type of activity is illegal and it should be enforced. You should not be able to money launder. You should not be able to finance terrorism. You should not be able to enable any sort of illicit activity using technology. And if you are, you should be held accountable for it. What has happened, though, is that the sanctions have said, well, we're sanctioning Tornado Cash. But what is Tornado Cash? Well, there's Tornado Cash, the company. There's Tornado Cash, the development team. There's Tornado Cash, the smart contracts, and the addresses associated with it. And then in some sense, because we're in Web3, there's also Tornado Cash, the decentralized collective of people that use these smart contracts. And anyone, anything connected to Tornado Cash has been sanctioned. And so what's the net impact of that? Well, the net impact of that, first and foremost, is that nobody in the compliant world can use Tornado Cash, but everybody who does not honor US sanctions, in fact, can. So North Korea is still welcome to use Tornado Cash, just no one else can use it. And that has perverse incentives, and is not the intended objective of regulators when they are making these regulations. So what we are looking at is, you know, we sort of delineate builders and operators and say there are two sides to this coin. On the one side, you have those who are writing software, publishing software, building these tools. And on the other side, you have those who are using this software, these smart contracts, this record of speech written in a language and published. And so, you know, this is not without precedent. In the early 90s, there was a case with a Mr. Paul Zimmerman who had been working in the cryptography space and released a paper on PGP privacy, pretty good privacy. And this was an open source project. In the 1990s, the US considered strong encryption a munition. And it was a criminal act to export munitions from the United States. So this cryptographer found himself, very similarly to some of the Tornado Cash team members today, on the wrong side of the US government for criminal activity. And because, again, at that time, strong encryption was considered a munition illegal to export. And so what Mr. Zimmerman did was he partnered up with MIT, and he got MIT to publish the specifications for PGP encryption through their channels. And when that happened, the US government backed off entirely and dropped the charges. There was one reason for that. Well, there are a couple of reasons, but fundamentally there's one reason. Releasing research and publishing information is protected under free speech. In the US, that's a constitutional right to publish your thoughts, your research. And for the US government to prosecute or attempt to prosecute MIT of all institutions for publishing research was something that they knew was going to end badly from a PR perspective, and it would not be a case that they would win. Today, PGP encryption or strong encryption is used in every payment transaction we use in Web3. Whenever you connect to a website and you see a lock symbol at the top, that is some form of strong encryption. It is protecting you from hackers, criminals, identity thieves, and so forth. So when you look at that story, which was, you know, a 30-year story from there to now, and where we are with things like ZK snarks, zero-knowledge encryption, privacy technology, in this case of Tornado Cash, you can see that there are opposing forces at work, and they're conflicting incentives. There's an incentive to stop criminal activity happening, which is important, but there's an incentive to also protect our rights, to publish information, to protect our free speech, to choose to protect our data and to be private. And so, what must be done today? I've been working with regulators for a decade now on blockchain technology. And, of course, building across that decade as well. US Treasury recently backed off because what they'd realized as well was that they'd overreached in some sense, and there were a lot of legitimate funds sitting inside of Tornado Cash smart contracts, and those funds themselves were inaccessible to people who legitimately had a claim to them. So they've updated their guidance and said that if you in fact submit your KYC information and prove your source of funds, you can redeem your assets from the Tornado Cash smart contracts. And so that's helpful, but it doesn't go far enough. It's our firm view that operators are responsible for how they use smart contracts, and smart contracts are not subject to sanctions. They are not a legal entity. It is code, it is software. It's very important in this industry that we start to recognize that and that we stand up for that, because if we don't, Web3 is over. Fundamentally, this is much ado about nothing. And not only that, with the proliferation of blockchain technologies and these public ledgers, you can forget about the concept of privacy of any kind. If I know every transaction you make and everything is on a ledger, and that ledger is publicly available and I don't have rights to that privacy, I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to have children, and I don't want them to live in that world. And so it's a very important mission, to put it lightly. And we can achieve this. This is not difficult to achieve. If you provide an on and off ramp, if you provide a front end, if you provide API access, if you provide service to other people, you are offering possibly a financial service. You're certainly offering a service. And if you offer a service, as with Web2 today, you need to be licensed. All of our smart contracts, all of these protocols, they need to be open and accessible. They should be peer-to-peer accessible. If you host the front end, be prepared to get a license. I mean, that's happening, but the overreach is also happening, which is why I'm talking about it. So, getting into the privacy space with Panther, it was obvious that compliance was going to be a key factor for institutions entering the space. And so we began building the protocol and attacking the question of how do we solve for enabling privacy and compliance? And those two concepts are quite difficult to reconcile, but they can coexist. And so what Panther does is it does enable you to have private transactions. It enables you to do things like privately vote on DAOs, which, you know, spoiler alert, that's going to be the next vector that comes under pressure in the DAO universe. Who voted on the protocol? Did you have a large stake in the decisions taken by the DAO? Guess what? You're liable. These type of things are coming. So Panther is enabling us to interact with DeFi, whether it's a zero-knowledge proof of something or whether it's a private transaction with confidentiality. And at the same time, we're looking at things like compliance and saying, we can provide all of that information to the relevant parties. Let the operator be responsible for providing that information to their regulator. Let us provide all the tooling to make that easy for the operator to provide that to their regulator. So that might be a federated institutional dark pool made up of major broker-dealers and exchanges. Spoiler alert, the type of thing we're working on. But it can also be zero-knowledge compliance. Why do we have every institution hold on to the identity records of you when those are periodically hacked and have huge cybersecurity costs when we can use zero-knowledge proofs to verify that, in fact, the compliance was done, and we can use Web3 technology to access that data when we need it? That is, I don't know how many tens of billions of dollars of savings that, or hundreds that will provide to the compliance industry, but that type of solution is possible with this
account set up, because they'll take comfort from having gone to perhaps a more established jurisdiction